らしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね 頭の中に響く声見やすいダウソで似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にも動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソングちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ
Hello and welcome to PAX Australia here for the major qualifier. It is a big one. We have only 4 teams remaining and all of them are already heading to Munich. It's an unbelievable storyline and we can't wait to jump into this action. Who might I be talking about? Well, I've got the incredible Jakeson Oxford Diddy with glasses on.
Good morning, Rob.
You're a bit tired, are you, Sunshine?
What a day yesterday.
What a day,
How
my
many
friend.
hours was it?
19 start to finish.
Oh.
19. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's very bright in here.
Yeah, it is actually a little
Very
too
bright
bright
in
here. Yes.
But you know what? Excited. We're at PAX.
Always.
We've got 4 teams from all around the world. It's been a long day yesterday. We qualified teams to the Munich Major in November. It's an exciting time. And again, what yesterday's, I think, key aspect for me was it was just great to have an APAC land once again.
It was.
And also to continue that today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The last time we had one, Michael, 6 years ago. And I think there's only 3 players of which played in that APAC. I think it was a qualifier. Yeah, it was. It was the Pro League qualifiers. Of course it was a qualifier. And they're back again. However, we've got a lot of new names entering the sphere for people who might not have watched in the last 6 years. But it's an exciting time nonetheless.
Yeah, a lot has changed. APAC as a whole continues to excite. Obviously, we have the teams that have already qualified for the event overseas, but still quite a bit on the line in terms of prize pool and pride, a massive factor locally here in this region as well. I think quite a few of these teams will be wanting to be fairly competitive today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think the big discussion, which we will dive into shortly, is D+ being a all-Brazilian roster imported. They're kind of like they are the villains in this storyline, but they have played phenomenally. However, I guess just kind of recapping what we saw yesterday, a little bit of heartbreak for the teams that surprised us in playoffs, in regionals. You know, you look to your Enterforce 36ers, you look to the Daystars, and unfortunately, they just couldn't cut it when they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they can hold their heads high for the stage overall. Sometimes
Absolutely.
we forget that it's been a very long stage, all the way back from group stage, then into playoffs, then into the major qualifier land that we've got on now. So you look at teams like the Daystars and the Enterforces that you mentioned. I think you go back to start a group stage, you probably didn't expect them to be down here in Melbourne, Australia. So that's a win in itself, and I think they held their own. Daystar, 2-1 over Chiefs. They probably could have won that, all things considered.
Agreed.
Enterforce, 7-4, 7-5. So again, didn't get totally beaten up in that loss to Enterprise. I think also PSG Talent as well. I know that they ended up losing, but they also probably could have won that one.
They
against
showed a lot of
Enterprise.
fight. Yeah.
They showed a lot of fight, a lot of resilience, and especially when on that last map they're 4-0 down, they go and win 5 straight. I did not think that they had that ticker in them, and so again, sometimes you can lose, but you can learn, and I think that for those teams, they would have learned a lot from this event.
Wow. That was quite philosophical of you. You can lose, but you learn. Well, unfortunately for some teams, they have well and truly done that. Let's have a look at today's schedule. We have 3 best-of-3s coming your way, full of action, full of APAC love, baby. That's for damn sure. We start things off with the imports. D+ Kia going head-to-head with the titans of the region at the moment. CAG, Osaka have looked unbelievable, guys, in their opening couple of matches. They've gone pretty much flawless at this rate. But it's the second matchup I want to talk about. Champions from stage 1. They're going head-to-head. Both of these teams were probably pinned as maybe the best in our region.
Yeah, absolutely. Weibo Enterprise should be a very, very competitive match. Of course, the loser of that, unfortunately, will be knocked out, will not progress any further in that bracket and progress to the lower bracket final. Should probably note that the loser of the opening game then takes on the winner of that second game later today. But yeah, Weibo Enterprise, some very intriguing storylines to dive into later.
I do want to preface as well for those watching here at PAX, or even those watching at home, of course, all 4 of these teams will be going to Munich. So they're all qualified for the major in November. And in terms of what's on the line, for those that haven't made it this far, by the way, they didn't win any real money. Like, they really didn't earn a lot. But the money now really does skyrocket from here. So that, and also seeding. So in terms of the seeding and the importance of that at the Munich Major, with the new system coming in for stage 1 of the Major, having the highest seeding gives you a far better likelihood that you can actually walk away from the Major with those SI points, which are going to be valuable. So I think there's certainly a lot on the line. And I think for D+ CAG in that upper bracket final, to win that, you're into the grand final tomorrow. And for those 2 teams, they didn't have the grueling day yesterday like a Weibo, like an Enterprise. I think for Weibo and Enterprise, they might just be walking in today like, we've scraped over the line yesterday. For Weibo, they finished at 4 in the morning. They're already here, sitting over here.
Yeah, I just saw Ape turn to us for 2 seconds. He can hear us right now.
He's
got a big smile on his face.
They're just happy to be here. Whatever happens, happens. But for this first match today, I think both of these 2 teams are going to give it their absolute all to try and get into that grand final.
Yeah, and they absolutely have to. There's no doubt about it. In fact, I'd probably say this is a statement for D+ Kia. If they are to win today, that could really project the conversation across the globe about what is happening in APAC at the moment. They were kind of pinned as maybe the 3rd, 4th best team in APAC North in stage 1, but by God, guys, did they turn things around as we got to September. It just completely changed the narrative.
Yeah, as they've had more time to play here and adjust to the local meta for APL, we've seen them continue to improve and improve and improve. And it doesn't seem like there's really any signs of that stopping. If they were to go on today and potentially tomorrow and continue this run of form, they probably walk away, I think, undoubtedly the best team in the region, which
I would agree.
certainly wasn't the case in stage 1 and nor the expectation heading into stage 2. So very well-rounded roster. You can see the numbers on screen. Don't have to dive into them too deeply, but well-rounded. They have their roles well set. They're quite adaptable on the fly as well, and that's what's really exciting about them.
Touching on the well-roundedness, by the way, in their match against PSG Talent, which qualified them for the Munich Major, not a single player went negative.
Wow.
Which, yeah, I mean, and this was a 2-1, right? So
Yeah.
they actually lost a map as well in that. Now, their map wins were quite dominant, but the standouts were Midi, Bullet, and Nears, all basically 25 kills each. So well-roundedness is definitely a trait that I would attribute to D+ Kia. They're not the kind of team that's heavily reliant on one or two players. They had some really big entry wins in Levy and Midi, 6-1, 5-0.
Yep.
So across that series, high cost across the board. So in terms of the actual raw numbers in that series, they probably should have won it 2-0. Credit to PSG Talent for putting up a fight, but ultimately D+ Kia at their very best could easily win this whole thing. But their opponents in CAG, they just seem like they've been firing in Stage 2 onwards.
Yeah, they have. It's kind of been, for both of these teams, been a very interesting storyline. And I think that, like, wrapping up the conversation on D+, and this is a credit to the individual players, but also just the way that they hold themselves as a team. You can see how much it means to them on player cams. We've watched them throughout the stage. They clearly care a lot about these games. But for me, guys, it's the humility of coming to this region and understanding their place.
Yeah, they haven't taken this opportunity for granted. They didn't come in expecting to just easily win the league, and I think they've earned quite a bit of respect in their performance so far. And obviously the privileges of us seeing them perform on LAN yesterday, we could actually see just how passionate they were. They were probably one of the most locked-in teams at the event in terms of just their raw body language and how vocal they were across the day.
Bit of Vamos about it.
Vamos, Brazil.
Vamos, I tell you what.
We get Ian Chambers out on the stage.
Oh, could you imagine
don't
the
spoil it.
scenes?
Oh,
Could you imagine the scenes? Of course, their opponents, we've talked about him, you know him, you love him. CAG Osaka had a stumble, a fall in Stage 1, but by God did they rise back to form. You've got to give credit to this roster, right? They finish in the grand finals of Reload. They look unbelievable.
Yeah.
We go to Stage 1. They still look solid. They don't look like the same core, though. There seems like a little bit of a weakness. They then forfeit out. They bow out. They surrender their position. And then what on earth have we seen in Stage 2?
I think they've really benefited from Didi coming in. Now, Didi was a former player, then coach, now back in to fill the spot on the CAG roster. And I'm going to use a terminology here that maybe not everyone's going to be aware of, but I think CAG are kind of like the Japanese enterprise, and that DD is basically Fisher guy.
Very true.
And what he does for this team. He's essentially a coach fifth man. And you look at his numbers in their win against Weibo, 8 and 17. So KD-wise, not great. Low, but, you know, minus on entry, a 72 EPS, but he brings that value in terms of IGL, coaching, leadership, etc. for this roster, which I think helps enable the rest of the roster. Chibitsu went 24-14, Kali 18-12, Anaton 20 and 16, dominated the entries 2-0 over the best team in Asia. So clearly, while Didi's not going to bring that fragging power, again, akin to someone like a Fisher guy in Enterprise, it enables the rest of the roster.
There's two concerning things, though, when you look at this roster and their stats, at least through stage number 2. Their defensive win rate, only 57%. That trails D+, who sat at 70%. Wow. And then in terms of opening kill conversion, they were at 66.3, again, trailing D+, 83%.
Yep.
So defense and opening kill conversion, two big things they need to focus on in this match.
Attack.
But their attack is actually pretty solid. Still trailing, though. It's 49% to 53. So on a lot of these key metrics, they are trailing D+.
Despite that, yesterday, that was their strength against Weibo, was their attack. They dominated on border attack. They dominated as well on Chalet attack. I think that, for me, CAG, by having DD in this roster, you think about what can he bring? It's probably on the attacking side of things.
Yeah.
Because defense is rather default and stagnation in terms of you've got your set positions, default spots, etc. But on the attack, as the IGL and as a coach, it's easier to formulate those plans of attack and how you want to coordinate what you want to do. And he's just basically going to say, you know, Sharif, go in. You know,
Sharif, go kill.
Shibitsu, go in here and do this, you know, and I'll drone and I'll, you know, do the hard yards that maybe not every player wants to necessarily do. But I think that the concern probably is the top teams in Siege, the absolute best teams. You cannot get away with having a fifth member be just pure support. They've got to frag in some capability.
Yeah.
So it gets you to a decent level, but how far does it really get you? And D+ will test that today.
Well, they will. And this is the thing. When you are versing teams that are maybe not up to your caliber, CAG do seem to be quite ahead of the rest of most teams. You can get away with it. But then when things start to kind of, I guess, like shuffle around a little bit more, it gets a little bit dangerous. Of course, it's really difficult to sit here and not talk about best players. It's really hard not to highlight the individual moments, but it's just so hard to not talk about their consistency. Like it's all good and well to be a star player in a game or 2 games, but to keep it up consistently, like both of these players have done, and I mean, Shurate for such a long time now, it's a credit to where they are.
Yeah, Siege at this level in a best of 3, very, very, very rarely can you rely on 1, maybe even 2 star individuals. It always does come back to a team effort. And that's why you could see on the graphics prior, the well-roundedness of D+, they're all performing, they're all fragging. CAG need to try and tap into that a little bit more in this matchup. In terms of Sharif, obviously, great player.
Yep.
Will be a good contest, but this isn't going to be the determining factor in this match. Highly unlikely.
I would be shocked if this turns into like an absolute frag fest, because it realistically, with the position that we've got both of these teams in, I think that we should be able to see something a lot deeper than that. Speaking about going a little deeper, how about we have a look at the maps and start to break this one down. Of course, a best of 3 for those here at PAX. We get a lot of bans and only 3 picks. Bank off the board from CAG, followed up by a Consulate from D+. Following on, Cafe Skyscraper gone, and we are heading to Chalet first and Lair second. This is going to open things up. So by the looks of things, CAG on the Chalet pick here.
The Cafe ban is interesting to me. So looking at our statistics, CAG ban out Cafe. It's their first preference map. And for D+, it's actually their second worst preference map. So I do wonder maybe what the reasoning is behind that ban selection by CAG. But as I said, Chalet, Lair will be the first 2 maps. Clubhouse, if needed, when you kind of look at that Chalet pick by CAG, 4th preference. But for D+, it's actually their 2nd preference. So already, you look at this map Veto, and my takeaway is that I hate the term saving strats, but I do wonder if for CAG they want to test things a little bit in a high-pressurized environment, right?
Yep.
And that might be a case of where they really want to test themselves against D+. The Lair pick as well by D+ ends up being their best map. It's their first preference, 3-1 record, very high win rate as well, 7-1 scars 20 days ago on it. They've never banned it.
Never.
Yeah, well, not at least over the last stage or 2.
That's an open one. Guz, thoughts on these?
Yeah, the maps that have been selected, I think the preferences may be a little bit misleading, especially because we are factoring in a lot of best of 1 Veto formats compared to now BO3. When you look at the records for both teams throughout all 3 maps, they're quite strong, right? There's not a massive rift on really any of these maps.
Oh, I'd say Lair is
probably the one where it starts to get a little bit intriguing, and again goes into the conversation of it being #1 preference for a D+, but especially Chalet and Club on paper, they look close. So it's pretty critical then for CAG, at least on paper, ensure you win map 1, because it's unlikely that Lair will be yours.
It's very rare you see 0 in terms of banned by team, right? And it's been banned against D+ 16 times. Now, there are reasons for that are different every time. It might be a team doesn't like it, or they actually do want to ban it away from D+, or it just happens to be a map that falls into the map veto. But I think ultimately, yeah, like on Lair, D+ should go in as favorites, which then brings that conversation to Chalet. For CAG, if they want to win this series, they're going to need to win Chalet, because the likelihood of Lair is certainly going to be on the lower end of the spectrum. When it comes to Clubhouse, though, like Uz was saying, pretty neutral. So for me, D+ either 2-0 or CAG 2-1.
Ooh, you going to back that in, both of you?
I'm
you going to lock it in?
I'm D+.
You're
D+,
D+,
are you?
2-1.
Right.
And you are CAG?
I'm going to say CAG 2-1.
Yeah, I honestly at this point...
We've had 5 in a row.
I have to back in the Brazilians. They have looked phenomenal all stage long, but no longer shall we fill your ears. It is time to welcome our casters for this matchup. CAG D+ is the upper bracket final, and we head to Pengu and Devmata.
Thank you very much, Rob, and everyone. Welcome to PAX Melbourne here, all the way down under in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
We've had an absolute marathon of a set of matches last night. We've qualified 4 teams through the Munich Major, but now we're actually here at the live event at PAX. We're in front of the crowd. Nick, welcome to Australia. How are you feeling about this game?
Thank you. Feeling good, feeling excited. I mean, D+ CAG, come on. And that's going to be a game that delivers. It's going to be exciting, chaotic, and both teams, they want this so bad. Of course, CAG, they want to win, but D+, that awkward presentation, right? They want to show thank you, D+ for the support. Here's a first place victory.
I mean, that's it. D+ got it done in the APAC North portion of this league. But now we get to land. Now we're playing for all the marbles, and a championship awaits. The winner of this game goes through to our grand final, which will be played out on stage tomorrow. The loser will have to fight down through that lower bracket to make their way there. CAG, a storied team from Japan, after making their first international grand final, the first international grand final that any team from the Asia Pacific has ever made in Brazil earlier this year. They're going up against a behemoth of a roster in D+ Kia. We kick it all off here on Chalet.
And what a map, right? Historically, when I think of CAG, I'm thinking Chalet. I'm thinking Clubhouse. We got 2 of their 3 maps in this first series. That's gonna be an absolute banger. Operator bans, I mean, you gotta get rid of Monty. That's a play special, that's a classic. Castle goes through as well. Asami might follow through. We've seen a fair bit of Castle plus Asami and or Mira bans right now in recent history that usually can hide on behind. Will it get target banned here? Yes, it will.
There you go. Double shield ban.
Shield.
Love to do that for CAG. D+, obviously, they got to start on the attacking side. They've chosen what is regarded as the better side on this map. Most of Rainbow Six favors defense. Chalet is the most attacker-sided map in the pool. It is. It's overtaken even border.
Wow.
It has globally at the moment. You expect to be firing like crazy on this attacking side. And the Brazilians, I mean, if there's any nation in Rainbow Six that knows how to play this aggressive play style, it's these guys right here.
Yeah, so the current version of Chalet that we get to play was pretty much made by the good old W7M roster, the current Furia boys. They kind of changed how you play the map entirely. And what the big change they made is instead of reinforcing most of the walls, they'll open it up with shotguns, create long lines of sight, and fight throughout the map a much more aggressive style than in previous history. D+, they're from Brazil. They know that playstyle very well. They're going to make that same kind of approach, right? You see, opening things up right here. That obvious double wall that you often bandit trick? No. Open it up, hold library from afar, and set up those layers to just help each other with those long outside crossfires and shut down your opponents into the building.
Curiously, though, we do have reinforcements on library, so it's not a full open hold. You know what is aggressive, though? How about a spawn-peeking clash? Anaton, the most infamous Clash player, maybe the most infamous Shield player in the world. And he's getting so much information outside the building, fully detected by the enemy, but gaining so much knowledge of where this attack is starting to form up.
Let's see CAG. He got the setup ready. The sense wall. He misses the drone hole. Second one will follow through, though. Got him his Nears on the Candelas, of course, but I get very aggressive in the server of Chalet. They got the up information. This angle, though, tough one to win, and it's a bit of an awkward fight, actually. No damage stealth on the side.
Yeah, and Didi, of course, mentioned on the desk. Coach turned player here for CAG. What a year it's been for this roster. As D+ make their way inside, Levy kicks things off. That's Didi going down as they are on the hunt for this player. Downstairs inside of dining, it's Chibisu, SMG-11 in hand. Hunted down by multiple players, the Ying Candelas ring true, and Nears will find him. A second for Nears!
Disgusting.
Through the wall!
Disgusting setup kills right there, and that's going to make the round that much more difficult for CAG. Anderson on the clash now has to be very aggressive with the gun. That shield has to go on the backpack because you got to get a couple of kills right now. That's still a half the round to go as well, James. There is so much time left for D+.
And Midi, he's snuck into the bomb site. CAG are caught unawares, but Akuli still finds his head. Anaton has to clutch up. 1v3 turned 1v2. Can't make it a 1v1. The Brazilians have kicked things off here on the stage with an opening attack on Chalet.
It's such a hard map to play on defense. You see it right there. There's pressure from everywhere from D+. Trophy window, in kitchen dining, the flanking up above. Too many things for CAG to worry about. They get shot down the opening round. But that's the master bedroom site. You got so many more options, right? Bar defense, much more stable. Basement bomb set as well. So I feel like right now, for both of these two teams, just feel out your opponent. What's the pace going to be like? Is this going to be the chaotic, unpredictable D+, or the more, you know, fundamentally strong version? Because D+ are quite flexible. They can play both styles.
Yeah. D+ know very much how to play against CAG. We've seen these teams go head-to-head in the stage over and over again within APAC North, right? Stage 1, D+ beat them in a best of one, just the one map. Stage 2, in the group stage, CAG actually beat D+. And then we went into the playoffs, right? And it was in the upper bracket final, which is where we are right now, but in the APAC North playoffs, D+ won 2-0, and it was an easy game. It was a bit of an embarrassment for CAG. They rematched in the grand final, and an even more dominant scoreline for D+. CAG has never beaten this Brazilian roster in a best-of-3 series. There is no doubt who the favorites are today.
Now that there is not. Yet there's still some faith though. CAG can't count them out, but look at that.
Oh.
Distraction game. Bullet was on the far angle, gets the kill, while his teammate Levy just kind of sprinted past, creating sound. Levy good for a second as well. CAG, they wanted aggression. They're going for spawn peaks, but they've been countered hardcore in this one, starting off in the 3v5.
The Japanese want to fight fire with fire, but in 20 seconds they lose 2 bodies. That is not a good start. And it only forces them to play more aggressively because they're going to lose if they sit back. So they have to get desperate, have to make plays.
It's awkward because this bomb set of bar actually favors defenders playing a bit more passive, right? Play the crossfires top blue, mezzanine, let the attackers kind of get in the building first. If you get the spawn piece, I mean, round's going to be so easy for CAG, but that's the risk that you take. Win some, you lose some. Right now for D+, what I want to see is just them stabilizing. No one's going to swing solo and go too early. Mid-T right now in the basement of Nurk. Not really going for a flank up a staircase, just waiting for a flank in the basement perhaps. Expecting CAG, as we said, to be desperate, to make an aggressive play somewhere. But they're not really. They're holding their guns, they're playing by the side. DD, the anchor player on the Ela, waiting for that first opportunity. But again, D+, they're going to drone everything twice, 3 times because they're not in a rush.
Yeah, patience, a virtue for D+. As Shurip is poking. Best player in APAC North taken down. 5 versus 2. D+ are starting to dominate. DD comes up for a bit of a flank. This could be the way back into it. The CAG misses his chance, taken out. It is a complete shutdown. Anaton, 1v5. It would need to be a clutch for the ages, and I just don't think he's going to make it work. Straight into the site now for Falls. A flawless for D+. The CAG completely pushed into a corner, chained up. D+ are taking no prisoners.
Statement first 2 rounds there from the Brazilians. I mean, that's very convincing. Nice and slow in the first one, very quick to the punch in the second. Got a bit of a small pause right now. For CAG, I mean, the benefit is they have their former coach / current player DD in the active roster. He has that coaching experience. He said, guys, these are the problems. Come on, let's reset. Don't worry about it. He's the enabler of his teammates. And right now, I feel like for CAG, it's not a strategical problem. They're just losing their gunfights. And sometimes that happens when you play maps like Border and Chalet. You gotta win your ones.
For sure, but sometimes if you're not winning your fights, you might have to have a strategic solution to that, right?
But on Chalet, that's tough. That's the only thing right now. It's not the map where it's like, oh, we got these pocket strats and crate. No, it's like you're defending Chalet. You got your basic setup. You got to play the micro details.
You got to get aggro.
You do. And they tried, but they got shut down. Double spawn peak, no kills. Just deaths.
You're certainly not going to win rounds if it's all 3v5s.
No. Oh, 1v5.
To attempt the spawn peaks. Oh, yeah, 1v5s, 0v5.
We got Weibo in the building.
Yeah,
very
nice. I
nice.
can see Weibo have rocked up. Oh, yum, lunch. Is that sushi?
Snacks.
I can't see what. Oh, is that rice paper rolls?
Went,
delicious.
Oh, it's.
And he showed. I think it's Vietnamese on the menu.
It smells good.
Delish. Weibo will be playing after this matchup. The Southeast Asian roster will be taking on the Aussies. We do have one Aussie team left in the tournament.
There we do.
At 4 in the morning last night, the champions from Australia, the Chiefs, were eliminated by Weibo. And now it's up to Enterprise, the other Australian team, to get a little bit of revenge for their countrymen here on a home soil.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be ready. It's always nice playing in front of a crowd that supports you, especially, you know? You're rocking off, a little bit tired, a little bit nervous, and they go, woo!
I feel like a lot of the times when you were playing, you would have had the crowd against you, especially all those Montreal championships.
Being from Europe, playing in North America, playing in Canada a lot, you know, it wasn't easy.
And you played in Brazil. You won one of the Brazil ones as well.
Boy.
You would not have had the crowd on your side there.
Our first international loss with like the Fabian roster was in Brazil, and they stormed the stage when we were losing. They were like, "Yeah, you're going home. You're going home. Goga started crying because he's from Spain. He understands Portuguese, and he was getting wrecked emotionally. It was a tough one.
That said, you did play, you did win a few championships in Europe. Paris Major, your most dominant one ever. Surely the crowd would have been on your side there against the Americans.
Yeah, well, that was a good one. That was a big one as well. And there was a lot of European teams that were like, you know, pretty competitive back then as well. We had the good old Millennium, the French roster, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of events over in Europe, what's coming up next year again? I swear there's something important. Isn't there a World Championship 6 Invitational in Paris, the home of Ubisoft?
Some 10-year event kind of thing, you know, no big deal.
Very exciting.
SI, baby.
Invitational, baby. World Champs in Feb.
Feels like everyone's going to that. Obviously, from Australia, it's a long travel, but like everyone in the area of France, they're all going.
Oh, yeah.
It's the big
one. I'm no doubt that a lot of people from Australia and from Asia,
Someone's
North America,
gonna fly
South
in.
America.
100%.
People are going to be flying in. I mean, it's the event not to miss. The Paris 6 Invitational and the home of Ubisoft, that is the place you want to be if you like Rainbow Six Esports.
And we got Munich Major next month.
Yeah, another event in Europe.
A lot of events coming up right now.
Over to Germany. Both of these teams have already booked their spots there, but only one will enter as the APAC champion. As we're back into the game, Nick, and it is, for the first time, a quiet start to the round. I think CAG have decided, look, jumping out of windows in the first 10 seconds of the round is not panning out for us. We've officially passed the 57-second mark, which is the longest that we have gone this whole map without an opening kill.
So how long can we stretch this for? Every second matters. Again, if you're CAG playing that base and bomb, so you can play for time. The Kaid, the Clash, the Goyo, the Tubarão. It's all about playing down the clock. There's going to be a bit of roam here early on, but they got to rotate on bot. They can fall back down the staircases, leaving just Eniton on the blue stairs as the sole roamer. This is old tech.
I love it.
This is what we did before Ram came out. We had Fuse on the K9 balcony. It destroys the floor and fireplace. And this right here, that's Vert.
Yeah, and then the second fuse charge will often send those explosive Costa charges down through the holes in the floor and kill some of the players in the basement. That's why Chibisu is already low on HP.
And a freeze. Lock down that hatch, stop it from going up. I mean, they have one more fuse charge in pocket. So he's just there.
That's a big kill.
He's just dead.
Good RNG there for Nears. As D+ are really starting to put CAG under the pump. Shurip tries to get aggressive at the bottom of main stairs. And yeah, you said it. They cannot win a fight. Big Nitro. DD doesn't land it. He needs to get aggressive now, but he's shut down. No 1v1s can be won by the Japanese. One by one they fall. Akuli in a 1v5. It's back-to-back flawless rounds. CAG only have 3 kills in 3 rounds.
We can talk strats all you want. They had the Tubarão, the Kaid, the time denial, but if you cannot hit your shots, you're not going to win the majority of the rounds, especially against a team like D+, because they can shoot back. 3-0. This is, whose map again?
This is Cyclops' map pick.
Oh, was it Cyclops' map pick?
Yeah.
Why would they pick this map, huh, James? They're not ready for it.
They certainly do not look like they slept well last night. And look, these guys, they've actually had quite a bit of a break. You know, they weren't playing until 4 AM. I don't know what their excuse is.
They finished by, what, 10 probably or something?
It's Weibo that'll really be tested. I mean, even Enterprise, they finished by midnight, I believe. These guys were finished long before that, both of these teams. That's the advantage of coming through that upper bracket. But it seems like every time D+ and CAG meet in the server, it gets more and more favored to D+. Like I said, in the start of September, so not even a month ago, CAG beat them. The map was Border. Very aggressive map as well.
Yeah.
Similar map to Chalet in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
CAG won. And then they meet in the playoffs, and it's a pretty dominant 7-5, 7-3 2-map win over CAG for D+. And they meet again in the grand final, and CAG only finds 4 rounds over 2 maps.
Oh, yeah.
Now they haven't found a single round in the first 3 here on their map pick of Chalet. It does not bode well. I'm starting to see a trend form, and it does not look good for the APAC team.
It's also so unlike CAG, like in stage 2, they've been mad consistent. Shurip individually, top fragger. Like he is literally playing out of his mind type of Rainbow Six Siege. He's 0-3 right now.
Yeah.
DD, he's not here to gun it out. He's here to enable his teammates, but no one's being enabled. There's just like not a lot of victories being found right now. They've gone to their first you know, set off bombs at rotations. They played upstairs, they played bar, they played basement. Nothing is working. Now we're back on bar on the second rotation here. D+, they can go fast, they can go slow, they can keep changing up things. I mean, Mitzi can play some Nurk here and there, sneak around. This time, it's not going to be a spawn pick, so we will see that 5v5 play out into its full potential. And I'm curious what CAG they have in mind. Because you have two ways to defend this. Either you play your setup and you wait for D+ to get into the positions, then you fight them. Or you try and disrupt them before they can get there. Which means, again, getting aggressive, going for a fight where you have to win your ones.
DD knows. Don't overswing here. You don't need to force the issue early. CAG starting to get a bit of a read on what D+ are doing.
Yeah. A little dangerous though. Akoli takes a little bit of damage.
Nice smoke grenade covering up the detonation of the hard breach into the back of the site.
So this is D+ kind of peeling back the layers, right? Destroying the one to stock, applying pressure upstairs. With this mirror window watching into library, that's going to give CAG all the info they need to stay around for as long as they want.
That said, they do look scared. Oh, as I say that, Anaton decides it's about time to get aggressive and swing it. He needs to win the fight.
The fire.
Straight into the fire. He backs out, takes a hell of a lot of damage, but he gets away to safety.
I mean, who's going to take the fights now? Anaton low on HP, Akoli almost half.
Oh, it needs to be Shuri.
It has to be. Jaeger, but again, he's 0-3. He's got to step up right now because they're going to go for a push.
Here we go, Nears in the building. 5-0. He finds his 6th kill. Goodbye, Akoli. No mirror window will save him. DD finally gets himself a kill as Nears continues marching on forward. Shuri, the best player in APAC North, 152 kills on the season, and he has not found one in this map so far. The Jaeger must step up for CAG.
And he fell back. He walked down the blue stairs when the fight was happening, saying, you know what, I don't feel confident. I don't have what it takes right now. But he walks down, takes him clean off.
No Shuri in the server today. D+ continue to dominate, to roll over Chibisu and DD. As the former coach gets back into sight, he will fall, and Levy finds both of them. 4 rounds straight from D+. They are well on their way to a grand final.
This is concerning. CAG doesn't want to pick a fight. They're walking backwards, holding S on their keyboard, and just hoping they can find shelter somewhere. You know, play safe. Timer runs down. No, CAG are not doing enough early in the round to make the timer go low enough for that to matter. There's 40 seconds left. That's when they get pushed. That's when they die. They don't have plan denial. They don't have information. They quite literally have a setup upstairs on top blue mezzanine, and they have guns. And they keep just refusing to take a fight anywhere until it's too late.
On the defense, a lot of the time, you're using your setups to get kills.
Yeah.
Right? You're playing reactively. You're like, oh, I see they're going to do this. I'm going to let them in the building, and then I'm going to go for a flank. Or I'm going to let them push in the building, and I'm going to be waiting with a mirror window or a shield or some utility that's going to give me an advantage. And CAG aren't doing that, yet they're not finding the kills.
I mean, no, on the mirror with the library last round,
literally, he just takes the fight with him.
No caps of fire, no smoke, no flashbang. They just jump in, dead.
Like, it's this kind of confidence that it starts to build momentum. Right?
Oh, yeah.
The stone starts rolling down that hill. It starts gathering all kinds of things, rolling down until it becomes an avalanche. Every round that goes by, the CAG struggle. D+ get more and more fired up. And let's be honest here. We've been talking a lot about import rosters here in the APAC region. D+ are all the way from Brazil. They had the ego to think that they could fly a team over to Korea and play in APAC because it would be easier than playing in their home region.
How's that going?
D+, the organization, used to have a Korean team. They dropped all their Korean players to bring in Brazilians. Are we really going to have a champion of this region that's not even from this region?
It is possible. In a way, though, that it's going to serve because they're playing so damn well. The team is hard to hate them.
Shuri.
Humble interviews, great in the server, and Shuri down 0-5.
I have not seen a performance this bad from Shuri in a very long time. The CAG, they've been the kings of LANs all year. The last time they came to Melbourne was for 6 Invitational quals in January, and they farmed. They beat everyone else out. They booked their tickets at the World Championship. Chibisu, finally, some nice shots from CAG. And of course, the most recent LAN that CAG were at, they almost won. They came 2nd place in Brazil to Furia. The furthest that they've ever gone, the furthest any APAC team's ever gone. And they're undefeated so far this event. Is this where they start to falter? Well, they've got 1 kill. They need a couple of more to make this round look winnable.
Yeah, they've been getting about 1 around, so this is, you know, good for the course. If that's the
all
case. But they need more, much more than that. Timer is kind of taken down though. 1 minute 15. Injured onto falls, confirmed onto falls. Chibisu single-handed right now, fighting every member of D+ happily and winning.
And for CAG, they just need to sit back and wait. Don't expose yourself. Midi is hunting. Breach open.
It's right there.
Oh, hello. Oh, that's a big kill for Didi, and Akali finds one. Japanese Siege has finally made its return here to Melbourne. Bullet. 1 versus 4. This is the moment where CAG finally get themselves on the scoreboard. Nick, it is defensive Chalet. There is a way back into it, even from a 2-4 split. But it starts with 1 round at a time.
Chibisu.
Chibisu is the hero for CAG. 3 big kills and a glimmer of hope.
Just need the other 4 players to play like Chibisu now. Take those fights with confidence, seek them out, and don't be scared.
And find those heads.
Find those heads indeed. Again, I'm not too worried about the half. This is 5-1 or 4-2. I don't think that's going to matter all that much, but can we get CAG actively in the server? The proactivity right here, fighting downstairs basement, takes down Deimos, C4 on Dining Wall, gets a second kill to Falls on Capitao. That's all Chibisu individually stepping up. These other team members though, locked on the side, nice and easy. No one's overswinging, overcommitting. A clear role division there saying, you're on the offense, you're on defense.
I think I just heard someone say it's cagging time.
I feel like it's
Are you
been
gagging for a
time. Gagging for a gagging. Dude, yesterday we had that.
Oh, we did.
Final series, Weibo Chiefs. The, what was it, 6-1 up, 6-2 up, and the comeback just starts building round by round to max overtime.
And Weibo, they knew how to run that gauntlet. I mean, 6-2 lead they had, and they lost it to Chiefs. And then moving on to the second map, they had a 6-1 lead. They almost lost again to Chiefs.
Yep.
They almost fumbled a point on the last map as well. Oh, Weibo are lucky that they had the wherewithal to dig deep. CAG are going to need to do the same here. And Nick, let's be honest, you can come back in the second half.
Oh,
if you start on defense as Chalet. But you do need to get more than 1 kill per round.
You would. unless you plant and somehow they're just going to go for defuse, right, when you're on the attacking side.
Technically.
Technically possible. But you are correct. We got to see a bit more confidence from CAG, and not just for Chalet's sake, but for Lair, for Clubhouse, the whole BO3 to come. It has to be competitive. We're expecting that much. We know these 2 teams are quite close in skill level.
Oh, Ram. It's going to be
fast.
Oh, straight in from Midi. But 2 big kills for CAG. Another one. DD finally on the scoreboard. Same for Shuri. He's got off the donut onto the breadstick. Nears and falls. 2v3 in the last round of the half. The logic bomb detonates. An early round rush that doesn't work for D+. But the round is not done yet.
Kind of trade spots now. The attackers of Solarium and somewhat Master Bit to control. Defenders have the rest. The question with D+ is, do you fully take top floor and hope that it's clear? Do you just keep this and do the vert? They got the yellow ping. This gunfight could be pivotal. It's either even numbers or a big lead for CAG.
Nears has the read. He knows there's a player nearby. We can see it's Arkuli. Shurip comes to support from the top of library stairs.
Final call.
And Nears will surely hear. Just around that corner, Arkuli not answering his phone. Meanwhile, Falls is making his way into the site.
Bait and switch, baby.
Seems to be a bait and switch, and the Grimm's Bees is the perfect util to have here. It might expose Chibisu. He does, but he gets protected by the mute jam, or at least not only partially. The vert game from Nears does eventually get the down, but Arkuli pushes on the back of it. It's just Falls now for D+. CAG started very poorly, but they might have finally found their way into Chalet if they can lock out the 2v1.
Got the camps. BP is out of kitchen. Bit of information game. Plenty of time, though. If Falls can find this isolated pick, that's super winnable. 50-50, James.
Shurip tucked in the corner. Falls has the read. Tries to bait him out. Arkuli drops below. Saves the day for CAG. Redemption for the Japanese. A second round on the board. And maybe this could be a match after all.
They got some fight in them. That is CAG actually fighting back, playing together, not going for 1v1s, but always having backup. When you had Akali upstairs, Shurip comes up the blue staircase, crossfire established. Okay, Falls is hitting the bomb site. Shurip back towards the side, play the 2v1 once more elsewhere. Really good rotation game from CAG. And also, they were quite prepared for that rush. C4 came out, a trade kill as well, and they kept numbers advantage the entire time. So important. And 2-4-half makes anything possible, but now we're gonna see them have that same kind of prowess on the attack. The consistency, the aggression, the confidence. Monty banned out, Mira banned out. We're doing a good bunch of thinking right now on what the second set shall be.
And one thing that's new with CHX with the ban phase, on LAN, coaches can talk to their players as well. So there's a chance for PJH to chime in, Korean coach for the Brazilian D+ roster. I actually don't think that CAG have anyone playing with them as a coach now. Since DD is now joined the roster, I think that they're just playing just the 5 of them. So tactical timeout, they don't get any outside information. They don't get any insight from someone who's been sitting back and watching it all unfold.
It's also a very big skill to have. You gotta be very self-critical, but like in a realistic way. It's easy to have, play the game and be like, oh, in my position, I'm dying because this is happening. Be very like, okay, this is my problem. What's the team problem?
Yeah.
When you're the coach, you're standing by the players, you hear everyone's comms from a neutral perspective. You're not in the server, you have no emotion in it directly. But now DD is a player in the server, so maybe he can, well, depending on how good he is at it, he can either digest or dissect rather every single problem very accurately, or start having that small bias saying, this is my problem.
Yeah, I do feel like it's always going to be a disadvantage not having that coach, not having that outside perspective though, because let's say, for example, the coach standing behind CAG can say, guys, look, you really found your mojo, keep it up. I just want to say, Chibisu, I really liked your aggression. I want everyone to take inspiration from that. You get that outsider perspective, and then players like Shurip who are doubting themselves, he's like, no, my coach is gassing me up. I can go for those swings. I don't care that I'm 1-5. I could be 8-5 in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's your favorite kind of players, right? When you gas your teammates up when they're having a bad time?
Exactly. It's the best thing ever. I mean, nobody wants a negative Nancy.
No, not in this circumstance, that's a damn sure. Still a big game to be played. Great nade tossed out. Takes Levy down to half HP, but Shurip goes down once more. We've been saying his name a damn lot today already. It's not for the best of reasons. 1-6 playing the Brava. Still not finding that confidence, not finding his stride.
Yeah. Also, Brava, an operator, you don't want to go down early. She needs to use her drones to hack those defender gadgets. With her dead, she's just going to be sitting on her teammates' drones and trying to call out for the rest of the team. But again, I just cannot believe Shurip, the guy that had 10 3Ks, 150 kills, 2 4Ks, 2 clutches, the best player in APAC North, he's only found a single kill and died 6 times in the first 7 rounds.
Oh, the bait. Oh!
How did Bullet not get that kill?
IQ scanner sees the Valcam. He goes in. I'm going to clear the camera, guys. Don't worry. Kind of gets baited, but you're right. Bullet kind of whiffs that one. They don't find a second, but timer's ticking down. Again, D+ will play their setup. Top blue, mezzanine. Wait for CAG to approach those weak spots to fight them, and then take it in a good spot for him. 1 minute 20, and CAG got to make all the first moves.
Well, here comes the Grimm's Bees to reveal the positions of these defenders. Bullet spotted on the library stairs.
He's just shooting.
I think they know that Nears is trapped in this corner. A nade, that'll kill him for sure.
Oh,
wow, he's trying to
hit the corner.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. The timing was just off, and they didn't cut him off as he retreated. So Nears continues to survive.
Now the Grim Bees come out. Again, CAG not playing the aggro angles. They're a bit scared to get shot down to the pre-fires, despite having a Blackbeard from Manhattan. But DD finds a pick, that's huge.
Yeah, that's big from the DMR of DD. We need to see the Blackbeard get active. Surely Nears doesn't get missed here. No, he is spotted. Here comes the aggressive pick. Oh! That's good tech from Manhattan on the Blackbeard. But it's not over. Levy refuses to drop downstairs without finding a few more kills. All he finds is death. CAG with 20 seconds left have the advantage. They are continuing to march back into this match. Falls hiding on that bomb site. Will they check his position? Yes, DD will. Bullet inside of bar with every single shot. 3 rounds on the trot for the Japanese. They are back into the series.
Who would have thought it's DD, of all the players from CAG, to find those kills, to find the opening, to be aggressive. Twitch DMR finds the first, the second, gets the entry on the bomb site. D+ shaken. A lot of whiffs in that one.
Too many.
And Eniton Tech. I mean, that's the shield player in action right there. You flick up, you get a bit more coverage, you flick down, you take the gunfight, and they're just dancing, jiggling, AD on the keyboard. Bit of a struggle.
I tell you what, that was not what Ubisoft intended. When they buffed Blackbeard after years of people saying, buff Blackbeard, they were not expecting people to be spamming the lean left and right, looking up, aiming down sides, mid-gunfight to play aggressively. But that's classic Aniton. He's always on the front foot of the shield tech. Remember that drop
the Monty
shot,
Monty? Oh my god.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hitting that prone, hip firing with the deadly accuracy. That is just classic Aniton. He always finds the tech, and he's looking fearless, finally, for CAG, because first 4 rounds of this game, they were just absent.
Not just that, I mean, the first half of that round, when they're trying to clear the Valkyrie on the, the top mezzanine position, the grenade comes out, they don't have to cross, they don't hold the run back, then they grim it, they don't hold the run back either, and I'm thinking, too passive CAG, but then DD shows up, and everyone else followed right behind him, so I think what CAG needs right now, one player to lead the charge, everyone will follow shortly after. But who's that gonna be? Well, we gotta look to Eniton probably in most of these rounds, as long as he plays the Blackbeard. He has to go in first, get the information, and if people follow him from behind.
One round from tying the score here for CAG. D+ on their defense. We go to master bedroom, that top floor. We have the newest operator in the game, Denari, making an appearance from Bullet.
It's been kind of rare this event, actually.
Yeah, but we've seen every now and then good impact, particularly on staircases. I think that's the tech for the Denari. That's the best way to use it.
Not quite a lot of staircases that are relevant for this attack, however, to deny. Some curious what Bullet is thinking. It also works a bit like, a trap operator for a door or window, as they have to burn it or walk through it. You can use it for, of course, like a magnet or a Wamai, Jaeger for utility deny. Very flexible op, really.
People are still very much figuring out how to make that work. If I'm not wrong, I think the patch notes announced that Denari's nerf is getting reverted.
Yes, it is.
That's exciting.
Instant laser reactivation.
That is crazy. I mean, talk about tech. There's actually some shield counter tech you can use. Thanks to that. Speaking of shields, Aniton's in the building. He gets aggressive, aims down sides, but looks away. And Nears will find 2 kills. D+ back on top. Shiri finds 1. Arkuli sneaks in as well and finds a kill.
Injured.
Maybe this is winnable. No. Not with Shiri going down like that. It'll need to be a 1v3 for Arkuli. He's looking the wrong way. He doesn't know that Midi's on the ground. It's a 1v1 on the side. But Bullet finds the kill, and with that, it's a 2-round lead established for D+.
And everything gets decided on the roam clear of Library, a classic round of Chalet. Again, CAG cannot jump in the building and not using all of their utility. They had frag grenades in pocket, they had flashbangs as well, but it's just Eniton in with the BB, and they can't get shot through a smoke grenade. I want to see more from that round. There was so much potential, but again, the gunfights right now, today so far, just seems to favor D+. They win them almost every single time on the entries.
Yeah, what's the kill difference between these teams? We got 12, 14, 16, 21 kills for CAG, 15, 18, 26, 33 kills for D+. What did I say for CAG?
26?
26 to 33? I don't know, something like that.
Something like that. It's actually not, it's actually closer than I thought it would be, because like in the first of 3 rounds, there were 3 kills for CAG.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? We had rounds 2 and 3 of this game flawless for D+. CAG did not find a kill. But to CAG's credit, they have been bringing this back. They have been making these rounds look a lot better.
Yeah, they have. Just lacking consistency now. I'm not sure, I'm not sold on the Brava just yet. I feel like the rounds, they get decided on the roam clears. A Brava kind of gets you the information game, but that's it. Uh-oh. We don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Unfortunate technical pause. So we will have to wait a brief moment before we can get back into it. You were talking about the Brava pick that we saw previously, it does feel like, yeah, Shurip hasn't quite had the impact that he needs.
It's just one of those, like, if you're struggling on the entries or the gunfight engagements, Brava doesn't really help you. Brava is great for the mid to late stage of a round. You hack the util, the default camps, you get a bit of information, counter intel. That's not what we're getting.
It's also good for counting very specific operators, right?
Which we're not seeing a whole
Malusi,
lot of.
Maestro. We've seen a bit of Malusi, but I...
Sure, but it's like, but we're outside the building dying.
Yeah.
So we're not going to see the Banshees anyway.
I do like the special drone operators on Chalet, your Twitch and Brava.
They are valuable on average, sure.
The thing is, Twitch is longer range. So, for example, if you're just trying to destroy gadgets, trying to destroy your Fenrir mines, you're trying to destroy default camps, the Twitch is actually better.
Also, great gun, DMR.
True.
Beats the Brava DMR,
The
that's
Para,
damn sure.
you don't like that?
Well,
Oh,
there's
the
a power.
Kammer's DMR.
Yeah, well, it also beats the power, I think. A power is like low fire weapon. It's kind of like a, you know,
Bit where do you stand on F2 these days? Twitch is primary.
So if you play a lot of Twitch and you play a lot of F2, I think it's a decent / good gun.
Yeah.
If you play the F2 once a week,
Yeah, you're looking at the ceiling.
It's
what
bad.
about R4C?
No, I actually don't. No,
Yeah?
not messing with
It's
it.
funny. I see a lot of people loving the R4C on Ash and Ram. Every time I play it, I'm hitting the roof these days.
So this is the thing, right? This is a secret. It's great on RAM, but it's bad on Ash.
Oh, is
on
that
Ash,
it?
you play G36C.
G36 is a bit of a
They
gunner.
did buff that twice in the last year and a half.
Really?
Yeah, less recoil. Twice, actually, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. At least once.
You know a gun that used to get a bad rap that is like my favorite, I reckon?
Well, how long ago would you say? Oh, like how long would you?
Oh, okay, probably a long time ago. I'm ancient.
Like
The
box
C8
C8. Oh,
buck.
I got it.
Yeah,
I actually
literally,
got
you
'Cause
had it. I love that
gun used to get a lot of flack. You're right.
So good.
I think early Siege, box C8 had like the best recoil pattern where like if you knew how to control it, it's a laser beam.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's difficult.
Yeah.
It was very fair. And Box is a great operator. Frag
love
grenades. Oh my god. He had frag grenades, dude. Then he had can openers. Now he's just a flashbang guy.
My peak buck was the Gon 6, a primary weapon, skeleton key, Gon 6, can openers. You literally do everything.
You do everything, yeah. Very flexible operator.
And now it's just Capital that I go to. I'm like, well, you got
Grim.
smokes, fire.
Grim is my solo queue operator, dude. Can openers or EMPs. Also, honestly,
He
Striker
doesn't have
lately.
Gon 6, does he?
No.
So what's the point? I want to destroy
He
their
got second-hand
bulletproof
shotguns.
cameras.
It's
I'll
also
destroy their
good.
bulletproof cameras. I'll destroy their bulletproof shields.
You
dude.
think people put down util in rank? I mean, in Champion Evo, that's not what they're doing. It's not.
No, that's true. They're just picking the Scorpion and running around,
They're
clicking
running
heads with
around.
Denari and Ella
Yep,
these days.
spawn peeking, doing silly things.
Doing some clash tech.
Yeah. I don't know. I miss the days of utility when it was a bit more present in rank play.
You missed the 20-second meta. The,
Okay, not that.
I'm going to play Goyo, Wamai,
That's the
Jaeger,
other extreme. That's the other extreme.
Smoke, and what was the fifth in that iconic lineup back in the day of the game that would just be clearing util simulator for 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I think you played Smoke, Wamai, Jaeger, Goyo, and then +1. Then you had 4 shields, and you know, shield. The thing when I beta tested Goyo before he came out, when he had like the Goyo canisters attached to the deployable shields, and I'm like, this isn't necessarily a very good operator because you can't play on the shield because they destroy it, you burn up to a crisp.
But it's just a lot of shields.
But then people find out, but it's a lot of shields. We can just put them everywhere, and you can play behind them. You can play Jaeger Mine, you can destroy them.
Any way
And
you
all of a
want.
sudden, it's really fun. And then they reworked him, very thankfully.
My favorite rework, by the way.
Agreed, but 20 seconds is a long time.
It is.
You have 4 canisters, and there's actually not a single counter operator in the game, even mechanic.
Easy. Just throw a smoke onto it.
Yeah, wrong game, buddy.
I think maybe one day we could see that.
I feel like it always feels a little bit cheesy to straight up copy other games' mechanics.
Every game
But
does
if but they do, but if the mechanic is really good and it makes sense and it fits, take it.
I don't
Just
think
take it.
Rainbow Six wasn't the first game to have recoil, but it's a good mechanic, and they copied that.
Well,
so I think that's...
Do we have a lot of recall these days though? F2, sure, but
yeah, maybe not.
No, it's I think inspiration's a good thing in esports, like in video games in general. Like every single game that we know and love today stems from like the core 4 pillars of like the 90s, you know.
Yeah.
All comes back from them.
Inspiration is a great thing. You inspire me, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I feel inspired to continue casting this game because we're finally out of that technical pause, and Middy's found a big aggressive kill. I think he ran out the garage and took down Arkuli, which is the, well, if I'm not wrong, only hard breaching. Yeah,
Yes,
there's
it
not a
is.
single other hard breacher on CAG. Anderton desperately trying to refrag it, but he is way too late.
I am curious now for CAT. Like, when they keep losing this early game momentum, I mean, it's plan A, a bit more difficult to approach. No hot destruction, as you mentioned. But the Brahma is actually finally getting some good value, hacking the Banshee. It's hacked the Valcam inside of lobby as well. So they have good info to work with, but can they actually act upon it? Where are the entries? Anaton, Shurip. Anaton's dead. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. How is Blackbeard dying alone?
That's been their problem.
Is CAG failing to clear?
Like, they're all outside the building still. Like, Shurip's in the basement with Brava, spare drone in pocket. DD and Chibisu, IQ Flores outside the building, still using their gadget in a 3v5. Like, again, it's great that we're clearing these pieces of utility, right? But are we going to get to the bomb site door? Probably not.
Apparently not. We need to have map control progress while there are players using their gadgets, using their utility. Shurip says, okay, I guess it's time to take matters into my own hands.
This could work. They're so far apart. Even if Shurip makes a play, though, nobody can support him.
Oh, he's dead.
He doesn't.
Bullet swings on down from upstairs, and DD eliminated by a C4. This is giving me flashbacks to the start of this game.
Yeah, it is.
CAG were picked apart 1 by 1. A 1v5.
Another flawless.
It's the third flawless round for D+, and they are just one away from finishing off Chalet.
Right now, it's just about getting ready for Lair if you're a CAG. Get in the server, figure out your problems, communication. We see the player cams DD getting pretty active every time we pan over to them. So they do have an idea of what they want to change, but can they execute that plan correctly? So far, not really. Third and final operator ban still coming through. I'm thinking BB ban most likely, and then I don't know what else. It's the only operator they've been playing consistently.
Yeah, Blackbeard.
Valkyrie.
The Valkyrie's all right. I mean, maybe they can finally get off the IQ and play a little bit faster.
Yeah,
but
off
I mean,
the
just
Brava as well, maybe.
Looking at the player camps, right? Cyclops, they don't have a coach. That guy standing behind them, Mag, he's just the admin. Like, he's not
Just
their,
the admin.
He's not their coach. On the flip side, D+ have PJH. So come this operator ban phase, D+ have an advantage that CAG don't get, an outside perspective. CAG also haven't taken their tactical timeout. A lot of players would be like, well, why haven't they taken their tactical timeout? Well,
what's going to change?
it doesn't give them any advantage, aside from 60 extra seconds to talk, but it gives D+ an extra advantage of talking to their coach.
Yeah, it does. We should implement phone a friend in these cases. Yeah, like, who do you guys want to call?
Who would you phone right now? Who are you going to call?
Honestly, is Fabian awake right now? Can you help us?
Fabian, please. CAG need you.
Just a little bit of insight, you know? Honestly, at this point, they just need the motivational, inspirational talk. The SI Fabian talk. Where your back's against the wall, your lower bracket run. We're better than this!
What did he say to you guys? He said...
I mean, I can't say it on broadcast.
You guys like losing? Because I
you guys
hate
are bleep,
losing.
bleep, bleep, bleep. Oh, that one. Oh, that's also fun, yeah. I mean, that's the PG version, guys. Do you guys like to lose? Because I hate losing. Let's go out there, show them what we're made of, and win! And then it was 0-2, 3-2.
Yeah. I want a hype man behind CAG right now.
He also flamed us like crazy before that clip, by the way.
I believe
That's
that.
why we're all looking at the floor. We're like, oh, he's ripping into us right now. And then he was motivational. It's like a stern father, you know? Stern but fair.
3 rounds behind for CAG, 3 match points for D+ to steal the Japanese map pick. And they looked so untouchable on this defensive side. What is the idea here? A smoke grows out.
There's a castle barricade,
Oh, that is a very aggressive play in the middle of, and Anaton will refrag. Yeah, very strange situation. Clearing the Denari is not going to do a lot because it will regenerate in just a moment.
Kill it?
Anaton did not have a chance to shoot it. There's no Valkyrie cameras to worry about. You banned it.
That's a good point, actually.
This is a stall out from CAG. I don't like it.
At least they've equalized the numbers to a 3-on-3, but they've lost the glass. There's a jam on the wall, so they can't quite get, you know, the proper hot destruction.
No
Just
EMPs.
a tiny bit of line of sight. And you're correct, no secondary EMPs in pocket, no Thatcher. So again, we're not talking plan A's. We're probably not thinking plan B's. The swing from falls downstairs. It's hurt pre-fight by our Coley, but he can fall on back and play the timer. We gotta get Blitz in the action, and he's coming.
Yeah.
Anaton is sprinting from Wine Cellar.
Falls is trapped. This is the way back into it for CAG. Does Annie check the angle? What are you doing?
The bait.
He looks away for a brief moment.
He injured him.
But Shuri does come through and find that kill. Anaton does need to be picked on up.
They're all down there.
Well, Nears and Levy get aggressive here. Nears is getting detected by that Lion. Good usage of the E1D, but he still goes hunting for more. A minute to play, and it's on a low HP. The Blitz very vulnerable.
I really respect the fact that CAG just off the rip say, guys, as Hunt falls downstairs, isolate, play the 3 versus 2, but Andy on 20 health on the Blitz, one straight bullet in his toes, he's going to get injured. He'll die, in fact. He's already been injured once before. So if D+ can just play the timer, make CAG push a little bit too fast, stop panicking a little bit, that can be a win condition for them.
Oh, here we go. That's how to play it for Aniton. That's how you get back into it. CAG, Annie low on HP. Don't let those feet get exposed. One bullet and he'll fall. Levy needs to 1v3. Man, CAG, stop exposing yourself. Finally, Akali takes him on down. The round for CAG. 2 more to push OT.
There is this fun thing about operator bans where they banned the Blackbeard, which I also predicted, because it makes sense. It's been the only consistent operator for CAG, but it wasn't successful. They brought Blackbeard every single time with no success, so it gets banned. Now, they're playing Blitz. And that was a much scarier round for CAG than the Blackbeard version, because he's now getting aggressive with it.
Especially if D+ keep playing isolated with roamers. Get your Blitz. Get him in there. You know what I want to see? Can I tell you a secret?
What? What's the secret?
One operator I want to see CAG bring out right
Finka?
now. I want to see Finka. I want to see them buff the hell out of this Blitz.
I see
I want to see them getting extra confidence and fast ADS times. I want to see them with extra HP, swinging everything. That's what I want to see out of CAG. Bring me some old classic APAC Siege.
Bring the chaos, unpredictability. Let's triple down. Instead of Brava, I would like to see a Dokkaebi.
Get rid of it.
Get rid of it. Get it gone. There's
yes!
a big, they got it.
Finka! Please don't tease me like this, Chibisu.
Nah, he's got the read. He's got it locked down.
3
no
seconds.
changing
It's
now, my
locked
friend.
in. Boys.
Beautiful.
We found it. We're on the money right now for CAG.
They phoned a friend. And the advice was solid. They listened. You've been heard.
Blink twice if you can hear me right now, CAG.
We need more than just that, though. Again, the right idea only works with the correct execution. The right position, the right time together with your teammates. They're crouch walking outside the lobby door.
Is it a rush?
They're looking for a play, and Aniton is walking over to his friend like, what? Up the ladder.
This is a rush.
Not going to repel him because it makes a lot of noise.
This is very risky. To go up this ladder is extremely risky.
False is peeking it. They got the Aruna Gate, they got barbed wire, and maybe the Nari lasers. Actually, there's nothing on the door, just the barb. So if they can get past that point of entry, oh, they'll be in.
A nade from Chibisu will open the gate. All that is needed is to run through that barbed wire. The nade goes out, Aniton takes a little bit of damage. Another piece of barbed wire. But elsewhere, CAG are falling. Falls still on the site. Akali and Didi have to repel on inside and have an impact because the Blitz Finka has failed. They need to phone a friend. They need to find a lifeline. But Akali may just give them one.
1v1.
From the 1v4 into the 1v1. Akali on a sliver of HP. Whips out his drone. He sees Nears. He needs to win the fight. But D+ will take the map. A domination from the Brazilians and a theft. CAG's map pick has been stolen, and the Brazilians are just one map away from our grand final.
The confidence right there, just Nears walking forward in the 1v1, going for the kill. Akali's stuck in the corner, the Nara laser behind him, Aruna Gate in front of him, the U2 game too strong. A good look at the end, but I want to see that version of CAG a lot earlier.
Well, map 1 is in the books for D+, but it is not over yet. They will have to win a second. We go to Lair in just a few moments, so stick around for the rest of this series.
CAG are a little sleepy here, and D plus Kia, they take the advantage of that one. I think that this is the kind of performance that we were talking about on the desk leading into that game, guys. This is D plus's best chance to make a statement, not just for APAC, but the global viewers watching at home. They are here and they're ready to play.
They got off to such a phenomenal start. 4 opening kill conversions. They had back-to-back flawless rounds, 2 and 3. And while CAG started to wake up a little bit through the midpoint of the match, I think the damage had already been done by that point. And D plus, rightful winners, and kind of sets up that storyline that we were teasing before. A 2-0 now, highly likely. Their Lair should be strong.
Should be.
It should be.
It should be. I think one of the conversations is about just, I guess, how CAG performed overall. It's very simple when you look at EPS and everything's in the red, bar one player. They're struggling at the moment, Jake. And that's something that I honestly don't expect from CAG. But also, like, this is what we've seen from them notoriously. They get into positions of power, and it's almost like they take their foot off the gas a bit.
I mean, you can put it down to that. I mean, I also just want to commend D plus for the way that they kind of just shot out of the blocks, right? Like, as Gus mentioned, also 11 rounds played, 11 opening kills, so they were just dominant. Like, D plus were just on their game. So how much of it is really CAG being sleepy or not playing to their best of their ability? I think you've just got to give the credit to D plus. They were just outstanding and clearly had a very good control over the game. That early lead really then sets the tone for the rest of the match. And then from there, CAG are playing catch up, and it's just going to be too much for them. And especially when quite literally every single round, it's at minimum a 4v5. That's hard to win rounds of Siege, and they still got a couple. So the issue for CAG now is they go to a Lair map in which D plus are clearly quite proficient on.
Yep, it's a little scary. You look at the last 6 months of action, D plus are looking pretty bloody good on it. It looks like it's a map that they're going to be very comfortable. Win conditions, boys. Michael Gary. I mean, we're on land. It's time, mate.
You look at the record for them, 3-1 across the 4 matches that we have in their history. They sit at a 56% attacking win rate, 62 defense. Those are really strong numbers on Lair. It is a map that can be notoriously difficult to attack into.
Yep.
If they are continuing to be strong, though, in entry battle, which was facilitated by that info they were gathering and just their simple conversion. I mean, the fact that they're 100% across that first map is remarkable. Chalet, sure, different to Lair, but the circumstances will be similar, especially on attack. If they set that advantage early, it is so difficult for Cyclops to fight back, and we saw that on map 1.
Yeah. I think when I'm looking at this, last game's played for both of them. It was 20 days ago on the dot for both of them, right? Like, it's not a map that they're both not going to be familiar with. 7-5 win against Kinnetrope for CAG, so clearly comfortable, but it was Kinnetrope, and you would hope that CAG can take a map like that. However, the big telling sign, D plus Scars, 7-1 win. Like, that's the formidable nature that you're talking about here when you look at the D plus roster and you start to, I guess you start to contextualize what this now means for them pushing forward, again, continuing in that upper bracket. I believe they haven't lost to CAG in stage 2. I'm going to say that outlandishly. I know they definitely didn't in the playoffs, but this is just one of those moments where if CAG can't find a foot in this game early, they're in trouble.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much what happened on Chalet, right? So the recipe's there. I think that if CAG are going to do something magical on Lair, they're going to have to do it really early on in the round. Like, they're going to have to at least make sure that it's 2-2 after 4 at minimum, or they're maybe 3-1 up. They've got to give themselves that confidence, that momentum, and try and put D plus on the back foot. They've got to go at D plus. Now, I'm actually not too sure what side CAG's starting on. Are they attacking or defending first? Because I was going to say, I think they need to improve their defense as well, because that's actually kind of something that's been lacking for CAG.
It has.
Yeah, you go into the Munich Major, you're going to be versing even better teams than D+. You've got to be able to defend. So you look at a map like Lair, top floor, make sure you're going flawless there.
Yeah.
You've got to then win basement, tertiary. Okay, that one can be a bit up in the air. And then in terms of their attacking prowess, like they've got to find avenues of getting these opening kills. So that's going to be the win conditions, I would imagine, for CAG.
Finding avenues in. It's time for us to get underway. We head to Lair for this one. CAG, they need to be very careful. A strong start is all that can be afforded here. Otherwise, D+ will close this out 2-0. Let's head to the casters, Pengu and Devmata.
Thank you very much, Rob. Nick, I have some hope that we might just see a game on our hands. If CAG can come to life on Lair, this could well be a series because D+, they made a mess out of things on Chalet. It was all tied up with a nice little bow and ribbon and sent all the way to the post office. CAG, what is going on today?
Slow start. Bit of nerves, maybe, I don't know. Mind you, big praise for CAG the entirety of Stage 2. In playoffs, here at LAN as well. But we have to speak of the fact that they had a player change.
They did.
DD was their coach, former player, now back to being a player, and he's been doing great. CAG's been looking phenomenal, but at the end of the day, you are playing with a substitute player, in theory. And like you pointed out before, there's no neutral coach behind the team to say, guys, these are the problems. Calling tech timeouts, having solutions. It's a player doing all these things. A player who doesn't even typically play in that position.
He hasn't played for years.
Yeah.
Years ago, he was a player on a much lower level team. Made his transition to coach, and yet credit to him, he's doing all right in the server, but we need some support behind the CAG boys. I can only hope that they will get a coach eventually, but that doesn't help them right now. They're on stage. They didn't take their tactical timeout despite losing 3 rounds flawlessly across that last map, and that tells you plenty about CAG. They will not be taking a tactical timeout throughout this entire event, I would hazard a guess. There is no point. All it does is give the opponent a chance to talk to their coach while depriving them of their own.
They gotta figure out the problems in front of them as they happen live. Adaptation is the name of the game. Some things will stay the same though. The Anaton Clash, the shield play, the mirror windows, piece of utility. D+ gotta deal with those first. They got Captain Fire, they got Grimbees, they got Deimos Trackers from below. Verticality is such a big part of this map. That's why DD is roaming beneath the bombs that are on the mirror to stop any potential verticality later on.
But the one thing that I do like from CAG is that Dockerby ban. One of the best roam clearing operators, one of the best explosive entry operators deprived from D+ for the rest of this map. I really like that. D+, they just went for the kind of classic Electro Bros. You get rid of the Kaye, get rid of the Bandit. It makes the round a little bit faster. That's how they like to play. Very much on meta at the moment. As we go to this top floor bomb site here for the Japanese. And it is quite a fortress, like you said. Mira and Clash, not to mention the Azami. Even if they are to forfeit map control, they've got smoke and a couple of C4s for plant denial.
I'm not sure about this. The first 5 went out, the Gon 6 as well. Surprisingly enough, actually, CG will surrender that map space and not play by that mirror window, despite it wasn't shattered or really counterplayed. They say, timer, we'll take it. 1 minute 30 seconds, we burned 1 Captain Fire arrow, burned an air jab. But there is still a good amount of util in the pocket of D+. They've been actually holding their guns quite well. Look at this, though. Shield outside and push on through. 2 kills for CAG, starting off hot.
That is a beautiful way for CAG to get aggressive. Play together.
That's why they fell back.
Yeah, that is why. They fell back only to lash out elsewhere. Now D+, they've lost a pivotal moment in their push, pushing from that breach, pushing from where Ace had opened up the wall. They will have another player go over to it. It's Nears. He's actually going to peek straight on into sight. Wow, this is very aggressive. Right around the corner from him, there is a player prone on the ground. I don't think Nears has got a clue.
Oh my god.
There's a snake on the ground, and Akuli bites his ankles. 5v2, as Falls will find one. But this is going to be an easy swing for Anaton. Surely the gas will force him back further. Not much of a way back into it for Falls and Levy here.
It's a very scrappy round, very messy, but it's thanks to CAG doing some good heroics early on, and now they're playing numbers advantage, playing by that shield of Anaton, and forcing D+ to walk into a bad location, bad positioning. Up the staircase, C4 goes out, he's now to a single point of health. They got the red ping information, but there's a crossfire.
And there's no time to get this done. Surely not. DD brings out the shotgun to finish off Levy. Anaton finds his.
Good.
Finally, energy from Shirip, energy from Anaton, and a bit of life shown from the Japanese roster.
If I had to guess what they spoke about between the map, it's like, guys, remember why we're here. We made the major already. We've done the hard part. Let's just enjoy it. We're here on land in front of a crowd, 0 ping. We love this job. We love the game. Let's just give it our all. Remember what we're here for. CAG have always been the best when they're having fun, when they got smiles. When they made the grand finals in Rio, they were laughing and flexing for the cameras.
Oh, yeah.
They like to put up a show. And there was no show on Chalet. There was no fun being had in the server. I've seen more smiles in this first round of Lair in the entirety of Chalet.
Yeah. And Japanese teams love to put on a good show. In fact, Nick, it was the very first Rainbow Six event that happened here in PAX Melbourne in 2018. We saw Nora Rengo take on Fnatic Mag, who's actually one of the admins behind the players. He won that event as a player for Fnatic. Nora Rengo won the hearts of the Aussie fans because of their character, because of their energy. They were jokesters, and they loved celebrating on the camera. CAG are no different. Like you said, Anaton, he didn't care that the crowd was against him in Rio.
They turned him to their side partially as well. They had,
unbelievable
the
that
stage
they
is
did.
split in 2 sides, right? You had the Furious side and the CAG side. The CAG side got bigger and bigger as the match went on for because people were loving the show.
And they know how to win hearts and minds. Levy takes a lot of damage, trying to put that breaching charge on the wall. Good eye from Shirip.
Good set of ears. Good pre-fire. Let's see right now again who can set that early trend of who can strike first. CAG, they're very proactively playing around the map on the roam while still holding by that bomb site because look at this, there's a lurker downstairs, but he makes a ton of noise. It falls on his shield, so they will know his position.
Yeah, D+ are really focusing up directly on that site. They haven't taken vertical dominance. It means they've got to worry about those players up above them like Shirip, who's making more holes in the floor. But if they can find a gap, if they can explode onto the site, maybe it changes things. But Arkuli says no.
Diffuser as well, actually. I mean, that's a huge pick. That's the entire pushing power. There's no Dogabeat's been bent away. Montage's bent as well. It's just the Blackbeard in this one. Nearest finds one to Shirip, though, back to even numbers, but I still favor CAG. They got a decent mob upstairs, and they got those good crosses by the side below.
Bullet is just waiting for a chance for CAG to gift him a free kill. Oh.
Here he comes.
DD might be about to do so. Oh my god, that is a very risky late barbed wire from DD. Almost loses his life for it, but meanwhile, elsewhere, Levy has fallen, leaving D+ with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers.
I mean, the issue is, how are you going to get a kill if you're D+? I mean, again, you walk into a double, triple crossfire by the bomb side door, you got Vert above you just now being cleared out. It's a 2-1 split. Nearest Mitty up above, Bullet downstairs, just fishing for a kill, but CAG, they're not moving a lot. They got their corners picked out, the barbed wire position, they got final Toxic Bait in pocket, final Grist Spot from Chibisu, and they got a flank lurking. Chibisu waiting for the right moment to strike. When pressure happens by the side, he's going to go for a flank. They got 2 different win conditions.
Needs to be a big entry here, but Arkuli swings on contact, takes down Niers. Yeah, D+ have completely evaporated. They have no substance in this round, 2v4. They desperately try and make their way forward. This might work on Chalet, but it certainly is not going to work on a map like Lair. Bullet somehow finds 2 kills, but he does get traded on back again. It's a 1v2 now for Mitty. It would be a miracle if he makes this work. Chibisu and Arkuli separated in their crossfire, but it's not a perfect cross. Mitty now knows where both of them are. He finds the first one. Arkuli better not let this slip. Ooh. And he will not. CAG let that get way too close. But they find the kills. They find the round.
Certainly way too close for comfort, but they get the job done. They're still in it. This is defense Lair, however. They're supposed to win a good amount of rounds, and they're good for 2 so far. D+, I don't know if it's the Dokkaebi or the Monty band, but it seems like they have no real way to work that map early on. Seemed like a very direct approach downstairs by the garage into sight. Was forcing that Blackbeard dying first with no backup behind him. That made the round almost impossible to bring back. This tertiary bomb site, we're not seeing the usual Solace, which we've seen so much of in recent history. There is a Warden, however. So I guess the big question is, are D+ going to repick onto the Sense? Because then we're seeing the #1 attack on this particular bomb site. You Sense Wall, go for a Desperate Plant. But like I said before, D+ are not a typical direct attack kind of team. That's why the last round surprised me. They like to go for full clears. This lineup is giving full clear vibe.
Interesting. Yeah, really this bomb side? What? Iana?
We're going back in time, James.
Nears is playing an operator that used to be arguably the best in the game, and recently has been the worst in the game. Never gets picks these days. It's a bit of a why.
Interesting.
Why would you play Iana?
I mean, if you just want secondary set of EMPs and a good gun, it makes sense.
I mean, she doesn't even have nades anymore, right?
No.
There's a lot of other operators with EMPs, my friend.
You do, but good gun, mind you. Like Striker has EMPs, for example, right? Sure. Sledge has EMPs.
I would say Striker's gun is better than Iana's.
Okay.
M4 is a beast.
Striker would disagree.
He does find a kill. I mean, Nears, to his credit, he will find one. 9 bullets in the magazine. I mean, yes, this weapon is very powerful, high damage, low recoil, this ARX. But the downside is that it does not have a very large magazine.
21 bullets, make every single one count. Well, taking down teams too early is going to help them because that's going to give them that momentum that they've been needing so far on Lair. They can speed up, save some of that time. Shurip getting very aggressive on rocket stairs. It's going to be a freebie, but no, it's going to fall on back.
I know where he is, and he's not protected. Doesn't have any util supporting him in that position. Man, Nears has not used this gadget once. He has literally just picked this for the gun.
License to go kill.
Was this a mispick? I don't understand what's going on. Arkali is spotted out by the Grim Bees. He's forced on back. Shurip finds one as he looks to retreat. The top floor clear from D+, proving very difficult.
Yeah, they're needing another way in, either the staircase or ops room flank. I mean, right now it's the frontal attack. That's a clone. Gemini gets shot, but Intel is there. They know he's in the hallway. 50-50 gunfight coming up.
And Nears continues marching on forward, ARX in hand with the hollow sight. It is a terror in these close-range engagements. He can't afford to pre-fire very much. He still finds the kill anyway. The opponent knows that he's low HP now and also knows that he doesn't have a very large magazine. He cannot take multiple fights. So the way that you kill Nears is by two-teaming him. And there has been a bit of a misdrone. CAG are getting sneaky.
I need to get multi-kills here right now.
Oh, Annie!
That's one. That's two.
Two big kills out with the shotgun. DD finding Nears. Putting the Yana to bed. Midi 1v3. Outside the building, he makes his way in. And Arkuli welcomes him handsomely. CAG on this defensive side are looking more locked in than we've seen them today.
Looking alive, proactive, taking fights early, confidence, crossfires, and problem solving. That is all the things we did not see from them on Chalet. D+, pitiful attacks on the entry. Yes, Nears get in for that one, gets an early pick, but that was really all that happened. They're lacking the pressure from different angles, lacking the entry operators like a shield. Third operator bank coming through. Clash and the Grim. No big surprises, really. It makes a lot of sense from both perspectives here. But we gotta see D+ changing up how they've been approaching the attacks. CG can more or less keep doing the same thing.
Tactical timeout for D+, and so they can talk to their coach. PJH has a chance to discuss with the team.
Oh, he's on his
knees,
feetsies,
showing them his A4 sheet of paper. We can see.
Oh yeah,
just in the middle there.
They're strategizing. So when we spoke to Falls, right, he's the guy on the right-hand side here. He's just listening, quiet. It's Mitty who's the agile of this team, which surprised me when we first heard about it, actually. Because Falls is the guy in the interviews, he's very vocal, very well-spoken.
It looks like
they're just laughing.
It looks like these guys are talking about what they're going to do after the game today. It doesn't look like
what's for dinner, boys?
What's for dinner? Any good sushi in Melbourne? There is actually a lot of good sushi in Melbourne,
there is a lot of
good
Asian
wondering.
food in general, yeah.
I had the most amazing, what do you call it? With the the chef's table experience, where you go and they make the sushi in front of you.
Oh my god, I don't know what it's called.
It's got a name.
I don't know what it's called.
It's not omakase, is it? I don't know.
What it's called.
Omakase, according to my producer.
Okay.
There is an amazing one on Flinders Lane. in Melbourne here. Would recommend. Though it will set you back a little bit. But maybe CAG would go there and be like, my local one is better back home.
I mean, we're getting paid overtime for yesterday, no? That's going to cover the cost of food, surely.
Of course.
Okay, nice.
Of course.
Nice. That was a day. That was a day.
Yeah, I think Weibo will be paying. They're the one that made it go to 3 maps, 4 AM finish last night.
Yeah, it was their fault.
It was absolutely their fault.
Let's see the big changes, though. D+ got a bit more pace now. They got the Ying, they got the Blackbeard once more, but we gotta see them actively get in the building together with a 3-2-1 countdown. Shuri been open up things here, and they license to kill, Sentry, Recruit Defender, decent gun, and just passive util. Can use it for a kill, to just force back D+ verticality. Got Echo, actually, coming out here as a counter operator. Big fan of that.
Yeah. Well, like you said, we saw the final bans come through, so the teams do have to change their playstyle a little bit. CAG can't lean into the clash anymore, and they, to be honest, only played it on this bomb site, on the top floor. They didn't play it on any other bomb sites.
But they would play it again.
They probably would.
They certainly would.
But D+ on the other side, losing that Grim, it's something that they were picking, a lot of these rounds. It's something that they really like to get information to go for those pushes. They often go for kind of dry peaks. Like, they're not killing players with utility. They just put out a little bit of util, and then like, okay, well, let's go take some gunfights. And it worked for them so well on Chalet. They had no fear.
Also means that your drone work now has to be even better than before, because you can't just use the Grim canister for a corner, for a side, for those default spots. Good bit of progress, though, so far. 1 minute 45 left in the round. Theories on how to structure.
Yokai drone spotted.
Yeah. Spotted out. Heard an explosion earlier, but it was just a Selma. No C4 spent from the defenders. And now we're actually seeing that pincer move. Attacking from the front and the back at the same time. Multi-pressure. Lockdown says verticality. This is the first time D+ are not going for a default boring one-sided attack. D+, or CAG rather, sorry, falling back towards just the bomb side, giving up the roam game.
Yeah, there are 3 prongs to this push. There's down below Mitty on the Buck trying to displace these players. There's Levy here taking a lot of damage to that C4 on the Ying, pushing into our 6 room with falls on the Blackbeard to support. And of course, on the other side of the map, we have a player pushing solo from Ops room, but Levy will fall. That's the Ying. That's meant to be the X-Factor operator for D+ on this round. The Brazilians are having a lot of questions. Bullet will give them one answer. It's DD, the Echo, who goes down. No more plant denial, no more movement of those Yokais. As the Blackbeard looks to get aggressive, Shuri taken down by Falls, and another big pick from Nears. Coming in from the rear side, he finds his double. Arkily 1v2 with that Blackbeard steering him down, forcing him back. Nears, who was so phenomenal on that first map, forces that plant, and the Blackbeard is spotted. Is he gonna get it? Oh my God! Arkily is a samurai or a ninja, because what he just pulled off is insane.
Broke his angles, knife to the back. The 180 flick around.
He does the fake.
He does.
He baits out the Blackbeard to charge forward.
It's the skill check,
dashes around him, knifes him in the back, takes down the final player.
Beautiful. That's the CAG that we know and love. That's the CAG that was missing throughout the entirety of Chalet, and now they are here to play. This is why they play. This is what they love to do. Surprises, upsets, chaos in the server.
It could not be better. It's the Japanese player playing the Japanese operator, pulling off the most ninja move I've ever seen. That was insane.
It's perfectly timed. It's actually...
I've literally never seen anything like that. That's so cool.
It's the thing that I love about the current Blackbeard in like the 1v1s is that you want to fake out his gadget usage and sidestep it, and it's such a skill check for both teams. Like, the mental warfare, right? Because if BB uses it, and hits you, he's gonna win. If he misses, he's gonna die. That's too big of a cooldown for a second attempt.
Because if you just go for a normal melee attack with the Blackbeard, it's kind of the 50-50. And I think you have...
I think it's less than 50-50.
Because you get deprioritized, right? If the defender knifes you at the same time, the defender is probably going to beat you. So the Blackbeard has to use the dash to knock the player down. And like you said, they get stuck in the animation.
It's not like Oryx, right? You get charging through the hallway. It's a very short dash for BB. So you got to close the gap first, hit the perfect timing on the charge, but there's always going to be enough time for the defender to sidestep if they see the read.
That is damn cool. from Arculi. 6-1 on this map.
Hey, DD 6-2.
Dude.
That's the coach, by the way.
That's my coach.
That's my coach.
goat.
Well, this guy's been phenomenal so far. Big fan of his gameplay. It's smart, it's good, it's consistent, it's precise.
And you know what? Speaking of dashing around, guess what we got?
We actually have the dasher now. Oryx has made his debut into this map.
He is dashing.
He's
and he's found a kill. Dashes around upstairs.
And at this point, if Shuri dies, it's fine. 1 for 1. Like, they'll take it, right? But he's alive. He's a nuisance.
Yeah. Levy, on the flip side, is actually 0-5, by the way.
Yeah.
He was playing the Royora, Oceanic Operator, New Zealand. That does fall. That's you clearly have an idea in mind when you bring that, and that's gone.
Yeah, we're going to be a default attack, right? Walk down the staircase by tank, close off the doors, go for a default plan. But right now, Shuri, CAG, not allowing the attackers in the building, really. The trade there for 1 for 1. But due to Shuri's kill earlier, there's still man advantage for CAG.
D+ are still trying to clear on that top floor. Moving down to the basement now. Falls from Lockers, Bullet from Missile. Here we go. This is what we need to see out of Bullet. That's a big swing, and Falls joins him. 2v3. The advantage flips, but Anaton does not give up. He goes for a second. Falls will take him on down. It's up to the dashing Oryx now, but he cannot get back to site safely. Finally, on the scoreboard are the Brazilians. They find their first round of attack as we move into the final round of the half.
It felt like D+ just said, you know, let's not overthink it. Just walk in, take the gunfight, simplify the entire attack. It wasn't about utility or planting or crossfires, just 50-50 gunfights like we saw in Chalet where they can be victorious. Oh, don't you worry, we got 2 observers here. One can crash, the other guy's still in the server. We're fine. We're fine.
Shout out our observers. I believe we've got Sky and Nuttery today.
Oh, is that what he's doing here?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I believe.
I thought Nuttery was just hanging out.
No.
Oh, he's actually working. Wow.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Our dear friends. I mean, are you working today? I'm trying to like, when are you working today?
Are we really working though?
No,
like,
not really. I'm just talking about video games.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about some video games.
That's
Isn't that why you come to PAX?
That's why I came to PAX, to watch and talk about some video games.
There's a lot of video games here.
A lot of
did you know
cosplayers
that?
too. I mean, honestly,
there's a lot of video games
I
here at
walked
PAX.
in, came straight to the Siege booth, and I've not left. So
I
I've actually
actually-
not seen any video games about Siege.
I have not had a chance to walk around the expo hall
Nope.
yet. Did you know, fun fact about anyone who's interested in Rainbow Six, there is actually another esports match happening on a different stage. There's a university league for Rainbow Six happening right now.
Here at PAX?
Here at PAX.
Oh.
In the other room. It might actually be finished by now.
I didn't know they were
It
playing
might
on LAN.
still be going. Yeah, they are playing on LAN.
I heard some of the guys speak yesterday in the crowd at Fortress about strats they're going to do tomorrow,
Yeah,
aka
that's
today.
right. A lot of the Oceanic Pro teams that didn't qualify for this event are actually playing with their university teams. Met a lot of them last night.
Oh, that's crazy. Love that, though. They should have been next to us, like back to back. You know, you can like watch both games at once. I would like that.
Yeah. Well,
Question now is D+, are they going to go 2 for the half or 1 and 5? 1 and 5 seems more likely.
is 1 and 5 GG?
Not, I mean, for the maps, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I think CAG right now, they're going to do some crazy stuff on the side swap.
Oh!
Yeah, that's our Cooley baby.
God
He's
damn!
feeling it still from that clutch earlier on.
That is a one-tap.
That is a 1-tap. It's a Capital removed from action as well. Nate goes through, not going to do much damage. DD falls on back, and they can peel back the layers of CAG now. Just, you know, play the room, fall back, play the room, fall back, use those spare reinforcements, and stall for time. D+, again, they have to problem solve, and it involves one of the 2 strong operators. The Capital is dead. They only really have the sense now for Mitty.
Cooley's having a life game. D+.
Oh, yeah.
Need to have a life moment. Levy still on that donut. Not found a kill yet. He's on this thermite. His army's keeper barrier keeps him at bay. He'll have to destroy it before he makes his way forward. Anaton and DD together are getting re-aggressive on that top floor. There is just no way D+ are going to succeed with a plant here while there are defenders above.
They gotta get some crazy nasty kills, and then a sense wall has to just hit the mark and get on, seen from the vert. It is possible, but again, unlikely.
Oh, does he know?
They're watching the breach. They hear the player outside. Mitty, projector in hand, can go for a play if he wants to, but they're not ready just yet. D+, they're missing a play in the correct location to make their execute right now. Not sure which one is missing, though.
Oh, here's the pick for Levy, finally. Off the donut, he takes down.
Oh, door
Very
plant.
much on point, Arculi. Where is the plant opportunity here?
Maybe the locker hard left here. Yeah, Sense Projector run on in and just 50-50 it.
Out goes a Sense Projector, but Levy goes down on his rotation from up above. Here comes the plant.
Okay.
Right on the door. Is there vision here? There's nitro cells available. Anderson trying to spray on through. He doesn't know where that plant's gone down, but Midi is in a 1 versus 4. The post plant is impossible. And CAG will dominate the first half.
Yeah,
it's a 5-1 scoreline. After being handed a serious L on the first map, they have been brought back to life. And they may just reply with a map win of their own.
It's looking very likely. They're getting some convincing round victories, whether it be a clutch or, you know, 4 defenders left alive in the server. Really good opportunity there for CG to show that they can adapt as well. Chibisu struck twice, getting 2 kills before the execute was ready from D+. It was a 4v4, anybody's round. Chibisu gets 1, gets a second. Now we're playing 4v2. Yes, the bomb goes down successfully, but it's a 1v4 at that point. No good post-ban can happen. CAG now. What I want to see from them is chaos.
Yeah.
They gotta show us the CAG playstyle for their attack inside, because what we saw in Chalet was just lackluster. It's boring, James.
I want to know which shields are going to get left in here. Because that's the thing. Whenever you're playing in
Take away
CAG,
2.
we're like, wait. Just remember, we are facing Anderton right now.
Oh, Ying, actually.
He's great with all the shields and the Ying. And I think this Ying ban is actually probably a good move.
Yeah.
Particularly on this map. I mean, Anderton was one of those players that was pioneering the Ying shotgun through bathroom on that top floor. So Monty gone out, Ying gone out, 2 of his best operators, but the Blackbeard and the Blitz are still available.
Even Glass. It's actually been like one of the flex ops for CAG this stage as well. They can bring it out if they want to. I do think for the first round, just kind of feel out the vibe for D+, then figure out if we're going to go crazy aggressive, play utility, because CAG, we can say they play chaotic, crazy style Siege, but one thing that's changed a lot the last full calendar year, they play a lot of utility ops these days. They can play the Grim really well, the Capital, grenades. CAG are not a one-trick pony any longer.
No.
They can play different styles of Siege, and that's why they've been more consistent, that's why they've been better in my opinion. That's why they're getting good results.
And they love playing those multifaceted operators that I know you're
Yeah.
a huge fan of, right?
Yeah.
Grim and Capital, you've got these amazing primary gadgets with fire or bees, but you've also got Hard Breach. For Capital, you also got Gone 6. They love playing the Striker, where you can bring a real variety of utility. That's the thing that really sets CAG apart. We've seen a lot of teams globally start to follow that trend, but very rarely will you see CAG just run a more typical classic lineup, like, you know, you get your Ash for some breaching and some frag capability, you get your hard breaches over here. No, everyone can do a little bit of everything.
Flexibility, baby. Gotta have it at the ready. Now, opening kill's been so important. CAG, if you look at the lineup, they can't really spare any operators, right? If anybody dies right now, it's not a good look. So I want to see who's going to lead the charge, or perhaps it's going to be a very quiet round for a good while right here. They got to get hard destruction. Then they got to figure out, do we want to set the demos downstairs with verticality? That's an option. Then they got to use the fires, the bees. Take it step by step. If they get to the bomb site though, and they don't have a significant man advantage, we gotta watch out for the Tashanka and the smoke for plant denial. A default plant spot should be impossible here unless they can clear those operators first. And that also means D+, because they're playing around that fact, they're gonna fall back earlier rather than later to deny that plant and just keep their numbers up.
And that's why you would expect when there's a lot of plant denial, the attack needs to lean into your Ying, Blitz, Blackbeard, Monty type executes. We don't have any of those operators here. But we do have the Grim Capital combo, we have the Deimos, which means we can hunt for kills.
Got a good read of Shuri now. Bit of Urt, nade to the floor. That's going to be a top of rocket stairs above the platform. Then you could use the fire as well, maybe from Capital, and just kind of isolate Nears. That's a good nade.
Very unusual. That is not a strat you see every day of the week. Falls now peering through that smoke. And Shuri's nade actually does take down Nears. That's the smoke. That's a lot of your plant denial gone.
Gives you rocket stairs control as well. Now for DD. Can use those final Grim Beats for information. That's one half of the puzzle done now. They got the hallway control. They got the main breach. A player hard left, tucked in the corner, but a crossfire from Levy gets Arculi taken down.
The Lord Tachenka makes his presence known. And Bullet, he's in a real spot of bother, isn't he? He can't retreat. No, Anderton catches him. But still, the plant is not going to be possible as long as Levy will live.
Again, planning on default, not going to happen like you said. So what are they going to do instead? They got fire, they got smoke. Got 3 players. They got to work together, though.
And there is time to work with. aggressively in the bomb site.
Trade.
It's a direct trade between Mini and Aniton, leaving Didi and Chibisu with a tall task ahead of them. But there's a lot of info. Falls is baited out and shut down.
Woo!
It's a dominant start to the second map for Cyclops. 6-1. 5 match points for the Japanese. A resurgence of form for the team that looked absent on the first map as they make their way back into it and look to make a statement.
It's such a cold read there for CAG. They have a yellow ping info on the Warden player, and they go, red ping him, he's gonna swing. I'm holding the angle. He actually does it. It's a perfect read once more. It's ridiculous how they're winning these small moments right now. CAG's teamwork is finally here. The problem solving, the confidence. D+. I like what they were showing us strategically, but mechanically, they're finally losing some of those gunfights. They've been winning too easily on Chalet.
Oh, yeah.
It goes to show there's levels to Rainbow Six Siege. In a BO3, you can have a slow first map, and things can really shape up in the second.
If there's anything that we learned last night, Nick, Rainbow Six is a marathon and not a sprint.
It is.
Weibo
Oh my.
versus Chiefs, the game that started around midnight. It was a 6-2 lead on the first map for Weibo. They lost it 8-7, and yet they still went on to win the series, what, 24 or so rounds later. We didn't finish until very, very early hours of yesterday morning, and I sure as hell hope that these players in the server right now were asleep then, resting up for their big day today.
So D+, do you feel the pressure now? Is this just a map, you know? You know in the back of your head right now that Clubhouse is very likely, if not guaranteed at this point. So, what's the play? If you think there's a problem in communication, D+ can now work on that for the map to come. It's strategical. They can have the coaching staff work that up in between the maps to come as well. They shouldn't have to worry too much. And CAG, again, just keep things the same. Have fun, be aggressive, be confident. It's working so well for you. D+ might be a little bit desperate for this one because they're down 1-6 in round score. You should be expecting a crazy swing here for CAG.
Oh.
There is the aggressive swing.
That's it. A pick and then fall back for bullet. No response from CAG. No one within catching distance to refrag Shuri. But there are layers to this lineup from CAG. Attacking vertically onto the basement, we've got that fuse. An operator that very rarely gets picked on Lair, but it's going to rain down hell onto these players on the bomb site, clear out a lot of utility, leave them no safe place to stand.
This could be a default attack where like you clear this castle barricade. Actually, he's trying to, but the fuse charge is not helping him. Do the vert, clear the castle, walk down the staircase, go for a plan attempt. There's only one C4 inside the babe, so there's a thing. The killing is beginning again for D+. A takedown, Arcoli on the sledge and Shuri on the line. That means vertical destruction, much more limited now. CAG still have a way back into this one, but they gotta get a kill here or there.
Yeah. A plan not likely to be possible in the 3v5. Chibisu is in an awkward spot just around the corner. Levy will wait. Oh. Chibisu does land the shots. Doing a little bit of abracadabra. And eyes as well as Chibisu finds a second one. He's peeking everybody. He doesn't even have a gun in his hand. 3v3 as CAG recompose.
I see moonwalking, James. 2 players are dead all of a sudden. DD last alive in a 1v3, and it runs over. D+ have some fight left in them. They get their second, but it comes down to, I would say, a little bit too close for comfort, given how early they got those first 2 picks in that 5v3.
Yeah. It was a good response from CAG after those 2 initial picks, but D+, to their credit, they hold on for one more round. It's a long road back to overtime, but Nick, I think the priority here is just focusing on getting back into form.
Yeah.
Because Clubhouse seems almost inevitable.
Yeah.
At this point, you're just preparing for Clubhouse practice. How are we feeling? Is our chemistry on point? Are we getting a little bit of confidence back in? Are we settling into it? Are we feeling good about ourselves? That's what D+ need now.
Time of that tertiary bomb site. This one always feels like a bit of a coin toss for me. I can't tell if I think it's easier to defend or attack. And the more I watch it, the more confused I get. Because sometimes you can just steal a plant with a Sense or a Ying or a Shield player out of nowhere. Sometimes you can't plant at all. Roam clearing up top floor is quite challenging, and most teams die trying on the attack inside. So I'm curious to see what CAG will opt for, what they deem will be the easier task. The Ying was banned away, as was the Monty, so those two quite important operators for this bomb site will not be available to them. It's going to be Anaton on Blackbeard instead. Like we saw before in Chalet, it was not super successful. And if he doesn't like it later on, he can go for a Blitz. He played Fuse last round. And then he'll be gone through all the shield operators. Freeze.
Oh, here we go. Mirror trick. This is a good one. Mirror Window destroys the Exothermic on the other side. The CAG, no surprises to them. Oh, Nitro Cell prepared. I mean, there are so many layers to this little bit of tech from D+.
Oh, yeah. It's such an annoying thing to deal with. Like, 2Brown just changes so many small interactions in this game. No thermal charge is safe if you have the mirror open. And that's the thing. If you're CAG, I mean, you ban the Kite, you ban the Clash, but you are leaving up some other powerful operators, and they're being punished for it right now. It's hard to take everything into consideration every single time. So Anaton, again on the BP, has to lead his team forward on that top floor clear. When they don't get the main breach down below, they have to go for verticality. I mean, they're pretty much forced into this now.
The drones head out in droves on the top floor. The Warden is spotted. He is a key priority target for CAG. The one operator that can look through all the smokes and the flashbangs. Anaton.
I mean,
he's got the nades for it.
He's going to clear the shield, I believe. Maybe he dies elsewhere to Chibi, so he's been so good in his opening duels, Chibi. And he's still full HP as well.
He's lurking.
He's just hunting.
He is. F90 in hand on the Aussie operator. He makes his way forward. Bullet lies exposed. The Grim Bees revealing his position as the Blackbeard. Forced on back. He looks for a bit more. Falls support with a kill onto Akuli, but somehow Anaton survives.
How?
For a double kill. It's just moments now. Moments away from CAG sending us to a third. Unless Nears and Levy can pull a clutch out of nowhere.
Beautiful push from Anaton. Again, really good teamwork, timing, coordination from CAG, outperforming D+ right now in the server. But Anaton is on 1 point of health. This round is not won just yet. If one thing goes wrong, if one C4 from Nears gets a kill or two, that can change the entire battle of this situation. 30 seconds to go. The CAG gotta make the first move. C4 ripped, tossed, prepped on the floor, tossed too early.
Somehow he still survives, but Levy's on for a flank. He's the last one standing though. With Nears being focused up on site. Is the plant safe? Can DD find a spot where he can force it down? Levy to deny the plan. Anaton will trade, and the rivalry will continue. CAG have plenty of fight left, and a match befitting an upper final will go the distance. We're going to Clubhouse to settle this affair between the Japanese and the Brazilians. So stick around, we'll be back after this.
Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders have eyes. Defender mission successful. Is activating diffuser.
can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. They provide me shade and I really thrive on it. 오늘도 역시 괜히 기분이 sunny. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger. Banger after banger. Banger after banger. Banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger. Banger after banger. Banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐, yeah.赤いネオンが映るガラス越しに見える Your body 甘い言葉が誘う今夜も嘘に溶けてゆく終電渋谷のビルは笑う気さらさらないわ書き消してミュージック画面の文字に落ちる雫が心にじませる
Say the D plus, we're going to have to, well, so no, not D plus, CHE. We're going to have to bounce back and start strong. Michael, you could not have asked for a better start from them. If we praise D plus in the first map, by God, do we have to do it for CAG in the second?
And we could not have been more wrong in terms of our expectations for that particular map. Yeah, again, given such strong historical data for D+ and a strong preference, we expected so much more from it on that map. CAG, though, really came alive. Multiple clutch moments, just really clean across the board. And now the series is wide open, essentially now resetting to a BO1.
It's not often I'm happy with my analyst work. I'm not an analyst, right?
No.
I'm a caster first and foremost. But
That's
on the
very
desk
true.
before I said, what were the win cons, which is what you posed in terms of the question for CAG. Well, defense had to improve. They did that massively. 5-1 half set them up beautifully. And it just gets the confidence up. Then the second thing was the opening kills. It was flawless by D+ on the opening map. And in the first half, 5-1 in favor of CAG.
Yep.
So both of those conditions flipped massively, and hence the result and hence the scoreline. And that's a testament to CAG. And there's a reason why I didn't write them off after that first map, and I was more so giving the plaudits over to the way that D+ performed. And now that's what we're going to basically do for CAG and just sort of say, well, they absolutely came to play on the second map, and it's another 3-mapper.
Yeah, one thing I always love to see is individual players that don't usually have to have the big moments stepping up. Chalet being one of them, having a ridiculous 1v2 and kind of, I guess, doubling down on that, the 1v1 2 rounds earlier. These are the kind of things, guys, that, you know, you don't always have to pull out to the back pocket. Generally, your shoe reaps, you know, maybe your Chibisus, they can carry. But we were saying this earlier, it's not about having 1 or 2 plays, especially when you get to LAN. It completely changes. It blows wide open. Yeah,
they tapped into a more well-rounded performance. And even after that dominant start, there was still sort of that shadow of doubt. Can they close out? Because CAG time and time again have been in positions, particularly in big international matches and on LAN, where they struggle to, you know, just get over that hurdle at that finish line. But they were successful in that today. Attacking Lair can be tough, but they get it done in that second half, just dropping a single round to D+. So I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with also the fashion in which they were able to get that result across the line.
Can't forget as well for CAG that they're a seasoned team when it comes to these LAN experiences. I mean, it wasn't long ago they were in the grand final for Reload.
Yep.
Right. So, I mean, I think that they've showed that they've clearly got that resilience as a roster and as a team. And while they would have been disappointed with map 1, the ability to respond then on map 2 and not just win it, but win it emphatically sets us up for a third map where I go back to the beginning where I mentioned my predictions. I said 2-1 to CAG. I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's kind of interesting to talk about kind of, I guess, CAG's ability to perform in a LAN environment as well. Obviously, everyone knows and loves them. They've been to way too many international events. But they actually have one of only 2 players that are going to be on stage today that were competing back in 2019 at the last APAC LAN that we had. And Aniton, in that map specifically, went absolutely off. I'm so happy to see he's an unk, right? He's like us. He's an unk. He's still part of the
crew. Well-built unk.
Okay, yeah, he's got the stature to be a bit of a strong unk, that's for sure. But he is a player that consistently through and through has continued to perform throughout all of these years that we've had him. And to do what he just did on that map, I think just goes to consolidate what this team can do, especially given the environment. But the environment's about to change. Clubhouse. This is the Classico. I don't think there's a map that's been played so widely in Siege, guys. And this is a reset. It's back to a best of 1. We now look at this as a completely different context. The discussion goes out the window, but it's such a structured map when it comes to those attacks.
Yeah, especially in comparison to Chalet, which is more fluid, Lair, which is still nearer in the pool and developing. Clubhouse has the checklist, and there's typically maybe 2 or 3 different checklists that a team will decide to go through for any given objective, and you have to be really methodical. If even just one piece breaks down, especially on the attacking half, it cascades and you find yourself in a really difficult to win position. So intrigued to see who comes out of the gate, builds a bit of momentum early in this series. They could be the one to carry that forward through the remainder of the match.
Jake, looking at this one, just between the 2, not a super high preference over the last 6 months.
No.
This kind of actually sits on the bottom end for both of them. And that's exciting in a way because it means that we don't get to see him play it that often, but it also means that it's going to sit in the background. I was going to ask you a question, but you know what's better than that?
Dev Martyr
and Pengu, but maybe this matchup. Let's get underway with our final matchup here. It is pretty simple. The upper bracket final is about to conclude. One of these teams on stage, D+ or CAG, will push through to the grand final tomorrow. The other will have to play later tonight to see whether they can make it and potentially find a rematch. Let's head to, who is it?
Dev Martyr.
And?
Mordekaiser.
Let's go to him, Mr. Pengu himself.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you poor thing, Nick. You're really not getting treated too well. A warm welcome to Australia for you flying all the way over from Denmark.
They were nice yesterday to me.
Yeah.
But then it ended.
And then, you know, we casted 10 maps of Siege in the last 24 hours, going on our 11th, and they decided just to make things a little bit harder for you. But CAG have made it a little bit harder for D+.
They
haven't
did.
They? If I'm allowed to make that segue.
No, you are allowed to make it. It's very clean, actually.
Thank you, because the Brazilians, they started so hot on Chalet. That was 3 flawless rounds across the 11 we played. They dominated CAG, and then immediately the Japanese reply 7-2 on Lair. Both teams have won each other's map picks.
Yes,
We go to Clubhouse.
convincingly.
Yeah, we go to Club, and this is where I wanted to see these teams play, because this is one of the best maps for both teams.
I like this. A Maverick ban off the rip. So essentially, the reason why it's a pretty big deal, most teams on the attacking side will ban the Kaid first. That's like the default ban situation. Then, you're not going to know, of course, what the enemy will ban on the attacking side. But the second ban is going to be a Maverick. So unless you pre-fire the Kaid into Bandit ban, you're going to have issues. And they didn't, because they banned the Mira. That means Maverick is gone, Bandit is active, and so is Tubrau. You can now go for wall tricking on the first 3 rounds here. We're probably going to see a Bandit ban later on if it becomes a big problem for them. This means Jim and CCTV have a much higher preference rate than usual, because that's where Bandit's going to shine. On top of that, DD is hiding the Bandit inside the bathroom right now, not being seen by any of the drones. So right now, Bandit tricking is going to be the name of the game, and D+ have to problem solve the very basic fundamentals of Clubhouse in the first round.
All right, D+. You couldn't do it on Lair. Can we do it on Clubhouse? I will say Club is a lot more similar to Lair than it is to Chalet. Chalet was a story of a lot of aggressive plays, a lot of swings, a lot of just confidence is king for D+. CAG, I feel like they had the better strategic read over on Lair, and this is a little bit more of a strategic map.
I would say so as well. If anything, almost like a hybrid, right? There's going to be aggression sometimes in calculated moments in this map, but generally speaking, it's about heartbeat change strategy, and here we see strats. Tubrau freezes, DD rotates over from the single wall of Khan towards the Kusi. Say, guys, I'm getting there. Trick the wall. Which side? Left side. Okay. Successful.
Perfect.
Perfect
The timing could not have been better there for DD.
Now they can nade the drone hole. He's going to pick up 1 Bandit battery. The second one will live.
He's juggling this
and
to perfection.
they are stalling so much. They got to go Gym window now, and that's where the keeper barriers can help as well. So they're using 3 or 4 different operators to enable the Bandit trick. Jaeger DS's, Tubrau canister, keeper barrier, and the Bandit himself just to lock down that singular wall. But guess what? D+, they've taken the gap elsewhere. Fast and Con.
And funnily enough, that is DD, the Bandit, now killed as he retreated back. Levy is hungry for more. Close to the bomb side, he falls! Good read from Shuri, detonating the pipe. Chibisu needs to win this fight or seal it up and fall back. D+ can now actually go and breach that main jacuzzi wall because DD has been taken out. Chibisu is forced very back, and a lot of damage has been dealt onto him as well. The Mute Jammer is saving his life.
Bathroom will stay intact for now, but Chibisu very low on health as is nears. They got fire and smoke to work with, but no flashbangs. So getting inside the bomb site, that's going to be the biggest challenge. Jacuzzi breached 2 players and bullet by the gym window to cut off the rotations. It has to be an aggressive entry. Shurip looking for a play first, though.
The best player from Japan, the best player in APAC North. Shurip had a very quiet Chalet, found his form on Lair, and now looks for another kill in an off position. Oh, he's going for the jump down straight into the Claymore, but he trades himself back. You could argue that's worth it. CAG now a lot less pressure from that balcony position as Nias tries to make his way through Con.
Gotta see if Nias can use that fire and smoke from Capital to either isolate or cut off those crossfires, because Falls has the case. Nias gets a pickaxe, it's massive. And Falls in a second, they work together, they find 1 apiece. D+, excellent problem solving, and I really think CAG made the right moves in every single area of that round, except they had too many people on Jacuzzi and they gave up all the rest of the map to D+ for absolutely free.
This is what we have been waiting for, Nick. On Chalet, D+ were by far the better team. On Lair, CAG had the read. Here on Clubhouse, both of these teams love it.
Yeah.
Both of these teams know it, and they got the confidence to improvise on the fly. It was a beautiful strat.
It was.
From CAG.
I loved it.
The Tubrau, the Bandit, the Azami, it was all there. D+, they couldn't counter it, but they could send it in from the other side.
That's exactly it. And that's, again, when you talk about the highest level of play, you're going to have strategical depth, mechanical depth, and just saying, screw it. Let's just go for broke. Let's go for kills. Levy make that injury possible last round and open things up for his team. When you're playing Clubhouse, what can often happen on the attack is you're having a lot of different utility operators. Like you play Heartbreacher or Thatcher, Capital, Grim, etc. No one can afford you to go in and take that aggressive gunfight on paper. But sometimes when you have a problem in front of you, you cannot solve with utility, you have to say, okay, I am playing a Thermite, but right now my job is not to breach a wall, it's to get a kill. Yeah. That's the exact thing we saw from Levy previously, saying my role and the operator that I'm playing does not align, but I'll still go for it.
It goes to show that Levy has a deep understanding of the best way to play this game, the best way to fill the role as it's needed. As we get into the second round, a quick rehost while we get everyone back into the server. CAG, we saw that energy from them in the face cams.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of that second map, and we need to see more of it here on the third. In a way, you could argue, Nick, that the pressure is off for both of these teams. They've both booked their tickets to Munich to play at the major, to compete with the best teams in the world. But only one will go as the champion of APAC. And the winner of this match will seed through to our grand final tomorrow and remain undefeated, the only undefeated team left here at PAX.
It's a big statement. Both teams want it so bad for different reasons. The hate watching, of course, will continue for D+, regardless of the result.
Yeah.
It has to.
They
that
are,
import roster.
Yeah, imported all the way from Brazil to go to Korea to play. But to their credit, they have been very humble. There's been a lot of respect for the rest of the teams in the APAC region. But the job's not done yet.
No, it is not. It's so nice seeing Magnet in the background. I haven't seen I've actually seen Magnet on multiple occasions recently because I went to Japan for DreamHack.
Of course.
He was there. So was Dizzle. You hung
wow.
out.
A lot of OG Fnatic throwback players.
Yeah. And then Magnet rocks up. I'm like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm like admin and stuff, you know.
And translator, because of course he speaks Japanese, so he's a perfect person to talk to CAG.
Yeah, he's studying it right now, actually.
Oh, really? And he also used to play on a team with Chibisu.
Oh, was Chibisu on that roster?
Chibisu was on Fnatic?
I did not know.
Yep.
You had Mugi, is that?
Yeah, Mugi, who now plays for Enterforce.
Yeah. That I remember.
Or
was this Mugi, Chibisu, Magnet, and then are the other two players like high profile or like a little bit lower profile? Because I don't recall their names, and I feel so bad, but I don't.
I am trying to
let's be honest,
remember.
the roster didn't qualify for anything. They were stuck in limbo during the COVID era of Siege.
I'm going to have a look. I'm going to see. I'm trying to remember, did Lily play on that roster as well? There was a Japanese player called that for a little bit.
We're digging deep in the archives right now.
Choppy, actually.
Oh, okay.
Maui #2, Rurin, yeah, that was the end roster. Lily did play on that roster for quite a while. Ramu, Light, Yura, yeah, man, there was
Choppy was in that roster,
yeah,
wow.
Choppy.
So nowadays, like much higher profile players than back when they joined Fnatic originally. Okay.
Yeah, very much.
I love that because
Fnatic ended up being a little bit of a gateway for a lot of these Japanese players to then join better teams.
Because Fnatic itself in that iteration of the roster, they tanked. It was not a good look. And if you know like old school Siege history, that Fnatic APAC roster, they were stealing, they were breaking hearts, they were doing crazy stuff. Of course, a lot of history, there are a lot of upsets being caused. Yeah. And I think Magnet put it as in like, I've never beaten Magnet ever in my career because he was not on the roster because Dizzle subbed him when he was sick.
Oh, true.
And then he beat me at SI. So I've never beaten Magnet. He's beaten me.
Not a lot of players that could say that.
No, actually not that many. Mostly from Brazil, not the most I can say.
True. Well, the Brazilians beat everybody.
Very true.
D+ made a big case out of that in the APAC North portion of the APL this stage. But they have dropped maps here on LAN. They dropped one just now to Lair. They dropped one to PSG yesterday as well. But Midi is going to drop Anaton. Ashuri looks for a reply. That's a good kill. Only the injure. The Nitro Cell actually will not land as well. And Shuri dies on his retreat. A second for Midi in the round.
It's a good attempt, but doesn't come to life. Levy should be savable. C4 clipped the wall, sadly for him. Fall still goes.
Oh, DD!
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 The triple!
He's the bloody coach, by the way. And he finds 3 massive kills for CAG. Now he fortifies his position on the Azami. How was he unaccounted for on this roam? Left to his own devices, he will backstab. And now D+ look desperate. Bullet tries to sneak into the bomb site, but surely that's not going to be possible, especially with Niers still outside the building.
Yeah, and he's got Case, DD upstairs, so they got to come for him, surely. He can fall back and take the fight. Gets shot down, though, from Niers, far outside the building. That DMR packing a punch.
Well
back
played.
to even numbers, yeah. Well played for both teams to be quick to the punch right there. But now CAG, they can lock down the side 2v2. They got Goyo Fire. You can stall for time, pop them one by one. And mind you, there's no hard destruction left, so those hatches, they're going to stay intact.
I would not put it past Bullet and Niers to nail this. Oh, good angle from Marculli. Bit of damage done. Bullet is low on HP now. A flashbang will help him out. Niers also has plenty of utility as he sneaks up. And I don't think the CAG know where he is. Now they do.
Flick.
Chibisu flicks both of them. Good couple of kills, and the Japanese squad is back into Clubhouse with a round of their own.
I'm going to need a replay of that one. He literally shot the player in blue and insta snaps to the hallway and gets
Turns
the
around.
second kill as well.
Bang.
DD, though, the real hero. Gotta say it again. Out of nowhere, the round looked doomed. It looked over.
Where was he?
He was either Jim Hatch and dropped down or straight hallway. Had to be one or the other.
He couldn't have been Jim Hatch, because wasn't Midi there like 2 seconds
maybe
before finding
he
a kill?
timed the main stair. I don't know. Maybe he timed it. I didn't see where he came from because I thought he was in the basement, honestly. I thought there's no roamers left. So I don't know if he was hiding in strip hall or pool table or whatever, but triple kill, collateral, they lined up, saved the round for CAG, made it playable.
Oh my god, Anderton is hiding this bandit.
Yeah, second
In
time
a
to do
very
it.
unusual place as well. I've not seen them hide bandit here before. Is he going to get droned?
No, the door is below him in main gate.
Yeah. Oh,
So
there we go.
It's going to go unnoticed. And that's the thing. They banned the Maverick. They're only going to play Bandit on the upstairs bomb sets like German CC, obviously. Because on basement, it's a bit redundant. And this means they're going to play Thermite and Ace. Now, they could send the Ash beneath and use a little bit of vertical destruction, or Deimos Tracker and a grenade to, disrupt the Bandit player of Anyton. But that's going to take a fair bit of effort. The simplest way to deal with Bandit here is Sophia. You just shoot the floor open, Sophia's stun will stop the Bandit trigger animation, you don't got to swing the vert. With the Ash or Deimos, you got to get in a gunfight downstairs, and that could be a 50-50. So I'm curious to see once they get there what they will do. Right now, though, it's a roam clear angle. 4 players towards Gym Master bedroom. But eventually, they are going to want to go for that main wall on the other side.
Oh.
Not a good start for CAG. As
wait.
Chibi goes down.
Too aggressive from Chibisu.
Yeah. I think so as well. I mean, this entire shred is about the Bandit, but Chibi keeps up the aggression. Trades back, 1 for 1. Deimos getting off the board is pretty high value target, I would say, though. So at this point, it's worth.
Yeah. A lot of spawn picks there from CAG, by the way. I mean, Chibisu died spawn picking, and then Shuri looks outside the building to find his kill.
What now, though? C4 primed and ready. There is no 2 brows, so the walls will get opened up. The ass breach, I guess, cleared out a little bit. Impact trick instead, though, to deal with the Selma charges. So it's going to be a limited angle for D+, no way in. Means less pressure for CAG. But there's so much time to work with this Forest Drone. Clears the ADS, clears the battery. That's the last battery in pocket, by the way. If that gets cleared, he cannot put anything down further. Another Flourish Drone gets the intel.
Oh, the timing.
Sprint
Has he
on
got
back.
it? He's got it.
He's got it. Levy reads it, though. Doesn't commit to the angle. They gotta get 1 more Flourish Drone in, or somebody could go downstairs beneath. This is where time can be a problem. If you don't problem solve this quickly, 4D+, then time will be against you. 1 Flourish Drone left remaining to save that main breach on the wall and connector. Here it comes.
Oh, it's going to land as well. So the
C4,
breach
though.
will go down.
This
Nitro
could be
Cell
good.
over the top. He decides
Interesting.
to go the other side instead. Only a little bit of damage done onto Bullet. Arkali lashes out and finds one, but DD will fall. D+. It's awkward. They have the breach open, but they don't have a numerical advantage.
2v2.
And it's more trades back and forth. Anaton surviving as long as he can with Shuri over on the rafters in his own battle. Both of the players now from D+ pushing from the same side, and it's Anaton who must clutch up.
30 seconds. And he's been so good today on BB, on Lair. Meteor and Catalog Rafters, and falls by the breach, but falls has the case. He has to walk on in.
Anaton knows. Red ping info on the player on the rafters, but now they know where he is as well. A player up close and personal. He takes him down. Pistol whip. Anaton the clutch. CAG are firing on all cylinders. Anaton clutches it when his team needs him the most. And D+ cannot find a second attack.
Every clutch right now, since Lair, is being won by one team and one team only. That's CAG. And I honestly think D+ in that 2v1, little bit of hesitation. They were not committing to the swing. They were afraid of the pre-fires from Anaton, and they did not get that peek together. He's stuck in a corner, pistol in hand, doesn't give a damn. Gets the second as well, and the round confirmed. That means on the basement bomb side, DD steps up massively. And CC, it was Annie. They're just taking turns at this point. The bandit ban comes through at the end because that's going to be, or have been rather, a big problem for them. And likewise, the thermite in response. So Heart Destruction is the name of the game on Clubhouse, as it should be. All about fundamentals, step 1, 2, and 3. And Heart Destruction always comes first. This will change the bombs at Prio though. For CAG, basement is now your best option. Without the bed and the Kaid, these walls will not stay intact for very long. That means a lot more pressure applied early on. Long lines of sight, hard to win gunfights. You don't even have a mirror. The only real operator right now, and they're playing it, it's the Clash. Yeah. That can change things back in their favor if played correctly.
And they're hiding it as well. Though, how can you ever be surprised when you're playing against Anaton and you see the Clash? If you don't ban it, you've got to expect to be coming up against it.
They know it's coming. I mean, they even got the Kali, right? They're like, we know what the game plan is.
Yeah, still, Kali is not like a perfect counter for him. You can juggle, if you're playing the Clash, you can juggle that shield if the Lance is trying to destroy it while it's been placed. And the shots from the sniper do only expose Kali for a brief moment. And a good Kali player like Anaton will know how to dodge it. Push the shield back to cover him up.
Yeah.
Why are you giving me a funny little smirk?
Because you mentioned Kali twice. So you said Kali only exposes Kali for a short second, but Anaton is a good Kali player, so he'll not turn his body. Is the sleep deprivation getting to you?
How many hours of sleep did you get last night?
3.5, maybe 4?
Yeah.
I took a nap on the couch earlier. That's why I feel better.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I saw that.
That's why I show up early to then catch up on the sleep in studio, and then I'm good to cast. That's how I got there. But I know you're on the money, though, right? Annie is a good Clash player, knows how to deal with the Kali.
Yes.
And the Kali itself cannot get a second shot after the shield guard break animation.
I'm Delulu.
We're all a bit Delulu. It's all right. I think CAG woke up Delulu because that first map of Chalet was not how they normally play the game. And they have since shown us that they do have what it takes, and they are finally fired up. They're winning clutches, they're problem solving, and D+ on the back foot most of these rounds. They're looking for that first kill. Half the round has flown by, and nothing has happened so far.
Oh, speaking of that, Kali pushes the Clash back. Here comes the shield, baits him on out, and there you go. The sniper pushes the shield away, a little bit of damage into Anaton's feet as, DD jumps outside and dies. Bit of a misstep from him. Levy is ready now to try and hold the position. Takes down Kuli. Chibisu wants to push it back again. Levy is being fed out on the balcony. Shurip lashes out for one. Looks for a little more. Big damage from Shurip. Levy far too close to the gas pipe. He will fall. Shurip and Anaton, the two star players. And Shurip has gone massive. 4 kills. He is back, ladies and gents, my friends. The king of APAC North stands tall on his domain as Nias desperately looks for something. But Anaton, with that Clash, can stare him down. Shurip dodges, ducks, and weaves. Keen for the ace, but not looking to force the issue. Patience is his best virtue as Nias continues battling the primary, the shotgun, and the secondary comes out for Shurip in close range. He just needs to land this onto Nias, and the round is done. Anaton seals the deal. A big 2v5 for these two gunners from Japan. 3 rounds of defense for CAG, and D+ cannot buy their way back into it.
The most CAG map we have seen in quite some time. Every single round comes down to the wire and a clutch from one of these different players off the roster of Cyclops Athlete Gaming. What a performance, what a showcase, the pre-fires, the positioning. D+, I mean, this entire second stage, the playoffs, here at LAN, they've not looked out-fragged ever. They have been the best team since this version of the roster was formed 2 months time ago.
They're gunners.
And right now, they're being out-fragged, they're being out-clutched, outperformed, because CAG, Shureep, he's back.
Everyone from CAG will stand up when it's his moment. And over the last 2 maps, there have been far more moments for CAG than there have been for D+. The tactical timeout called, and PJH talks to his players, whips them into shape to desperately look for a second or a third attack round. But CAG, they've hit the pass mark for this half. They can now gun for more. 3 rounds is all they need, but they could go for a 4.
Oh yeah.
And if we know anything from Lair, they damn sure well could go for a 5th.
Curious to see now. D+, they've kind of been out-rotated when it comes to operator lineup. From the very beginning, it was that multi-ban into Maverick that left the Bandit open. That means they can then play the Bandit and abuse that for the first 3 rounds. Then it gets banned on the rotation. They bring out the Clash. That works with a clutch from Shureep rather. Now it's Eniton on the Maestro. So they keep rotating that most important operator in different versions of the game. D+ don't know which round is going to arrive in front of them. Is it going to be aggressive? Is it going to be passive? Is it going to be plant denial? Is it going to be intel game? Are they roaming? If you're D+, you have to worry about every single version of how you can play Rainbow Six Siege right now, because CAG are flexing every single operator known to man.
Versatility is the name of the game in 2025. If you play Rainbow Six, we've got so many bloody operators. We counted them once, didn't we? Because I don't know, was it 80, 60, 70, 80 operators?
I want to say 74 or 5. I'll double check.
There are a lot of operators compared to the 20 that came out with this game 10 years ago.
76 now.
76. I mean, we've nearly quadrupled the number of operators in Siege. And you have to be good with most of them, especially all of the on-meta ones. And with the current balancing of Siege, there are a lot of meta operators. You mentioned it, Clash, Bandit, Mira, Maestro this time around. It's a retreat from CAG. They've wasted a good minute and a half almost on this roam game. They fall back towards the site. Chibisu holds on to the main stairs.
I don't want to see Chibisu stay for too long, however.
Oh, Shureep's
actually in the strip hall right now looking for a freebie on the gym hatch, but you got to cut your losses soon. So Shureep probably going to be stuck in the roam. That means Chibisu, when the time comes, gotta fall on back, go to track it by Deimos. They think it's clear, he's holding that Mesa's angle.
He knows.
If he drops, still wait for the perfect time. There it is.
Oh no! Don't whiff it now! Shureep, can you get back safely? Run for the hills! Somehow, he survives, and yet he still continues to fight. That should have been a free kill for him, but a missed opportunity. He is being watched, though, by Falls.
Chibi should fall back, so should Shureep.
CAG is trying to bait it out. What is happening? Why is nobody watching Shureep on the main stairs? How does he get away with the free kill? Everyone now from CAG on the basement. They've got the frag. They've got stacks upon stacks of util to burn the last 45 seconds of this round.
It's panic. It's chaos with D+ right now. Go for broke down the blue stairs. Drop down to pit. Again, they cannot go for an optimal plant right now. It's going to be suboptimal, but to get 1 kill back to a 4v4 even numbers. Shureep, lone health. It's still winnable. But that Goyo fire, that's going to stop burning. There's 25 seconds left.
Oh, there's no time. That fire will burn.
Evil Eyes.
For the rest of this round, the Evil Eyes on Overwatch. Niz needs far more than that. He's been the top fragger today for D+, but he is gone. Levy fast in through, into the meat grinder, into Aniton. Foz is gone. CAG, a 4th round of defense here on the final map of the series. In this upper final, the Brazilians look to this final round of their attack to find a second to clutch at straws and hope that they can come back in the second half.
It's criminal what's happening right now. It's not just like one round here and there where CAG, they make a play. It's every damn one of them. Shurip whiffs the initial gunfight, sprints down the main staircase, walks back up, gets a kill, survives to get back to the bomb site, and then DD. He's had these moments where when he's needed the most, he shines. He's 4 kills currently, right? He has literally won 2 rounds more or less individually with those 4 kills. The first one was the triple, where one was injured, so only 2 of them were credited to him, but he got 3 kills. Then the previous round, he holds on to blue, gets 2 kills as well, locks it down again for CAG.
You could not have asked for a better player to fill that empty slot on CAG, and he wasn't even a player.
It was a big question in the scene, like, who's gonna replace Blackray?
And yeah, it's funny. I think if I'm CAG right now, I'm not trying to look for someone to replace DD as player. I'm looking for someone to replace DD as coach. Bring on a new coach, guys.
That might be the angle, I'm not gonna lie to you.
This guy is gunning. This guy looks like he fits in with the team perfectly.
Hey, can I suggest somebody? Get Magnet. Speaks Japanese, is back in siege, right? Lives in your area. Shurip, good for another one. The aggression has really turned up to 110%. Shurip, 9-2 to his name. And Magnet's an OG.
He is.
He's going to help solidify that more stable playstyle for them. DD's done a great job, though. You can see his influence in the server with the playstyles, the pace, the strategical depth. And as you said, not a single tactical timeout call for CAG.
I mean, they're not going to call a
He's
tactical
in the
timeout
server.
this whole weekend. Every single second of every single round is a tactical timeout for CAG with DD in tow. Oh, I mean, little mistakes like that tells you a little bit about what it's like in the headspace of these D+ players right now. CAG are taking the fight to them.
It's unlike D+ to make those small bits of errors. It's not game defining, but as you pointed out, it goes to show something's not right.
Here comes the fire.
That's one. Caught by the ADS. Okay, gonna try for a second. Gets shot from below. 1 HP on Levy now. This is tense. Shuri takes down fall. I mean, it's just falling apart.
Shurip's hit double digits and we're not even 6 rounds deep. It's desperation for Nears outside on the balcony as he aims down sights with a Blackbeard and misses his chance. Shurip will hit the dirt. Levy will finally put him to rest. 1 fire remains, but I believe there's still an AD. Yes, and Anderton! Pistol whips, takes him on down. Bullet and Nears is all that stands between CAG and a dominant 5-1 first half. Out comes the Blackbeard's rifle, and it takes down Arcoli. 3 left now. The CAG to be found by these clutch players from D+.
1 by main breach, 1 below, looking towards to go garage, but they got Annie on the clash. It's gonna be a big count towards the Blackbeard, and again, numbers advantage for CAG on defense.
Oh, Anderton can toy with him.
There's the nade, forced out. Leaving only 1 left in the pocket of Nears. Again, a plan should not be possible whatsoever here.
Guard break.
Annie.
Guard break. Anderton has the
HP.
advantage, but he's so low on HP as the Blackbeard makes his way inside. He is the last one standing, and he stands no longer. D+ have met their wits' end. CAG walk all over them on the defense at Clubhouse, and now they must come back round by rounds. I think CAG may have weathered the storm. The question begged this whole stage long, can anybody stand up to the import roster? Can anybody fight like the Brazilians? CAG say, how about we fight like the Japanese?
Going back to the mid-section or mid-portion of stage to when into it falls. When they played CAG the first time, he said, you know, I think today they were too passive. They weren't playing like usual stuff. They're scared in server maybe. They played them the second time and we're like, you know, Falls, this time they played more aggressive. So what was the problem today? He's like, oh, I'm not entirely sure, but, you know, we're just better. That was kind of the vibe that I got. CAG, are they aggressive enough for you now?
Oh, they're playing pretty damn aggressive.
But at the same time, they're also being pretty passive. They got the crossfires, they're waiting for D+ to walk in the building first. Like, they're playing that perfect middle ground of aggression, but disciplined aggression.
They're playing smart and they're playing variety.
Yeah, tons of variety.
Seeing great clash, but we're seeing not all clash. We're seeing a little bit of a bandit. Let's play the hard breach game.
Maestro.
Let's play the Maestro. Let's play the time delay. Let's play shoot drones and fall back. Let's play hard roams. Let's play spawn peaks.
Yeah. And I do think that it has really tested D+ ability to problem solve on the fly. And when we spoke to Falls as well, you know, I asked about the RGL situation, like who calls the shots. He said it's actually Mitty. I was like, oh, okay, surprise. And he said he's actually like the sole voice, kind of. When you have one guy doing the majority of the calling and a lot of different things are happening from your opponent's side, like flexibility, you don't have the full picture. As why, like often today we have, you know, one main IGL, the guy who has the final say, who calls the strats, sure. But the other 2, 3, maybe all 4 players will share the information load to then make the right decisions. If Mitty isn't getting the correct calls to make the right decisions, that could be why they're falling behind. He might not have the bigger picture of what's actually going on. They're playing Capcom when they're down 1-5.
Yeah.
Desperation?
Well, they did it on the first map, and it worked, if I'm not wrong. Was that different? Was that yesterday?
Oh my god.
God, I cannot remember. We saw a Capcan play work.
I think it was yesterday.
I think that was Weibo did it against.
I think so too.
Jeez, my god. We've seen Capcan work. The higher the stakes, the more likely Capcan tends to work, the more likely the teams are overthinking and nervous. This is a very split apart defense here from D+. Levy all the way on the top floor.
I like this. So Levy's playing the, hey, look at me, I'm a nice little fish. If you sprint after me, Capcan traps will catch you. And they're expecting a Blackbeard or a Blitz, and there is a BB on the board for Anaton. But they've kind of fallen back a little bit earlier than I would have liked to see to fully sell that chase game. Nearest goes down first to Shuri. There is no attackers top. Actually, Anaton is in construction, but some of the captains are, so...
Shuri could go deep here if he wants.
Yeah, but does he want to? That's the big question. They have to top for the legality. I mean, this could be a gap.
Nobody in blue.
This might just work, actually.
It is completely free.
He's in.
There's a massive gap, and Shuri has stolen the show. Right into the site.
Go your fire.
Waits for his teammates to come and support, because CAG have lost bodies elsewhere. Levy at the bottom of the main stairs. He is vulnerable. And Chibisu is forcing this plant down. The gap has been found. And Chibisu forces that plant down. The Vulcan fire locks Levy out. But he pushes through regardless. Chibisu low HP. One of many targets. Levy must find 2 more. But Shuri has been on point. And he is hunting. Anaton with the shield. Biding his time as Levy makes his way forward. No impact grenades to work with, as he musters the courage to walk into the crossfire.
Wow.
And into Annie's open arms. It's match points for CAG, about to serve D+ their first loss of the tournament.
The pace right now is being set. The openings, the risk-taking. This is CAG playing really good Siege while having a significant round lead. You don't walk into blue thinking it's actually going to be clear. You walk down thinking, I'm going to make a risky play. We'll see what happens. And again, sometimes you can make a play alone. It's a rat play. You get your 1 kill, you die, you get out, whatever. No, CAG were ready. Shurip says, I'm going to walk down blue. If I find the pick, that one guy on the bomb site, we're going to push it fast. The second he kills the captain of Mitty, everyone else, they're in the bomb site. The plant is going down. Fun fact, Anaton was top floor when that happened in construction. So he had to walk down all the way to basement to help his teammate in a post plant. It's ridiculous.
And how is it, Nick, that we've gone the distance 3 maps, and yet every single one of them seems to be decisively favored to one team or another? Chalet was an embarrassment for CAG. D+
really was.
destroyed them. And Lair, we were left questioning, why is D+ taking us here? Why do they have no confidence on their attack? And here, CAG stand tall and dominant on Clubhouse. A desperate spawn peek for Levy, but it just finds that Blackbeard. Doesn't get a kill, just a little damage onto the shield. CAG have 5 match points. That grand final is calling, Pengu.
It's theirs for the taking. And they know it. They believe in it as well. And they got a good set of uppers here to march their way forward. The Blackbeard of Anaton again, very much alive and ready. 7-1. Only died the 1 round they lost. Always last on the board. Always supporting his team to the very end. Shurip on Twitch. A pretty, not a high agency operator, but you're very free. Use the Twitch turns early. Now you're a good DMR with it, you know, just go for kills. But it's going to be a slow start for CAG. Get the information, shut down the cameras, get the hard destruction going. Again, they can take the risk when they have to, but this is not a risk-taking round. It's about ABC's Clubhouse.
Slow and steady. CAG, no need to take risks, no need to get aggressive just yet. A lot of util on the side to strip away. The biggest of which is this clash of Nears. How will CAG deal with that shield, especially when they themselves have a shield of that Blackbeard that gets so heavily countered by the clash?
Selma goes out, no jammer on the wall, should be opened up shortly unless that impact grenade comes out. The first one did, the second one follows through.
Perfect.
There is no third Selma. The bathroom mirror window will stay intact. That's going to make the round a lot more difficult for CAG. In theory, could walk in with the BB, shatter the shield, or the mirror window rather. But that's not where Anakin is. He's in CCTV across the entire map. Near strikes first, and he's down. No BB.
Oh, and no DD either. As he falls from the rappel, Levy finds him. And the first time in a long time, the D+ may just find a round, find some hope. But Shureep says, hold that thought. I'm on for a 13th kill. And there's a lot more than that available. Chibisu,
oh boy,
desperately trying to deal with this clash. A nade, it's just the one nade, it's all he's got. Arkuli has taken down. Chibisu will finish off Bullet and go deep into the site. But this clash, if he keeps coming back his way, I mean, there's no way that Chibisu can win this fight. Surely not. That's a lot of damage done. A little bit more damage and the clash will be gone. How have he turned it around? Minty pushes through and gets the round for D+, but far too close for comfort. The Brazilians hold on for another moment.
This is the thing, right now D+ can play the mirror and the clash as much as they would like, but the more rounds we play, the closer we get to that third operator ban, where one of them will be removed from action most likely. And those bombs at priorities are going to get weaker and weaker as time goes on. Basement's pretty good, gym is pretty good, but CCTV, that's going to be troublesome. The issue is, I have seen so many CAG catwalk executes. Genuinely, without, this is not a joke, I think they're one of the best teams at clean catwalk rafters. Genuinely. They've been so good at just using like secondary piece of the ADSs, then capital fire, then they can play a glass on Garrett's door, just hold the angles. They rarely mess it up, and they make it look so effortless. And that was since DD joined in Stage 2.
Yeah.
We've cast them a fair bit. They've not once messed up this clear that we have seen.
But where's the glass pick?
Well, they don't need the glass. They have like the Monty version, the Blackbeard Nate version, the glass version, and the fire version of Capital. They have like 4 or 5 different ways of dealing with that problem, and all 5 have worked every time we've cast them.
I mean, that's a deadly stat.
So right now on Catwalk Rafters, right? There's a triple ADS stack on Catwalk Rafters. Chibisu will use secondary EMPs beneath the rafters, disable them. Then they're gonna try and burn with the Grim for the Wamai magnets. Then the fire comes out, and you're gonna be sprinting away. When you sprint away, you gotta have a guy with a gun on Garrett's door to then catch you on the rotation. That's what they wanna do. That's what they're going to be doing if they opt for this attack. Then they got the wild card.
That they do.
Arkuli, who made that ninja play on Lair. A very great play that made Reddit, by the way. I checked.
Oh, it did? Good.
Yeah, it did.
Deserved.
Very deserved. It was a 1v2 clutch. One for the H's for sure. Very well played.
He was a ninja on Lair. Can he embody that here with the Nook and look for a sneak attack? Bullet sees that player outside for a brief moment. What is the plan here for CAG?
VP.
Take out that information, the bulletproof camera. Arkuli is so patient. He's not going to move a second too soon.
He has to wait. If he hears any steps, he can get a free kill. If not, once the chaos happens by the bomb site, he knows there's going to be no more roamers. He can go for a backstab later on. We're waiting right now for Chibi to get in the right position with the secondary EMPs. They are needed for this catwalk rafters clear. A smoke on the door gets caught by Magnet, but an aggressive push on right here from Midi. Very, very risky, but no punishment. This is not a typical CAG attack. They're kind of nowhere on the map right now. They're going to rush the side directly, maybe? Smoke off, push side, ignore catwalk?
This is a very risky play, but they may well be cooking. DD has been preparing for this strat, and they prepare to execute. Falls, draws first blood. So many players from CAG will fall. Arkuli on his backstab is far too late, and with far too little impact, he goes down. The most dominant round from D+ we have seen thus far. A creative strat from CAG, one that fell flat on its face.
One of the downsides of playing the same maps a lot is that your opponent will know what you're going to be doing, and you're going to think, oh, they know, let's do something else, right? Let's go off paper. but also there was 2 separate one-mine magnets on that main breach that called the capital smoke arrows. That meant they actually get shot before the push comes through. They're low on HP. They banned the bandit.
Yeah, Bandit Kaid mute.
Wow, that's not what I expected.
That is a very hard lean into this wall denial.
I mean, okay, so if they're expecting, let's say, a Maverick ban, because CAG did that themselves, and then Bandit gets banned away, now you have, if they think that the enemy will ban the Maverick, and you do not ban the Bandit,
they're
you
going to have
cannot-
to play that mini game.
Yeah, 2 Brow Bandit, right?
Yeah.
That sucks.
And Mira.
And Mira. Now you're saying, okay, in case that's what they want to do, we're going to pre-fire the Bandit bans. That won't be a problem, and we're recognizing that we will have to deal with the Clash and the Mira long term. So
That's a problem, though.
they chose their own solution for this, but it's
Yeah, I
50-50
mean-
because they didn't ban the Maverick, they banned Blackbeard.
The devil that you know is better than the one you don't. The Mirror and the Clash is so challenging to deal with, but it's
Yeah.
something that CAG are used to dealing with. And they've got the ingredients to do it. Even if they have struggled in the past, they're going to be lacking the Blackbeard and lacking the Monty, lacking the Ying. Their 3 favorite operators to go for those executes, but guess what? Anaton is back on the blitz.
I like that. I like that a very lot. They got the Dokkaebi. That was my pick. Just missing the finger now, James. And then that call a friend situation happens again.
Oh, I hope so. I hope we see it. It did work out for them, if I recall correctly, on there.
Let's say mixed results.
Okay.
Let's say mixed results.
Okay. I'll give you that.
There are some good moments and some less good moments.
Well, this is not a great one if you're CAG, but a glimmer of hope if you're D+. Levy's found Shuri, who has been far and away the most deadly player in the server.
Kitchen
It was a
door.
spawn peak as well.
That rat's ankle beneath the kitchen hallway door. I hate dying to that. That small staircase creates a small gap right beneath the door frame. And that means the only vert operator. I mean, you got secondary shotgun and a DMR, but like, let's be honest, it's not gonna cut it. Got a lot of floor to break. Basin bomb set is not the best one for Blitz either because, again, the crossfires, staircases, hatch drops. You can go for a plant because you have coverage, but that's not the usual style for any. Wants to get aggressive, get in their face and get a kill. Levy on the main stairs could be a nice pick, but again, the lack of vertical destruction with Ram going down means they can't break the floor above.
Yeah. And that means they're also going to be extra vulnerable to this C4 that Midi has prepped.
Oh, yeah.
And so, CAG detonate the logic bomb. The call goes out. Will they make their way forward? Anaton wants to drop down the hatch. Worried about being shot from behind. Smoke to go out both ways.
Okay.
What's the play here for the Blitz as he drops down below? The C4 will miss. An impact grenade. Anaton shut down on the retreat by Midi. But not before he managed to get Levy on the floor. Finished off now by Didi.
I'm not sure if he punched the mirror or not. If he punched the mirror, I'm going to say worthy play for any. He did not punch the mirror. Okay, so now all of a sudden, that's a problem. No more smoke grenades. No one else can now get that job done. Bottom main staircase is going to be troublesome. Skyros could save it. There is no mute jammers. Bandit Kite are both banned away, so this should be successful. Yes, it will. But again, remind you, there is no vert. There's so little pressure upon D+. They have so many power positions available to them.
And these Azami Kiba barriers provide a fortress on the bomb site of cover for D+ to play behind. It will take some incredible shots from CAG to win it from here. D+ have the advantage,
Final
but the
call.
execute must come. The final call for CAG, and the call to push, to make a move, to take a stand for the APAC region. And Akuli finds his kill.
Good plant here.
Going deep now, DD crosses for the plant spot.
Injured
and
him.
Bullet is on the floor.
Hold up.
Chibisu is covering.
They got the cross.
Doing his best. Akuli does miss one player who sneaks into blue, but Chibisu's found
Just
him.
one left.
Falls to save his team, to fight back against CAG, who have been great for such a long time. For years, this team has stood as one of the best that APAC has to offer. And today, they will qualify for another grand final. Here at PAX Melbourne, the Japanese are on cloud 9, and Falls is doing nothing but baiting. No bravery for him as CAG take the top dogs down a notch, take them down a peg, and rocket themselves forward. A grand final appearance awaits for CAG.
It's not just the fact that they got to the grand finals, it's how they got there. A very slow start, a lot of doubt in the back of my mind thinking, do they have what it takes? That was Chalet. Lair, looking pretty good, but Clubhouse, that is the real CAG.
A year of peaks and troughs from being the first team from APAC to ever make an international grand final in Rio, to having one of the most turbulent roster issues we've ever seen in the APAC region in Rainbow Six, for goodness sake, to play with their coach with no one standing behind them to take down the top dogs in APAC North. CAG, take a bow.
By CAG after what was a very precarious start. There's no two ways about it. They bounced back, and boy, did they look good doing it. This is the CAG we know, this is the CAG we love, but the problem is now, for the rest of the teams in the bracket, they look at this and questions have to be asked. Who can beat CAG?
I mean, this really just encapsulates, I think, the insane run that they've been able to have stage 2. Despite their roster complications heading into the stage, they've essentially been able to upgrade, it seems, going into this particular back half of the year.
Yep.
Culminates here in this final map of Club. And again, it's another example of CAG able to finally close out matches in confident fashions on the big stage. So hopefully that's something that translates across to the grand final. Very excited to see them in that, but wouldn't count out D+ as well on the flip side from being able to make a run and rejoin them.
Tremendous point for CAG to get this done and dominate that first half the way that they did, 5-1 on defense. And I think that for me, they look like a really complete team now. It's strange to say that. DD comes
It does
in.
feel weird.
That's why it's strange to say it, because
Yeah.
DD comes in. Now, he's a former player, so he's not really, you know, shy to the big stage or anything
at
like
all.
that. But he's had to fill in probably in an unexpected circumstance, and
Yep.
he's done a really good job for what he brings to this team.
I would agree.
As I said pre-match, I think he's been able to elevate the other players on the roster, and everyone else they look a little bit more hungry
Yeah, a little
this stage
energized.
because of what happened stage 1.
Uh-huh.
It's an unfortunate end to it, and so therefore a bigger break.
Yep.
And therefore that hunger grows. Sharit was magnificent on Clubhouse, 15-7. So they've got the fraggers, they've got the IGL, they've got it all, and they've got the star power and a guy like Anderton as well. And so they're Kagan. They're in the right way.
What are you for a Kagan?
I'm
I can't do it here. No, my friend. But look, yeah, CAG, they're looking very strong right now. D+ will have to go down into the lower bracket to play the winner of our next matchup. But speaking of that next matchup, two names I did not expect to be talking about in the lower bracket. It's Enterprise. They take on Weibo after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right. 辛かったっていう一番最悪な彼氏が考えてみたらずっと毎日頑張ってた彼氏で好きじゃなかったんだけど一番本当はそういう思いだそれ言われた
突き抜くベースグラスにリップなびく髪どこで踏み外した熱いギター踊るワンピース悪口はもうやめた週末の雨に持て余した体また求めてるコンフォ不意に響いた電話に戸惑うから目を閉じるもう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト陰る街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にムーンライトセピア色に映る私そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう弱さも涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のメイリキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は抜けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわI had a feeling why am I not surprised Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes I'm turning gold, why you so cold to me Some of the words get harder to find Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me Only showing up when it's convenient Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game Or what a way to frame me I know I shouldn't care but I'm over being you And maybe it's all in my head Guess it's time for something new I'm not even famous but all you blaming on some lame excuse And maybe it's all in my head Guess it's time for something new waiting, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. Just drop like la 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 la.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better. Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better.
I can do it better. I can do it faster. 느리했으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 느리했으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야.
They provide me shade and I really thrive on it. 오늘도 역시 괜히 기분이 이상해. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me I get it, I would hit me too.
I can do it better. I can do it faster. 느리했으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 느리했으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. 腰に見える弱り甘い言葉が誘う今夜も嘘に溶けてゆく終電渋谷のビルは笑う気さらさらないわ書き消してミュージック画面の文字に落ちる雫が心にじませるキラリキラめく夜のレイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は泣けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわ
最低な暴言見えますねはねクソすぎる恋愛の話頑張るのが辛かったって一番最悪な彼氏が最悪考えてみたら毎日頑張れたレッスンで好きじゃなかったんだけど一番本当はそういう思いだそれ言われたんだ
突き抜くベースグラスにリップなびく髪どこで踏み外した熱いギター踊るワンピース悪口はもうやめた週末の雨に持て余した体また求めてるコンフォ不意に響いた電話に戸惑うから目を閉じるもう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト陰る街に一人歌うどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にくないセピア色に映る私そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう夜朝も涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のレイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は抜けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわI had a feeling why am I not surprised Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes I'm turning gold, why you so cold to me Somehow the words get harder to find Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me Only showing up when it's convenient Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game Or what a way to frame me I know I shouldn't care but I'm over being you know that things are gonna end bad when my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. Just drop like la 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 la.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better. Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better.
I can do it better. I can do it faster. Ready 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. Ready 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. They provide me shade and I really thrive on it. 오늘도 역시 괜히 기분이 sunny. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. 누가 봐도 killing it. Winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. 자신과 싸움에 스치면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐야. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐야. I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리 있으면 들게 주문을 걸어봐야.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger.
number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, bet you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop that, turn heads. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way wanna play the game, wanna know my name. We make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like 3, 2, 1 thing. Line, I'm cutting. You love me, turn it on like it's nothing. I'm going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, bet you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop that. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
Sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Testify the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show.
괜찮아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 날 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know we're gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 호흡에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know we're gonna be alright I know we're gonna be alright 왜네 옆에서 no way 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can't feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나로 나의 긴 시간 어제와 내일도 지나 어디까지 갈까 한겠지 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부터까지 feel so good 난 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제의 난 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation I've been thinking 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 about you 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐 있으면 내 here with me 가득 심장이면 please for me 빨리 고백해볼까 눈 감고 말해볼까 미치겠어 only you 이런 건 처음이야 너무 설렘이잖아 I've been thinking about it I've been thinking about you boy Yeah yeah all I think about is you boy all I think about is yeah 나도 괜찮겠지 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐 있으면 here with me 가득 심장이면 please tell me 빨리 고백해볼까 눈 감고 말해볼까 미치겠어 only you 이런 건 처음이야 너무 설렘이 좀 나 I've been thinking about it I've been thinking about you boy Yeah all I think about is you boy all I think about Yeah all I think about is you boy all I think about 내 맘아는 사람 손으로 하여 우리 눈에 완벽한 lover 내 맘아는 사람 손으로 하여 우리 눈에 완벽한 lover Hey boy I can sleep at night So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서 Hey boy I can sleep at night So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서 I've been thinking about you I've been thinking about you
Well, CAG heated up so much they set off the evacuation alarm in the PAX arena, but never mind. Hopefully it's a false alarm for the players at home because they were looking pretty good on the back end. Thank you for your patience at home. And, of course, for everyone out here in the PAX arena, welcome back to the show. We've got a lot more to get through. Only one best of 3 done, and we're on our way. But, Nick, oh, my God. You're on the set.
I am. I'm here in person.
You are IRL on the couch.
From
Denmark.
how many shows have we done where it's Stu and me, and then we keep looking at Nick, and you're looking at this
so
beautiful
bad.
set.
Wait, so
from
am I
back
just on a
home.
screen here for you guys normally, or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
it's
front
like
of
just
us.
down. Is that Oda? Oi,
Yeah,
Oda.
it is.
Oda,
Come over
in.
here.
James,
Can you
hop off.
take
Come
this
on.
off and
Hop off.
just
Hey,
swap?
come in.
Get a seat.
Now, for those of you at home that don't know Anastasios Hatsis, this is Oda. He used to be a good player, but nowadays we rotate him in and out on the desk. Welcome back, mate.
Cheers, mate. It's good to be here. Good to be on the couch. I would rather be on the stage, but it's the best I could do.
Gotta win to get there, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you sleep good last night?
Very well.
Yeah?
It took me a while to get to sleep because I was so drained, but no, I had a good sleep today.
Yeah, so for reference, if you guys didn't catch it last night, you guys played a qualifier match for Munich.
Yep.
Up against Weibo. The game ended at, 4 a.m. local time. Now, I played SI-19 against Empire, longest individual, map in Siege Pro League history. But we didn't finish at 4 a.m. What was that like going from starting at 9 a.m. in the morning, first map, and then play, break, ending at 4?
Well, yeah, I woke up at like 6:30 a.m. to get ready for the veto for our first match that starts at 9. So very tiring, a BO1 into a BO3, then a long break to play that eventual, 12 a.m. start. Very draining, especially as like an IGL someone who's got to control the rounds. I feel like it was so hard to just keep my mind focused on, the next goal, the next step in the round. And we're just trying to keep the energy up at the same time. So pretty tiring and draining. But yeah, I feel like we fought pretty well. They were close games, every map. So I feel like we've done our best, and, that's all you can ask for.
How do you feel overall now? Are you happy moving into regional finals? Because that's where your sights are set now.
Yeah, I'd say we're happy to, take a little break here, reset, and then just go back at it, really,
Yeah. Deep dive, as one would say, as we're about to do into our next matchup. Of course, 2 teams on stage that you are very familiar with. Enterprise beat you in stage 1 to end up as champions. Well, actually, no, they didn't even beat you. You lost to Ludovica.
We did.
Sorry.
Oh,
that's
boy.
a
Oh,
little
boy.
dog. That's a little dog. But, of course, Weibo, the team that you lost to last night, 4 a.m., they were in the trenches with you. How do you feel like Weibo play out as a team? Because this is a roster that we said were probably the best in APAC coming into these major quals, but they have not looked the same.
Yeah, 100%. No, they're a scary roster. Every part of that team can show up, really. And I feel like their playstyles kind of changed a bit, where they're a bit more aggressive and chaotic. That's why we're banning the things like the Glaz, the Ying, the Grim. Because, when they start throwing all this certain new tool coming out, you don't know what's coming at you. So, yeah, we kind of had to shut down a few things and just prepare for just like the lurks instead of the chaos.
Yeah. I mean, we saw inside these states too, right? Turd stat, the 4+1 stat we call it, where you have 4 players working together, and Turd doing his own thing. Half the time he's baiting, half the time he's getting a multi-kill, but it's worked out. Like his KD right now, 142 to 88, obviously finding huge success across the board. But he had a very bad match against CAG, and that's where Weibo started falling apart. So, do you feel like there's a bit too much reliance perhaps on Turd, or do you think it's okay?
I'd say this stage he's been like their best performer. I think yesterday though, like Reeves and Hoven were just hitting some crazy shots.
They were.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think the thing is, like, when they fire up, they're very dangerous, right? We said this. Everyone was like, oh, turd. But it's like, well, Reeps hasn't needed to go off.
Nope.
Like, Reeps is usually one of the best players in the region. And he's just kind of been, I'm not going to say tame. He's still at 110 EPS. He's still nuts. But he just hasn't had to have the same impact he had 2 years ago, say, when he first entered the scene. But speaking of, I guess, impact in the server, Enterprise have looked very good this entire year, I will say, kind of going all the way through. I think EWC, they got a little bit unlucky with their draws, 2 Brazilian teams. That's a little rough. But Pengu, I might start with you first here, because you've watched a fair bit with us.
Yeah.
How do you feel like this team plays out? Because they do have a lot of dangerous players.
They do. I mean, coming to this, I didn't know much about a player like Tuhan, but now that I've seen him, I've cast him. I mean, Dave's is like, Tui, oi, every single round. It's like his biggest fan. It's ridiculous, gassing him up. but it's for a good reason.
Yeah.
Like, Tuan is so great, player is so great.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the story of like 4 young gunners and the old man, right? Official guy, -20, but that's okay. That's a good thing because he is leading the team forward, and someone's got to do it.
Now, 3 players on this roster you've played with, right? You've played with Player, Tuhan, and Fisher guy. How do you feel like it? Because it's when I put my hand on my chest and say, when I first saw the team come together, I was actually a little bit worried. I thought, I don't know if there's enough experience here. But God, they made up for it, didn't they?
Yeah, the way Fisher plays and preps his team is he kind of gets all the credit because he puts all that work in. He tells players where to be, what strat we're doing, how he wants them to play the strat. So he kind of takes the prep out of the players, and you just need to be sharp to be on Fisher's team. Really, he would tell you what to do, and you just go shoot people.
Do you miss it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. How does it feel now? Because, like, obviously you had what? You had a 2023 year that was absolutely phenomenal, right? You played really well under Fisho, granted.
Yep.
And then roster moves, role shuffles, all those kind of things. You're now one of the most washed players in OS, but you are now filling the same role, essentially, that Fisho fills. So how does it feel being on the other side now, knowing what it's like?
Not good.
Yeah.
You got to do extra hours. You got to come up with the theory now. You got to present it to the boys. I'd rather just get on and shoot people rather than, do the theory work. So it's definitely something different. And just not fragging anymore. So that's another thing you gotta look at. Yeah, look, I think we look at that a little too much sometimes. Yeah,
but you know what?
Looks at it a bit too much.
Xenox does look at it a little too much. But I'll give you credit where credit's due. You're the 2nd highest planter in the region.
There it is.
Thank you.
That's
Good
okay.
that someone notices.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's all right, mate. I do my research. Actually, in fact, it was only because you were right next to me that I did that. Pengu, this matchup in particular, this realistically should be incredibly tight. It should be close.
Should be.
Do you feel as though it will play out like that? Remembering, LAN in front of an audience, like all of these additional bonuses kind of hinder what a normal conversation would look like.
I think yesterday obviously was a tough one for Weibo. They had the final matchup obviously against Yoda, but they seem kind of done with it at this point, right? Like they're tired, they're exhausted. Like, you know what? We want to play, we want to win, but we don't have much more in us to give. And I think Enterprise, they are the new kids in the block, if you will. Weibo, they were Bleed, they were at Lance internationally, they were the top team of the region. Enterprise, new kids. They got the passion, they got the motivation. I think they're much more hungry for this victory than Weibo will be.
Knowing the kind of games, the maps that you would play against these two teams, where do you think would be an even ground for both of them to meet?
An even ground? I would say Border would be one. Because you have Fisher who can play kind of slow and, pick and choose who he wants to isolate. And then you have Weibo who can just be chaotic. Yeah, and that's the problem with Weibo is we've watched them so many times in the server and it's very unpredictable. It's intense. Weibo actually banned Border out, but it's floated until the final ban of the first round before we see anything. We start off on Bank and then tonight Haven Labs. Should we need it, we head to Cafe. Pengu.
A little bit surprised, actually. I'm not going to lie. Like, Bank being picked up is a much more structured map than I thought we would see. Not even Labs, Border, Chalet was the 3 maps that I really saw coming. Maybe a Clubhouse, but it's going to be, Bank, Labs, and into Cafe. Very surprised.
Well, you know what? There's only one more thing I'm surprised at, and that's that we're here at PAX Live once again for an APAC final. But it is time for us to get underway. This game should be close. It should be explosive. And, well, explosive games require only the very best. But they're not available, so Guz and Xenox will run you through it today.
Well, the ever-professional Rob, yes, as we make our way back over to PAX. It's a big game. We've got ourselves the home team, Enterprise, who qualified for the Munich Major last night. Weibo deep early this morning. Well, they'll be the enemies within the arena today. A spot in the top 3, a chance to play again later today on the line for these teams. Of course, D+ would await the eventual winner of this matchup.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued. How much do Weibo still have in the tank? It was a long day for them. I mean, for both teams to some extent. But I think Enterprise probably entering this match a little bit more rejuvenated. And we'll see how that translates into the server, as Pengu was kind of mentioning, though very structured maps in this particular Veto Bank to kick things off. And so I'm intrigued to see how that translates. In terms of bans, I'm anticipating it's going to be pretty stock standard. I think the adaptation will come throughout the mid-match. It's the Kaid Glaz, probably to be followed up with more Hard Breach Denial. No, it's actually the Castle, so a bit more util focused here, and then the Monty to follow. Pretty standard.
Well, as we head into this one, Weibo, we probably anticipated to have qualified maybe in a different fashion. They had a rough start, really, to the major qualifier LAN and found themselves in that lower bracket. And well, found themselves actually a map down last night to Chiefs. So they've actually done it the hard way in the end, which is not what we expected for the #1 team from Asia coming into this land. But in the end, job done. They've qualified for Munich. As for Enterprise, clearly the best team in Australia after Chiefs unfortunately fell short last night. Couldn't quite join them for what will be a magnificent trip to Munich in November. For Enterprise on the attack first up here on Bank. It is their map pick as well. Let's see what they can do in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, EP throughout O's had a 61.5% attacking win rate, so a strength in that regard. That was one that translated across essentially the majority of the map pool, so I don't think it's going to hamper them all too much. Weibo are going to have to throw their weight around here, particularly probably they wanted to on the roam, but EP take away that castle. That will weaken the ability to do that. And so the lineup that they have presented here defensively is going to be very site-centric. You have the Goyo in combination with the Tachenka and the Smoke. A lot of denial potential, both on default side, but also for the back hit as well.
Well, I agree with Oda, by the way. Nice to have Oda on the couch and get his thoughts, especially from a pro. It's hard with the opening kill on to Tuhan. But a map like Border, these two teams, and bringing that explosive power that they both possess. Bank is probably not too far off it at times, depending on the site. Hovering over towards Elevators. And with that opening kill now, this becomes a very difficult objective for Enterprise. Not ideal to lose one, but also your hard breach in Tuhan. So it's going to make opening the hatches a little bit more annoying. They do have the secondary hard breach available on Fisher Guy and Player. But on Basement Bank, without Tuhan, yeah, this becomes far more frustrating.
Yeah, aggressive elevator play here from Weibo, looking to chip away drone economy. They have the advantage. There's no incentive for them to take gunfights from this position, so they will peel back. Hoven does remain, and so EP need to ensure that they drone this correctly. And based on the body language from Player, I don't think that's been the case.
Oh, no. Well, Player not anticipating for Hoven to still be over on that first floor elevator position. Easy kill, easy drop. Essentially 5 in sight. Reaps over towards blue stairs, but an anchor point that you're naturally going to hold for a little bit longer. 2-player advantage now for Weibo. So not the start for Enterprise that they would have liked here. Gotta remember, this is an elimination game, guys. So if you do lose this, the time at the major qualifier land does come to an end. Win and you will play in the next match. Obviously for Weibo, they had a very long day yesterday, long night, and to then play back-to-back best of the threes today, it'll really test them. Reaps up close, Gas Babe thrown out. Last one available, so once that does dissipate, his ability to hold blue stairs is going to be pretty much not even possible, and so he does evacuate.
Easy rotation with the...
You see what I said there?
Yeah, I did. Easy rotation with the hatch still closed and able to find
another easy kill. Oh, Reaps again shows his strength with the SMG-11. Well, it might be almost flawless here if Relays can't at least get one. A big start for Weibo, up and playing as early as 4 in the morning today. And have found themselves now playing at 4 in the afternoon today. But they look switched on. Well, Relays does avoid the flawless nature of this round. And gets the second, but that's all, no more. Weibo will get the opening round here on Bank. And the banter in the chat begins. We had Tuhan yesterday, by the way, for Enterprise, who was really into the chat banter. And we know Weibo are the kings of it, especially in Asia. I'm expecting that to get quite eventful.
Yeah, I think he was giving a couple of tips for the blue clear, but the round was somewhat over by that point. Given the initial spawn peak onto the Habana really hindered the ability to clear the rest of the map. Then the mist drone as well, elevator. So very much a warm-up round there for EP, and they'll look to refocus heading into the second top floor. Mirror available, and so we expect quite a bit of play from her, especially on this side. If she goes unbanned in the next phase, typically prompts the attack to bring out capital clearance or other pieces of utility to deal with that.
Both teams, by the way, were recently over at EWC, so both have been able to have some international experience within the last couple of months, and now we'll get that opportunity once again over at Munich in November. Weibo have become a formidable team within Rainbow Six Siege. For Enterprise, it feels like it's that beginning of the journey. And for them to be able to make the major, it has kept that streak alive in terms of Australian representation at the higher level for Siege. And considering they actually, of course, technically finished second in those playoffs, that they did lose quite a few SI points. Going to Munich might give them an opportunity to gain some of those back for Six Invitational and their path towards that event. So for Weibo, I mean, honestly, starting defense here on Bank after what's been a long 30 hours for all of the players and all of the teams. I think just starting defense is probably just far more comfortable. So Enterprise have got a very difficult half ahead of them, but if they can pinch a couple of attacking rounds, it will get their tails up, give them that motivation. They've just got to be very, very cautious, and Fisher guy thinking about the upside down rappel, playing the Riora.
Ranged hard breach, the Ace and the Habana both available this round, but Enterprise electing not to utilize that. So it should be top square side rather push is the most likely outcome. And Fisher guy can use the Riora gates for airlock and some other positions to shut down lines of sight, especially against this rappel. In terms of the clearance onto the mirror window, that may be a challenge, but Hoven...
Oh, Tuhan, it's Hoven onto Tuhan for the second round straight.
Tuhan, the highest rated on EP, by the way.
It's a big loss, and then Core over towards Banana, and it's another Weibo slaughter here on Bank. Bappin caught on the one-way by the keeper barrier. Hoven's found 3 in the round. And like the opening round, though, Enterprise at least avoid the flawless, but it's Weibo that have started the better of these two teams. They look switched on, especially on their defense, where not only are they proving to be difficult to actually push and attack into, but they're timing their counter-aggression perfectly. Player is trapped here, top square. Obviously, try as you might. This is pretty much an unwinnable position in the 1v4. Turd from stock. He's got him completely pinched. Reaps will get the final kill, and we have a tech pause. Ooh. Well, that's a cool little crowd shot.
Yeah. I initially thought it was going to be attack pause from Enterprise early, just trying to snap them back into awake mode, because unfortunately so far their entrance inside of the server has been a little bit weak, especially by their standard. Just little mistakes like this, you know, like relays blocking a util, missed times elsewhere, Tuhan once again losing that entry battle. The pacing and just the aggression here from Weibo has been far superior, and it's the kind of match, given the circumstance, that strategy is not going to be too deep. It's going to largely be default, I would assume. They wouldn't have spent much time or had really time or the energy to be doing much counter strategy for this kind of matchup. The mentality would be go in, frag, you're a team that can play into that win con.
Yeah, you're back in your system.
Yeah.
More than trying to dive too deep into the strategizing of what the opponent wants to do, what we then want to do against them. It's two teams that have got quality systems that get them through, you know, group stages and playoffs and things like that. So they're going to just come in today, try and play their game. This is frustrating, though. You're 2-0 down, and then you've got tech issues. I'm not sure what's actually happening here.
Desk adjustment, maybe? I'm not sure.
Is it a desk height issue? I know that sometimes the players can be quite familiar with their setups and a little bit finicky. It's got to be. I've seen some players with rulers and tape measures and things like that. It's got to be the right height. You can actually see the desk is a little bit lower there. I think player's not. Is it player or is it Fisher guy? That's not. No, it's apparently a microphone issue. Well, player last night, I don't know if you saw, may have caused a headset issue.
Yeah, didn't he throw his
after their win for Enterprise? He just completely slammed it onto the desk in excitement. I wonder if they'll give him a bill for that one.
Well, there's one player's mic who you do not want to break for Enterprise. That is Fisher. I feel like you could almost get away with a round where all 4 others cannot communicate, and
as long as he can communicate, that's all that matters. He is the best IGL in the region. And you could almost maybe go as far to say the best IGL in all of APL.
Potentially.
Well, you know, there's maybe debatable ones, but he's certainly in that conversation, undoubtedly. Hopefully, due to the fact that it is just a mic issue, we can get back underway rather shortly, and indeed, that is correct. So, fortunately, no rehost, and head into the third round. This will be the final round until we do get those third bans in for both sides. Staff and open area, the third round choice. So far, Weibo are looking switched on. Reaps with 3, Hoven with 5. And Hoven, of course, with both the opening kills and both onto Tuhan. And we know Tuhan has been such a standout player for Enterprise, not just really here at the major qualifying land, but also throughout the entire stage. The power of Enterprise, though, as a team, is they've got multiple fraggers. But they need a response here. Cannot allow for Weibo to go and do the around-the-world trip, win the 3 sites, head back to primary. Otherwise, it's a long road back into it for Bank. And remember, this is Enterprise's map pick.
Staff Open over in OS has a 50-50 split attack defense. In Asia, however, it sits at 62% in favor of attack, and with a far higher plant percentage rate as well. So we'll see what kind of win condition EP elects to ultimately go for in this round. Relays has been given the Nook license. We typically see this on Bank.
Yeah, but whether you go through ATMs or you go the garage lurk, then up main, or potentially blue, Relays has just gone through the front door.
Just about throwing that chaos ball into the mix and seeing if Weibo can deal with it.
This should get one here. One inside, that's an easy kill. There goes Speakeasy. So Relays will get the opening kill of the round for Enterprise and takes good position. Easy kill over towards Admin and limits that first floor pressure from Weibo. The majority of their defenders now on that top floor, but side is Staff and Open.
Yeah, wanting to contest against Tuhan on Buck. He has the vert potentials through the mid round, and if they can prevent him from gaining that control, it bolsters the defense below. It's going to be challenging now, though, with a player down. And Relays' position still largely unknown over towards lobby.
Well, default is up. Relays
unspotted.
Is unspotted. And makes his way up towards Banana. Reaps, though, top main stairs over in the hallway. Relays clearing out towards front desk, but he's gone caught long angle through long desk. And at that moment in time, Arpe found a nitro on the 2.5. Bishop falls to Reaps. Slight advantage now for Weibo, but equaled up by Bappin. Gets 2 quick kills to make this the 2v2, and Hoven on 1 HP. Red ping intel for Hoven to play off. Will trust the DMR on the long angle, but can't hit the shots on the cross. Taken to half HP player. Doesn't fire her shot back. 1 bullet and Hoven goes down.
Bappin actually had a look over towards side. He was in open for a moment's time, but does not have diffuser. That's still isolated on an island.
Well, they do have a minute. Enterprise don't have to rush this. They probably want to try and deal with Hoven. He's navigated through Janitor, now back in towards the hallway, slipped into a good position. Smoke from the fire extinguisher obscures the vision, but only for a small amount of time, and Hoven can't win it because of his HP. Bappin finds 3. Arpe in the 1v2, but when you look at the health margins of Bappin and player, they've retrieved the kit, but this is still very winnable for Arpe. Drop into Admin, got the down onto Bappin, confirms it, but player will clutch up for Enterprise. The Aussies are on the board here on Bank.
Yeah, good flood of that site late open area, the nature of that site. Very few playable positions late round, a lot of different angles and drop potential that you need to be mindful of. And all those angles, of course, can't be watched at once. Good work from Bappin there, mid to late round. He just collected himself, supported his team. They're able to get that diffuser, found Hoven, and then identified the win con as getting the pick at the end. That was certainly their best attack by far. Mistake minimization was far better. As for the bans now for rounds 4, 5, 6, it will be the mirror twitch.
It's a very strange concept, these two teams, when you consider the well, multiple national entities that reside within the team. For the Australians, you've got a Korean coach, a New Zealander on the team, and then for Weibo, they've also got a New Zealander on the team, and a Brazilian coach, and a British coach. It's all multinational for these two. Timeout for Enterprise, though. They win the round, but Mingo wants to talk things over. But that's what we expect a bit more of from Enterprise. They don't have to win every round. It's just not going to play out that way. But the first 2 rounds, like, they never even look like throwing a shot. They get the opening kill. Relays on the Nook. Great entry. Good position taken. And from there, they were able to snowball. Despite the fact that Weibo started to get back in to that round with a couple of really good kills. Because of that, the early nature of the round, Enterprise had a good foothold in the map. We go back to lockers and CCTV, though. This particular site on Bank is very difficult to take for the attacking team. They cannot be affording opening deaths and losing players like Tuhan on the Habana. And it's going to be the bunker down strategy for Weibo. They bring the Tachanka, the Tubera, the Koya, the Smoke, and the Fenrir, which does suggest that they're not really going to posture too much outside of basement.
Well, we said that, and I expected that last time out, and then we saw the really early round roam. I think Weibo probably have enough respect here for Enterprise that they won't attempt it to the same extreme here. And it was perhaps something discussed during the tactical timeout was let's be super cautious early round and really punish any spawn peak attempts if they are to happen. There's a bit of groundwork here established, but that's more so for the peel down main. If I caught it correctly, I think the hatches were in fact reinforced. That being said, Hoven's been given the license once again to start on this top floor.
Well, I mean, you start top floor, and if Enterprise flood in quickly, then you're in a position to catch them by surprise. But if they don't, and then they take their time, and they drone, and they go for the top-down clear, more often what will happen is Hoven will just retreat back down main, drop hatch, or potentially go bot main if the hatches have been reinforced, which they were. It's kind of an either-or kind of strategy that we see from defensive teams.
Yeah, he's already made his way towards main stairs, I think, Hoven. Just looking to contest drone economy for now.
Well, he sat elevator first floor last time, and he was able to get a free kill onto a player who did not check. This time he'll be on the right side. Drone goes by, does take a couple of shots. And the idea with this is really to kind of just buy some time. Relays has a drone just left outside of Hoven. 6 kills for him, 4 to Reap, so 10 between them already inside 3 rounds played. And Hoven thinking about the drop. And now we'll commit. So essentially 5 site now for Weibo. Full bunker, Reaps will play maybe server blue stairs. And the idea now for Weibo Gaming is time management in terms of their denial. And already a bit of a nuisance opening up this admin hatch due to the Vulcan canister. That will expire, they will open the hatch. So 2 canisters available for Turd over towards CCTV. That's an early gas babe though from Reaps. Aggressive towards top blue stairs. But you can afford to play this aggressive smoke blue because you've got Tachanka. You've got Nitrocell on Turd as well. Who's throwing out these auto canisters, by the way. Final gas babe. Oh, and Reaps thinking about maybe getting aggressive with the shotgun. I think Speakeasy trying to save fodder. Oh, there was one inside a server. Reaps not expecting Bappin. Lurks behind the ROU from his sends. Fisher guy. So there's plenty of time now. Nitrocell from Turd available. Shamika launcher. This is going to be the next real big battle though. Relays towards Garage taken very low. Losing out to Alpine and gets down on the exit. Numbers advantage for Weibo Gaming heading into the final 30 seconds. And the Shamika launcher is going to be used for the next 20.
The attack here heavily reliant on a miracle drop and then coverage from above. Tuhan needs to play the long line as well. I wish Fisher all the best because dropping here is so challenging.
They really needed that pressure from Garage. They needed Relays to win that fight. Turd on the drop, Nitrocell. Oh, big kill. Bappin though finds a pick from open. And Fisher's going to be able to get this plant down. No, denied at the last second. Despite the kills, there's no time left for Enterprise. Weibo will hold strong.
Now that plant denial seemingly
that won them the round.
Out of nowhere. Able to sneak past the hatch and successful there. Another breakdown in the attack and a winnable position that Enterprise found themselves in, despite how precarious it was moments before. But it's those small margins and small mistakes, especially on attack, that do get punished. 1-3 scoreline, we return to the top floor.
Well, so far, I'd say this is probably going as expected.
It may well just be a game that gets determined by tertiary success from the attack. But attacking into primaries on bank, especially first map of a series, can be really, really rough.
Bappin, by the way, with back-to-back 3K, so he goes 6 and 4 now. And Tuhan, unfortunately, yet to find a kill. We know how influential he was, especially yesterday in their matchup against PSG Talon, which went right down to the wire, and what a series that was. And when we concluded that series, I thought, I don't know if Chiefs and Weibo can top this, and it probably did, to be honest. And for Enterprise, 2 attacking rounds, probably the pass mark. So they've got 2 opportunities for that, rounds 5 and 6. Of course, back in the day, you used to be able to put those Valkyrie cameras outside.
Oh, speaking of outside, speak easy. So the sense in play then for this 5th round. Intriguing that Fisher is currently posturing ATM, suggesting that maybe a push-up towards Banana. Again, they do have this ranged hard breach available even after the additional ban phase. And so with that grenade utility, player will be able to get to work on the lobby repel. Makes that rotation stock call more challenging once the wall's opened up. Elevator unoccupied by Weibo.
Yeah, so with Kanto opened up, now that hallway position a little bit more susceptible, and you've got Relay's top square, so you can create a little bit of this funnel pressure from both sides. So for those that are playing stock or playing top main, pushing out of long desk, it's no longer as safe. It's no longer as viable for the defensive operators. So Outpay inside of Janitor will likely hold, stay there. We've got one long desk, one front desk. Turd's the one that's going to play main. Well, there goes Holvin. Big pick from player. So already utilizing the repel game. Reeps does get a trade onto Relays. He was the one pushing in through square. Equals things up, heading into the final 90 seconds. Careful with these keeper barriers, Reeps, as you overpeak. Player on the repel has a really good angle through Kanto.
2 ROUs have been deployed by Fisho. He is repelling into CEO. Will Weibo be able to deny this plant attempt?
Yeah, he gets into sight, and to be fair, there's a lot of players that are not necessarily in the right position. Nitrocell over towards Garage, like Turd's just not even remotely close, but fortunately Speakeasy is. Turd gets it down onto player as well. They just capitulate Enterprise as soon as they go to hit the site. Tuhan yet to find a kill. Pre-fires, wants to win this battle but cannot, stays on that donut. 4-1 for Weibo. Their defense proving to be formidable. And despite the opening kill for Enterprise, they're unable to capitalize. It was a short-lived advantage, but nevertheless, again, they go for the plant, unsuccessful, cannot convert, and from there, Weibo win comfortably.
I think that was a really well-calculated risk from Turd. Despite having Nitro, he went for that run out to alleviate pressure on this particular repel right here. And in the meantime, back those on site to get the job done, which was exactly the case. Massive.
And not, you know, you get that Nitro to stop plant, get it down, and at the exact same moment, you get a kill elsewhere. So it just really flips the round. If that had been plant down, oh, jeez. I just want to see Turd and Tuhan go back and forth. That's what I want. But I don't know if Tuhan can do much talking right now when he's 0-4.
We need a 1v1.
Yeah, we need
at an end of round 1v1 situation.
This should have been the show match. The Turd Tuhan 1v1.
But it's the tertiary that Enterprise's objective best chance.
Turd's bottom fragging right now for Weibo, which I think the general consensus over the qualifier LAN is obviously how good Turd has been, not just here, but also throughout the stage. And the impact he's had on this Weibo roster.
Well, the thing that I found so shocking sitting behind watching them yesterday, the amount of shot calling Turd does was incredibly surprising. He's making a lot of mid-round calls and making plays. Certainly more so than I would have anticipated. And sometimes that can then detract from your ability to find kills, as he contests CEO repel currently. So certainly something to keep our eyes on throughout this round. Hoven pops up. Gets time though on the repel.
So double shields now for Enterprise. Final round. Hoven.
Oh.
That's trigger discipline 101. I think he wants more than just the one. And he might get it. Oh, the repel in.
He's got
information. Still haven't shot. Oh, beautifully played from Holford. Waited for relays. And he was able to get the intel on the vault in as well towards airlock. I mean, talk about trigger discipline. That is insane. Reeps just clears out, gets the double kill. No push into Janitor available, says Reeps. Well, it's all too easy for Weibo. They're making light work of Enterprise here on Bank. They had a long night into what was a long morning and a long day today, and they want to make it as quick as possible. Only Bappin remains. He's been formidable, he's been good. But unfortunately, he's only been one of a couple for Enterprise that have looked likely to make things happen here on Bank. And they're staring down the barrel of a 1-5 half in favor of Weibo.
And that's with their tactical timeout used at the conclusion of round number 3 as well. So Enterprise now find themselves in a pretty awkward position, defending against a 1-5 scoreline. We have seen it before. The frequency, though, is very low. And And they don't have the firepower at the moment to make that case. At least on the attacking side, they didn't. Defensively, it could be a different story. And Weibo will be the ones now to set the tone in the second half. They'll need to be the primary playmakers. This is now just a glorified opportunity for Bappin to pad his stats.
Yeah. Which he cannot. Hoven catches him. So 5-1 half for Weibo. And this feels like the Weibo that we expected coming into the major qualifier landcast. This is the domination that they are capable of, even at the highest level, even internationally. There's a reason why they made top 8 at EWC. And the banter and the, and the trash talk continues from Weibo to EP. Tuhan wants to get lippy, but he knows it's a little bit tricky to do that when you're yet to find a kill. Second half coming up. Can Enterprise match what we saw from Weibo on their own defense? That's the question.
So double hard breach ban and double ranged at that will make top floor more attacking, or more difficult to attack rather. And then on the side of defense, Kaid, pretty much 100% ban rate on bank, and then the clash as well, which complements a couple of these holds nicely. It's funny, right? When Reaps walked in today, he made mention that he actually went to bed at about 6 AM this morning, so he's probably running on running on fumes. But inside of the server, he's been a key playmaker in several of these rounds, and it's a testament to a player that really just.
Oh, speaking of speakeasy before, they've had a couple of naps.
Yeah,
they've found avenues in rejuvenating themselves. Yeah, 7-2 Reaps, 9-3 Hoven, 5-2 Speakeasy. They haven't even really needed Turd to go beast mode, and he's certainly capable of that. 4 of the 6 rounds played. Weibo with the opening kills, converted all of those rounds as well. And surprisingly, with all of the domination, you look at the numbers, you look at the KDs for Weibo, they only had 1 player that actually got a multi-kill, which was Hoven back in the second round with a 3K. It's just been some real consistent damage from Weibo against the Aussies. And for Enterprise now on defense, let's see if they can get a couple of rounds together, string some form, get some momentum. Certainly possible on a map like Bank. You win basement, you go top floor, you win that, and then it comes down to that tertiary to see if you can really formulate the comeback. I mean, this is must win. You've got to take lockers and CCTV to kickstart it. Otherwise, staring down 6-1, you may as well wave the white flag and move on to Nighthaven Labs.
It's pretty default hold here defensively. Tuhan will play blue stairs on the smoke, and then you have the double plant denial, Goyo and Chanka. Player introduces an interesting element on the Aruni. DMRs are very strong at the moment and can allow him to play deeper angles, especially against the back push, and then still support the front default.
Oh, yellow ping. Turd is aware of the fact that there is one inside a garage, and that's player on the Aruni. And then the red ping as well over towards the loading dock. So relays as well, has-beens. But there's another one. Well, Turd, they're all lining up for you, but it's player that gets the opening pick onto Reaps. Here comes Turd though, swinging. Gets the down kill onto player. More to be shooting at. The Tachanka and Fisher guy comes on over to help out. Relieve some of that pressure with the Jamaica launcher, but that's opened up the back door. Hoven was able to push through. Same with Alpay. Big kill onto Bappin. They just start to take the site. Enterprise were far too focused on that garage side push, and it's cost them only 2 hard left. He still can't get a kill. Weibo with 5 map points. Clean sweep, basement on bank, and make it look all too easy.
Well, it may have been a rather conventional setup from defense, but the attack anything but. The stack from the glass outside garage was clean, and then in response, Enterprise essentially felt the need to send 3 bodies and hope that they win that battle. No matter how many people walk out, they had to win that fight to alleviate pressure early, but ultimately didn't happen. Flooded elsewhere in the meantime.
5 match points again.
And
Weibo, though, were in this very position.
Can they close
How
out?
many times last night against Chiefs? One of them they couldn't close out. One of them they did, but it went the distance. Weibo, this is the thing, right? Do they walk away from last night's series against Chiefs thinking we probably could have won 7-1, 7-2?
I think for the sake of their sleep schedules, probably.
This time they might not mess around, though, and try and close this out as soon as possible. It's been rough for Enterprise. Their map pick, honestly, bank a map in which I think they can play quite well. It just hasn't quite, strung together today. I have to remember as well, for both of these two teams, maybe something we haven't spoken about, but it's a good opportunity in terms of a high-quality match on LAN in the preparation for, what, just under a month's time for the November Major in Munich. Doesn't really get better than this. You're not going to get any better quality siege than from now until Munich. Bappin up to 8 kills now. Has more kills than the rest of his team combined.
Shock drone from Ape, successful, so Janitor now exposed. Tuhan still has one in pocket. And he'll immediately deploy that.
Yeah, good value here from the shock drone of Ape. Still has one more, as he said, and the fact that he's already dealt with the mirror window. That's really the main part of why you bring the Twitch here.
Tuhan actually repocketing that utility. Just waiting for the right moment to get it out. Again, trying his best to counter these shock drones that are being bombarded his way. Still one inside.
He's just chilling.
Of objective.
Vulcan canister right on the desk above.
Shot out
there
again.
Goes the second mirror window. So Janitor very susceptible now, even without a Capital.
The path towards that CEO plant now looks very, very strong for Weibo.
They will want to deal with that Vulcan canister, though, sitting on the desk. The reason why we don't really mention Fisher Guy 06 is he's allowed to go 06, Tuhan's not allowed.
No.
They need him fragging. Fisher, the IGL, different set of rules for him with his top square control and on the rappel. Smokes will go out. They got the glass for Turd, who has the long angle. If anyone dares, tries to step forward and deal with this plant, Speak easy down on 1 HP, but that plant will go down successfully. Despite the fact that Fish and Relays both get 1 apiece, they're still up against it. They have to clear those players on the rappel outside if they're going to be able to get onto that kid and go for the counter defuse. Ape dealt with top square. Now Reaps, though, lurking through open. He can come up through beepers to main stairs. Turd knows full well that someone will have to go for that jump out. Now it's very winnable, and indeed, successful jump out from Tuhan. Player onto the kit, and Enterprise will find their second round. Live to fight another day here on Bank.
Certainly not the easiest site to retake, and in fact, many would say that this is one of the most difficult sites in the game to claim control back once that diffuser goes down and you're lacking utility. They had the man count, though. They won a couple of key fights, and then opened up the window for the jump out late. Reaps was lurking down below pretty much the entirety of that round, and he got caught up main. Could have been a different story if Enterprise were unaware, and then Turd overwhelmed. Tuhan gets himself into the game with some key kills.
4 more rounds to go, says Reaps. Well, maybe don't poke the ball, because the ball has got some horns in Enterprise. They can get going. They're a momentum-based team. And Weibo know full well more than anyone. These 6-1, 6-2 leads, they are comebackable. We saw it from Chiefs last night in the series. And Fisho with a kill, Tuhan with a couple, and it means for Enterprise now, a couple of more members start to feel a little bit more confident inside of the server. So staff an open area for this 9th round. One avenue of success so far for Enterprise in terms of opening kills, 3 of the last 4. It started really strong for Weibo, so their early domination was off the back of the entry battles that they were winning. But Enterprise is starting to even that metric up. And especially on defense, Bank getting those opening kills just goes such a long way to converting rounds. So far, 8 played, 6 of those 8 have converted in round wins. Turd with the lurk down towards Garage. He's got the option here. 2 ways you can play this. Main stairs all blue. There is Bappin bot main as well. Should be just to his hard left. Well, Lurk v Lurk. If Turd does go for this push and is not ready for Bappin, prone, bottom of main stairs, I tell you what, Bappin is in a prime position to get this opening kill. Here comes Turd. Bappin, are you ready? Indeed you are. Turd looking up. A couple of shots for good measure as well. Double digits for Bappin. Another opening kill for Enterprise. And it's a big pawn taken off the table for Weibo. The lurking nook is a strong factor on staff. Open Bappin again.
Well, the kid's got some muscles, and he's starting to flex them here on Bank. 2-player advantage for Enterprise. Have they left their run too little too late? We'll wait and see, but so far they're at least trying their best to bring this game back.
Monty now to try and get into play, but Speakeasy hasn't been fortunate enough to be in playmaking positions. His team is now largely in the grave. Reaps and Hoven still with very strong frag potential, but they'll be relying on isolating Enterprise into awkward positions and with limited information. Player as well, basement, so there's the blue threat late on that flank if they are to go over towards an open area take.
Oh, timing here, Speakeasy. Well, the 1v1 here on the Monty is very, very difficult to deal with the Monty. Player will try his best. Speakeasy doing well. Well, Bappen catches out Hoven, and in the air with a bit of help from Tuhan, they deal with the Monty, and only Reaps is left. You said he was coming, but it came a little bit too late. Does get the kill onto Player, but Enterprise are about to find their third round here on Bank. As long as this doesn't get a little bit too spicy. 25 seconds for Reaps. The best fracker really in all of Asia. 10-4 right now, but up against it more than we've ever really seen for him. 1v3, 15 seconds, flamed out. Surely, even Reaps cannot win it from here. Does get the headshot. 7 seconds. He needs to find both of these 2 kills. Won't have time for the plant. Tucked in, right side. Fisho Guy, the IGL for this roster stands tall. Enterprise make it back-to-back rounds. They're only 3 rounds away from forcing overtime. Could they possibly do it, Chiefs?
Blame my entries. To be fair, not wrong.
For real. Well, this game's just gotten a little bit interesting all of a sudden after what looked like, I think, the old-fashioned beatdown that we know Weibo's a team that capable of doing that. But when does this start getting concerning for Weibo? Like, this is going to be like map 4 in a row where they've had like a 6-1 lead and they've allowed the opposition back in.
It's also the fashion in which they are losing these rounds at the moment. They're leaning very heavily into lurk, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Bappen's on a heater, able to catch them both. Sharp hitting some really nice shots. And then by the time the Monty was in the map and getting active, didn't have the support system around him to really get a whole lot done. Valiant attempt from Reaps, but that was never a realistic opportunity to...
He made it closer than it should have been.
A little bit. I think Weibo would still be pretty comfortable at the moment. They call attack timeout, so an opportunity to just consolidate here and really lock in, focus in on the entry and facilitating these guys and giving them the information they need to make plays.
So lockers and CCTV then, hey? It was the opening round of the second half, and Weibo won it comprehensively to go 6-1 up. Since then, though, Enterprise have been able to refine a little bit of form. Certainly quite a few categories now that they're starting to improve in quite a lot. The most damning statistic, though, is still Pappen with 12 kills. The next highest on the team is Player Relays with 4. So he's really doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now for Enterprise. Despite that only 1 entry kill, but his cost is at 67%. He's got a 1.33 KPR, at 142 EPS, which is actually tied with Reaps inside of the server as the 2 highest rated players. I think this is certainly doable. I mean, this basement site needs to be improved on from the opening round of the half. Win that, 6-4. Timeout's now being used. As you said, yeah, long way back. You don't maybe fully trust the fact that they're going to be able to win 3 straight without error, without fault, but it is certainly doable.
Couple of late switches there from Weibo with the sense taken out, and instead they're focusing a little bit more into playing against this roam game employed and facilitated by the likes of the Mozzie and the Castle. Deimos and Dockerby will help with that tracking. Stack out ATM at the moment from Weibo, looking to spearhead through lobby. And already met with resistance in the form of utility. Speakeasy will drone ahead. Turd and Reaps also active on information, so too Hoven, and that was one thing as well. Weibo, everyone is happy to play every role. Anyone will jump on drones if required. Already some good work from Reaps over towards Garage. he'll be self-sufficient. He'll be left to his own devices for this round as the rest of the team gains map control.
But I think that was the issue last time for Enterprise. They drew too much focus over towards Garage. Bappin, well, speaking of Bappin, again, I mentioned him earlier as doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but he finds his second opening kill in a row. Deals with Speakeasy. Certainly a capable player of fragging out and being one of the heavy fraggers on this roster, but they've got quite a few of those players. It just seems like it's Bappin's turn so far in this match. Another opening kill. 4 straight now for Enterprise. They've got their hands all over this game now. The momentum has well and truly swung.
So Reaps has forfeited Garage and now leaves Turd by himself. Won't want to use a deathmark just yet, as it will also reveal his location. The attack of Weber trying to force his defense down, but Bappin looking so sharp.
Bappin on land is an animal. Relays joins in on the party. Well, this is starting to become concerning for Weibo. Hovering towards bot main. Does get 2, but he's shut down by Tui. Oh, the Aussies are back. From 6-1 down, they make it 3 straight, and we've got a map. It's 6-4. And now Tuhan is allowed to get a little bit lippy inside the server. And this is when that pressure starts to switch back over to Weibo. Surely it's not happening again. Must be going through their minds.
Yeah, it's now 4 opening kills in favor of EP.
5 of, what, 6? Yeah, I mean, it's they're winning a lot of statistical categories. They're keeping a lot of players alive. The rounds have pretty much always looked like they've been in front. They're not really winning from behind positions. You're getting a little bit more out of the likes of Tuhan, Relays and Player bobbing up every now and then. Bappin is just continuing to have a standout performance. Now goes 150 EPS, the highest rated player in the server. And we go top floor, CEO and lounge, and we'll see if Enterprise can keep the good times going.
Likely shaping up for another CEO hit. Weibo, they have that belt of utility to counter the Jan hold, and the sensor are used to cover long lines of sight from front desk. Turd will likely play Repel again on the Glass, try to cover plant. And then Holvin on the IQ can look for those yokais that Fisher will be deploying on the Echo. Last time out though, EP allowing the plant to go down, but then successful in the retake. So Weibo won't be able to rely on just getting that plant on the deck as a win con. They need to have the systems then in place to hold it in the post. Before that, though, a lot of util layering is required. The mirror is banned out, so the Jan hold is far more challenging. It's going to put Tuhan in a tricky position, but Player does get the first, and it's Reaps.
It's the Sens as well. It's not just Reaps.
Yep.
Oh boy, Enterprise starting to feel very confident inside of the server. Weibo need to do something and do it quick. Who's going to be the one to stand up for the best team from Asia? And this is where they'd start to be feeling that heat. Without Reaps, without the ROUs from that Sens, a little bit of the overall plan is out the window. Speakeasy does get himself top square, wants to open up this reinforced wall. They can still win off the back of the Glaz and Smokes combination. Throw in the Ying with their Candelas, and they do still have capabilities. But with Bappin on the ward and playing long desk, he's in a good spot to foil that. So Turd now, to me, becomes the main win con on that class. He's got to win the battle against the Warden. He's got to find picks on this Repel. He's got to get active.
Speakeasy trying to find a route towards site to draw this defense in. Enterprise not biting just yet.
Well,
not giving away anything for free. Yokai repositioned as well from Fisher Guy. They know that lobby is now clear, or at least anticipating that Hoven maybe lurk late. But in terms of this CEO hit, they are well prepared defensively.
Still got 2 Nitro Cells, plus the Warden, plus the Yokai. Bappin, another one onto Uppe. Speakeasy's in. So far, Turd can't spot a thing. Where's that Yokai? And it seems like it can't quite find the target, but luckily Relays was able to. He gets the headshot onto Speakeasy. Plant will not go down. Turd will go in. But that Cloud's again ineffective. Weibo just can't hit a shot right now. They are on the ropes despite leading, and have been leading for so long, but maybe not for too much longer. And with the SMG-11 from distance, Tuhan gives the question mark over to the Glaz. They've made it 4 rounds straight. 6-5. Only one more map point available now for Weibo. Otherwise, overtime is looming.
It is staff and open, though, for this final round of regulation. Arguably the trickiest site to hold. But to be fair, it's also one reliant on good map control, good presence, and being sharp off-site. And that's something that they are really excelling in at the moment, continuing to find these opening kills, continuing to compound pressure in the early round, taking key util off the board. Weibo are scrambling for win cons all the time here on attack, and it's just not working out for them. Enterprise then consolidating late round, very disciplined. It's been a really good team effort for this comeback.
Yeah, team effort, but also throw in, I think,
the
importance of what Bappen's been able to do, because honestly, when they were getting quite beaten, he was the only one that was really firing for them. I think he was 8 or so kills at that time. I don't even know if he's died really since they've started to win these rounds. 156 EPS. And that's where it's like, as you said, it's become a bit more of a team effort. Everyone else has started to get involved, but he's also maintained his own form as well. So you add that in, and suddenly you've got a full team effort, as you said. 5-6, one more needed for Enterprise to force this overtime position. Weibo. Well, 12 hours ago, they did this to Chiefs. They were 6-1 up, then it got back to 6-5, and then poor old Chiefs lost it on this particular round. Heartbreak at 4 in the morning. To miss out on going to Munich. Turd once again on the Glaz, and has actually played it quite a few times in this half. 4 of the 6 rounds, he's been on that Glaz, and how effective really has it been outside of maybe the opening round of the half? And even still, I don't think that had as much of a say in the round as other moments.
Weibo have established really good information. They may be contemplating something more direct here. Site itself, spearheaded by the Blackbeard. Identifying that there may be less resistance on the objective. Relayzo has rotated back.
Ooh, there we go.
Meanwhile, does get the first.
That's their first opening kill of the half. Trade back though by Relays onto Turd. They lose the Glads, and outplay falls. Double for Relays, low on health. Fisho though steps up, but he takes down Relays, who was downed. And it's only Reaps left. Overtime is all but certain from here. Unless Reaps, who is certainly capable of magical moments, produces one of his very best. He's got 90 seconds to develop something. Doesn't have to rush, doesn't have to panic. Try and isolate, create the 1v1s. He knows there's one towards Archives. See if he can catch out Bappen. But he knows full well if he stands towards Electrical, he'll get swung as well from open area. Takes the 1v1, gets it. Now suddenly winnable for the best fragger in Asia. And he still has a minute to make this happen.
And
has yellow ping information.
Fisher and Tuhan need to play compact in tradable position. Do not give Reaps an opportunity.
Oh, and it is Keanu Reaps against the IGL and Fisher guy. The fragger versus the support. Can Fisher do it?
Information.
Red ping intel. Fisher has shotgun, has SMG. Reaps though, this is what he has been born for. But Fisher guy is a legend within this region. Yellow ping up above, but it is the legend, the waking legend. It's Keanu Reaps here at PAX that seals the deal on Bank. They got another fright from 6-1 down to 6-5, but they convert just like they did 12 hours ago.
EP working so hard just to fall at that final hurdle. What another amazing clutch from Reaps.
Amazing clutch from Reaps, and showcasing his qualities as an individual. Hard fought, commendable to EP. That's one map to Weibo. Short break on the other side. We've got more siege to come.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly.
I'm honestly convinced at this point Weibo wants to play as many rounds on LAN as they possibly can before they head to Munich, Nick. I think that this is now, that's the 4th game in a row they've been on match point.
Yeah.
And lost consecutive rounds to nearly take us to another overtime.
Almost every single round. I mean, you gotta close out their goddamn games at this point. I mean, we have long days already. They're making it longer. It's annoying me because we know that they're so capable, and yet it takes every single round to finally close it out.
Yeah, I said to Speakeasy as he walked past us before, you know, mate, you actually are allowed to win, like when you're on match point. You're allowed to close out the game.
7-1,
You're
7-2.
7-1, 7-2. And he's like, really? I had no idea about that. And yeah, look, guys, I'm losing my voice. I casted 11 maps in the last 24 hours.
He's
And my voice is just gone.
Even production's going for the world's smallest violin in the background. I'm so sorry, James.
Do you want
That
to
is
swap up for the next game? I'll host. You can cast the final match of the day.
People would not be ready for that. People could not prepare themselves for the Manic Monday cast. Actually, the Manic and Pengu cast could go awful.
It could be a vibe.
Nah, I don't know. that's a vibe in hell, I can tell you that much.
Man.
But
Okay, we tried.
look, Bank, a very close match in the end. It shouldn't have been. And Nick, we were saying it, how close Enterprise were.
Yeah.
1v1s. What are we throwing a 1v3 for in that instance? They had a minute left. Is it infuriating when that happens? Like, for you as an ex-player and you know what comms are like, what are you thinking?
If this is my desk, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, you're sick of it. That should never happen, right? And it did, sadly. But I think there are bigger problems than 1v3 at the end.
Sure.
This should have been a 3-3 half to begin with. Round number 4 and 5. There is less than a second left for a plant to go down, and they bottle it. That right there gives them a 1-5 half instead. They got to surmount that huge comeback.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be coming back 1-5. So I think the earlier rounds, the slow stuff for EP, that's their bigger problem.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one thing that's standing out, I know that the boys were talking about it a little bit about Bappen coming alive on land, but this is just like, what I will say is I feel, Dev, that I've never seen such a focus on individual players before. Like
crazy.
APAC, this specifically stage 2 has been a really interesting beast to watch.
Yeah, it's been a game of gunners for the whole tournament so far. I was speaking to the coach of D+ PJ, who's behind us at the moment.
PJ, hey,
he's still there.
Just wave. Just wave.
You can wave on the camera if you want.
Yeah, go wave for us.
We were talking about
PJ Hayes, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. He was saying it actually blows him away how many of these OS players are absolute insane gunners.
Yeah.
And especially, he said in scrims, right, they're on another level.
Yeah.
He said
they would lift the
verbatim.
hammer.
What?
If they play like they do in scrims, they would lift the hammer.
If they play on game day, like they play in scrims, these guys would lift the hammer.
That's just
Tuhan,
crazy.
relays, Bappen. Is it possible? I don't know, because this is Weibo's map pick, and they're damn good on labs.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now is this is the lower bracket matchup. The loser of this, well, they will be no more here at PAX. It's time for us to get underway with potentially the last map here in this best of 3. Enterprise, they better get off to a fiery start or they are in trouble. Gus, Xenox, how you feeling?
Well, feeling right as rain, feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe not as comfortable as James there. He's got the dogs out on the couch. He's looking very, very cozy up next to Nick. Ninehaven Labs, second map of this series. Winner will move forward and take on D+ in the lower bracket final, which will come directly after this series. Loser, well, their time in the major qualifier will come to an end, as Rob was alluded to, of course, for Enterprise. I think starting well is going to be really important here on this second map. For Weibo, it's really a case of they need to start closing out these matches a little bit more comfortably. You look at last night against Chiefs, you look at this map of Bank against Enterprise. So many big leads, but allowing those leads to be, well, kind of eaten into far too comfortably.
Yeah, very intrigued to see what we get from EP on this map. Just the one match on record, that was 3 months ago against GG, a name that is no longer here in OS. It was a 7-3 victory, so quite strong in that regard against quite a competent team. But a long time ago, they were at the back talking some strats, so hopefully we get to see those translate into the server. Probably a little bit more reliant on, again, that team play. You can't just be solo on Bappen. Tuhan needs to get involved, try to facilitate that, and shut down some of the dangerous players from Weibo where possible. Defense gives them that opportunity. They'll find comfort. Top floor, bottom floor, very, very challenging sites to attack. Some of that will be shaped up by this ban phase. It's Thermite up first, makes IT wall challenging to open. Followed up by the Ace, a double hard breach, and then double denial with Bandit also off.
So Enterprise start defense. On a map like Nighthaven Labs, you really need like 4 defensive rounds minimum if you're going to go into that second half attacking to give yourself the best opportunity to win the map. So the onus is going to be on Enterprise this first half, especially top floor, command, and server. Statistically, one of the better defensive sites. And so for Enterprise, you know, if Weibo come out of the gates here and start swinging and winning these attacking rounds early on, it could be a quick one on Labs. But naturally, I do expect Enterprise to be quite formidable on their own defense on this particular map, even though despite that it is Weibo's map pick. Enterprise should feel strong. We've been a lot of talking inside of the server, and it's been good banter, though.
It's been quality. So top floor, and we'll see how the setup looks here defensively. Denari is in play. So he's still pretty limited play time across the board, a little bit more favored in APL Asia specifically compared to global standards. Does offer the ability to absorb some utility and can slow down some particular pushes as well with how that utility reacts. Azami as well available and will be employed, makes a lot more of the area playable here, especially on top floor. And then on the side of the attack, it looks like Speakeasy, given the shield roll, again, a reliance on that Monty to gain space and be a threat here. Actually posturing warehouse currently, so maybe looking to clear rafters. That could be a potential playset here for Speakeasy. He does have diffuser in hand, so needs to be mindful of that.
So Garage will be the focus here for Weibo. While Speakeasy does posture in that position, they do want to deal with IT, open up that breach. And the goal really is to try and get relays out of that position and back in towards the site. Reaps does find the opening kill onto player, but he is down for it. Fortunately, will get revived easily. He does need to watch his step though, as he's on the roof, so needs to make sure he gets down safely. But an opening kill for Weibo on this top floor puts the pressure immediately onto Enterprise.
Let's see how they respond. Relays will need to be active in denying this IT control wherever possible. Frees up Calm, but Fisher responds with a Nitro. Likely the pre-rip over.
The main breach has been opened up, so the job of the hard breacher has already been executed.
That was a long way away too.
That's a big Nitro cell from Fisher Guy. Had the opportunity in the 1v1 to send us to overtime on Bank, but fell up short against, well, the best fragger in APAC. You can give him some leeway as an IGL. So slowly but surely, Speakeasy wants to try and navigate his way through. Oh, he goes for the pistol shot. Lands the tag onto Relays. Good pressure right now, though, by Enterprise back over towards Garage, but it's Reaps that finds the kill onto Fisher-Kai. Bappen wasn't able to find the kill himself. Now has to rotate back towards the site because they know it's a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, forced to forfeit that position, needs to help the rest of this defense.
Relays has to tuck back in now as well, so that gives them Rafters control. 55 seconds, there's a lot of time here for Weibo to use that numbers advantage.
Tuhan with smoke, still one in pocket, 45 seconds. That will offer good stall at util to this defense. Hoven still with full belt of utility though on Capital.
Will turn. Can't afford to take much more damage here. He's low, so is Reaps. I think this is a genuine 50-50 into the final 30 seconds, but that in itself might be a win for Weibo on this top floor, which can be hard to take. Well, Reaps again fragging, but it's Hoven that got the kill into Relays. Bappen down, only 2 Han left. Certainly still somewhat winnable, but the Monty is up. Shield play to be dealt with. He just, accidentally down. That's not intended at all. 2 Han has slipped through the cracks. And they are laughing in chat for Tui. So the plant goes successfully down, and in the post plant with the Monty, Tuhan has got little to no opportunity. Now they know exactly where he's coming from through blue. A comical moment. Does land the shot onto Reaps, but Hoven's there for the trade. Weibo take top floor on Labs.
Despite being a 1v3, Tuhan not in the worst of positions, had the smoke to play around.
Watch out, Tuhan, there's some hatches open.
He had a gas babe, 2 players low. It was not a particularly winnable round, but it wasn't
as soon
too
as he
far
dropped hatch, it
out
was
of
over.
our possibility, but dropping down and forfeiting that space, impossible from there.
I wonder if we have that in the highlight reel. This is the opening kill, by the way, of the player. Look at that angle. He tries to contest the rappel back up above, but there was already one on the roof. Unfortunate for Bappen that he couldn't find a kill right there at that moment. Would have alleviated pressure. Reaps actually fortunate that he didn't end up getting the down onto his Monty in Speakeasy, but no, we don't get the hatch drop in the replay. That's a nice thing from our replay ops. I would have included it.
Basement follow-up round 2. So we follow the expected path here in terms of defensive selection. Tuhan prone in sight, looking to hide from drones, try to maintain the strength of that Maestro. Hoping that Weibo don't switch onto a Bravo is probably the most direct counter. Twitch, though, can sometimes pose problems. And so that'll be a key utility late round in identifying where that defense is and potentially even the ability to deny.
Well, the Bravo's better because it's not only taking it away from them, but also you gain it yourself. But the Twitch does the job of at least being able to destroy.
How aggressive will Enterprise actually end up playing here on the roam? That's going to be the question. So far, you've got a couple of players lingering towards that top floor. Now, basement's one of those sites here on Nighthaven Labs where you can get aggressive on the roam. Playing that 4-5 stack down below is just not really viable. But you have two options. Do you go top floor contest, or do you go top floor with the peel back? So far, it looks a bit more contesting. Turd on the Deimos, but it's Ape that lost his life to Bappen. Opening kill for him. As he's second so far, but Turd with the Vendetta up close against Relays. Bappen again bringing that form back from Bank to now Labs, and Bappen's found a third. Oh, that's a swift round from Enterprise. They stay, they contend, and they clean up Weibo. We never even saw basement, barely saw the building. 1-1 here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, really strong hold above, some good crosses being held and good communication amongst those off-site. Immediate pressure. After Relays falls, player steps up, Bappen as well, preventing that entry in through IT. Bappen is just such a strong playmaker at the moment, and I think if Enterprise can continue to center their playstyle around putting him in key positions and supporting him, it could be enough to drag them through this series. Still early days though here on Labs.
Well, it's his day today, right? So like you kind of formulate that around him potentially, whereas another day it could be play, another day could be Tuhan, another day it could be Relays. And once in a blue moon, it might be Fisher. So Relay's going to look to hide the clash.
Yeah, top floor reattempt here from Enterprise, electing not to go to tertiary. Both storage and kitchen here on Labs, iffy at the best of times, and so a safer option to reattempt here on this first rotation, especially before additional bans come into play. If Weibo, for instance, take out the clash or the Izami specifically on this site, it makes it very difficult to defend. And so the right course of action here from Enterprise.
And they do bring the Valkyrie this time as well, which calls in the IQ from Halvin to counter those Valk cams. So it means to bring that IQ in, they do change things up a little bit. They drop the Grim, they drop the Capitao. So less of that kind of utility to dislodge positions for the defenders brought this round for Weibo. The famous Habana trick on this wall, which has at times been infamous, but done correctly by Ape.
So early groundwork then here from Weibo. Good work from Reaps below to identify some.
Well, no, it's more so Halvin. Halvin's just going to scan out and call and say, Reaps, it's over here.
Halvin identifies and Reaps goes and deals with it, yeah.
And it's good teamwork in terms of the droning aspect and dealing with these Valk camps and doing so pretty quickly into the round. And IT already opened up, so pressure through there. And Turd has actually gone for a basement lurk, make his way back up through cargo. So far, so good from Weibo in this third round. Again, top floor is the site that you've got to be defending successfully.
Quite a versatile position from Turb. Depending on how much success Speakeasy has, he can either support him warehouse directly or try to contest blue. Tuhan, though,
Tuhan's in the better position, though, with the shotgun up close.
He more than likely wins that fight without pressure elsewhere to maybe draw him back. Zappin as well down below in storage, something to note as well. So one player below here currently for the defense.
And Valk with impacts as well. So far uncontested towards storage. 60 seconds left into the round. Top floor Labs can play to this kind of pacing. Fisher guy in the previous time was able to get a good nitro. This time ineffective, and Reeves goes for the door peek, finds the kill, but they lose the Montang. 2 quick kills back for EP. Gives them the slight advantage. Tuhan pushing back through blue. They dealt with Turd. I imagine he pushed up those blue stairs. 1 for 1, and then the second. Tuhan's got 2 in the round, and Ape's all that's left. And Tuhan with the shotty. Big round from Tuhan. A massive hold over towards blue. They convert this top floor on Nighthaven Labs. They take a 2-1 lead. And Tuhan trying to call out Turd on the blue lurk.
Yeah, not the worst initial start to the round from Weibo. Groundwork was good, dealt with Valk util, able to flood the position onto Fish, but then the rest of that defense snapping into action. They played around the clash nicely, prevented the lurk up blue, and then withstood that pressure that was still existent on site. They tick off top floor. Now with clash banned out, that site does become quite challenging, but they don't have to worry about that too much now going forward. They'll attempt the tertiary follow-up again right path of action. Storage more than likely to be played here over kitchen in most instances, and that will be the case here.
Well, this becomes more must-win for EP because they gave up that first round top floor. So usually it's inverse. Usually you'll win second floor basement, and then control storage is the one you can sort of let slip, and it's not the end of the world. But because they let slip command server back in the opening round, if Enterprise win this, they go 3-1 up, and it means through the rotation of the first 4 rounds, they've kind of come out as expected. 4 kills for Tuhan. You know, he's certainly a top fragger, but he had a rough time back on bank, only 6 and 8 at one point. I think it was like 0-5. Bappin has continued to bring his form, player as well, getting involved. So a lot of the heavy hitters for Enterprise now lifting on Nighthaven Labs.
Mirror now in play from Tuhan, and that will help bolster this hold above here. The defense will not want to forfeit vertical control to Weibo and the Rams specifically from Turd too easily. Storage is very exposed to that vert play, and it's quite challenging to reclaim back up above once you've lost that control. Speak easy as well, and Dockerbit this round, that will be useful on the roam clear. And Reaps once again on the DMR of the Twitch, so has that fragging potential on top of the ability to clear util, and the mirror specifically a hard counter.
I mean, the options for Weibo typically, especially when you bring in this Ram, is going to be try and get that IT control, open up the floorboards, hold vert, maintain it, and then go for that storage plant. But we've seen teams in recent times now put more emphasis towards control. Tuhan aggressive at the window. Full white from the Candela, but the Nitrocell able to clear out the Ying. And while Tuhan does get the opening kill, they lose 2 more quickly thereafter, but a second found from Tui. He goes 6 and 1, round back alive, 3v3 and another blue lurk from Turd. He was questioned for it in the previous round. By the way, Speakeasy's in control with the kit. And so why Turd then is blue is he wants to then swing command server and deny vert players from that position. No one contesting Speakeasy. Plant will go down. Enterprise blind to that fact. Relay's losing his life towards Garage, caught on the longer angle by Reaps, and suddenly a massive advantage now for Weibo. Tuhan shut down by Reaps as well. Bappin's outside the building. And a long way from home, and basically no chance of winning this one. A second attacking round will be acquired for Weibo.
Yeah, really nice there from Weibo to find the opportunity for the plant. They then had a couple of good drones set up, warehouse control side, made the retake attempt there, especially from Tuhan, increasingly difficult. Great Nitro to kick things off, but the rotation, the pivot from Weibo through the mid to late round was quite sound. The lurk above from Turd was also good in offering a bit of distraction and coverage for Speakeasy, who found that really opportunistic moment to go in and not rush things, wait for the rest of the team to be set and ready for that plant, and it worked out well in the end for Weibo.
So with the 2 attacking rounds now, it's 2 opportunities for Weibo to build an extended lead really going into the second half, where they go defense and they'll be very formidable. By the way, 4 rounds played, 4 multi-kills. 3 from Reaps, then 3 from Bappin, 3 from Tuhan, and then 3 from Reaps once again. He's now 7 and 3.
It's also 2-2 on opening kills, 2-2 on conversions, so it's quite close at the moment.
2 plants, though, on Nighthaven Labs in the first 4 rounds. It's a very good return for Weibo. Reaps, by the way, has just been hard sticking this Twitch. It will be the 5th round played on the Twitch. He's the only one on the team and has not changed operator so far this half. In fact, the only one inside of the server altogether.
He mixed it up a little bit more on bank with the Nook sense.
I mean, the Twitch is not only very, very useful in terms of the shot frames, but the DMR and his gun skill. It's a happy combination. Bappen maintained position towards breach at IT, but will look to fall back. This is basement, by the way, but the last time out on this particular site, EP were aggressive, top floor. Weibo flooded in, got easily swept aside. This time, though, a little bit more apprehensive. Player actually now going for a run out. Ooh. That's basically even between Player and Reaps in that exchange. Goes for it again, goes for the swing into Reaps. Not sure that's the right play. So opening kill for Reaps. He's third of this half. He's got all 3 of their opening kills. Turd involved now on the Deimos. They lose up to Bappen, and Enterprise need Bappen right now. So drop back. But the problem is that a 3v4, going all the way back to site doesn't seem like the best of options. They're down a player. It's a big advantage for Weibo.
It's tricky to consolidate, even harder to contest, especially Bappen susceptible to these death marks from Turd. He can't really find himself in a position now to re-aggress, as his position is live to the Deimos. Now that it's alleviated, Bappen will push back forward. Weibo should be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, he probably has to, right? If you go 3 side here with a minute left, Weibo's just going to have such a big vert advantage, especially with the sledge still available. So Bappen has to hope that someone's going to walk over towards, say, vending, or go for a stairwell flank and catch one of them to make it a 3v3. No death marks available either for Turd now. So really, the only way that Bappen's going to get spotted here is if someone drones.
Time ticking down, 40 seconds. Weibo tempting plant.
Right in front of the Maestro cam, though. That's aggressive from Speakeasy. He's going to try and stick it. No. Forced out by the Gas Babe. Well, that was a little bit silly from Speakeasy. Turd catches Bappen, though. The lurker gets lurked on towards storage. Advantage once again for Weibo. Reaps now will take over the planting duties. One more Gas Babe from Fish. Hasn't thrown it out. Plant will go down. Big kills from Turd, and Reaps, who started it all, will end it all.
Really good round there from Turd. The value of the Deimos was on full display in that round. It kept Bappen at bay. Before that even, it helped with the clear onto relays, alleviated some of that top floor control. Again, spaced Bappen out for the remainder of the round. He then played patient and caught him out. It did get a bit dicey right here. We saw the lineup from Fish. The Gas Babe lands, and in combination with Too Hard on the Evil Eye, it was a good first plant denial. But then the man disadvantage, I think, really shone through. Weibo able to claim that round. It's 3 attacks on Labs, a free shot now in the 6th for top floor.
Yeah, I mean, even a 3-3 half, it sounds strange to say, but is the nature of Siege. Is arguably a successful result for Weibo and unsuccessful for Enterprise. They obviously still, though, need to take this top floor now, make it 3-3. But what that means is for Enterprise on their attack in the next half, they're going to have to do a bit of stealing. They're going to have to win a site like top floor, maybe a basement, along with the tertiary of control storage. So they've got some work to do now, Enterprise. 3 from 5 rounds, Plant down. 5 out of 5 rounds, multi-kills. It's been a pretty action-packed night, even Labs, to be honest. 9 kills from Reaps across the 2 maps now. He's 23-10. Bappen, 21-12. It's the battle between Reaps and Bappen right now, and I've got to be honest, I like Bappen. He's a really good player, and he's having a bit of a life series right now, but Reaps is Reaps. You're not winning that 1v1.
Habana in play once more for IT, but this time
Good stall out.
Relays to stall with the Zoto canister on Tuberal. Reaps clears the mute jammer for his 2nd shock drone. And maybe well poised to deal with more utility and garner more information later in the round on this warehouse side. While breach is stalled, Weibo will get to work elsewhere, likely con side, and try to open up that pathing as well.
I mean, this is just time stalling from relays. That IT breach is going to get opened, but it just gives them, what, 20, 30 seconds off the clock.
They can focus their efforts elsewhere for now, but again, it's really just simple groundwork, hard breach here at the moment from Weibo, as you would anticipate.
Yeah, so instead of 2 minutes, 10 seconds, it's 1 minute, 45 seconds, but...
Oh, Turd straight in.
Turd's just going to go straight in. Has the yellow pink intel. Easy. Oh! Big reaction from player. Reeps comes in though for the trade to re-establish a foothold towards Rafters. But players should have been dead to rights, and to be able to at least get one job done. Reeps low as well. Maybe a 4 versus 4, but Reeps on effectively 1 HP. Makes it still very difficult for Weibo. They'll still arguably need this next kill if they are to take this top floor. Pappin will slip back over towards Rafters. That's oh so aggressive. He gets punished. Easy kill for Speakeasy. Hobbin actually slipping in towards Servo. I don't think they realized it. Too focused on the fight outside of the site itself. Weibo just swarm on in. Pure destruction on the top floor. 4 attacking rounds on Labs. Well, it's not unheard of. It's certainly uncommon.
Yeah, the path forward now for the Aussies. Quite tough. EP trailing. And Weibo really only getting better as that half matured. We'll see how it goes in terms of the dynamic switching. EP on attack, they may be able to lean a little bit more into that playmaking potential, but Weibo suffocating them on their respective attacks did a really good job, and quite clinical there, especially towards the tail end of the round. We'll see what Enterprise and their coach Ming are able to tap into for the second half in terms of bans, Kaid and Monty for the first wave. Likely Bandit to follow, and alongside Grim.
Guys, we've had 5 best of 3s that have gone 2-1 in a row. Could this be the end of the 2-1 streak?
It feels like it, but at this point, you never know.
Chiefs Daystar 2-1, D plus PSG 2-1, Weibo Chiefs 2-1, EP PSG 2-1, D plus CAG 2-1. Weibo Enterprise right now could be on the cards for a 2-0 the way that Weibo are playing. Seems like they've refound their mojo a little bit. They got swept aside by CAG in the upper bracket semi-finals. They had to then trudge on down to the lower bracket, and early this morning claimed their place at Munich in a tight tussle against Chiefs. 2-1 victory to Weibo, but making pretty quick work of Enterprise, and it would make them the Oath Slayers. Saw that one put in by production on the earlier graphic. Take down one O's team, take down the second O's team. This is going to take a mighty effort from Enterprise. If they can come back and win this map from this position, it's one of the all-timers.
So top floor then for the 7th round, and the Clash and Azami combination in play. It's going to be tricky for Enterprise to break down all of this utility and the playmaking potential here available for defense in terms of the positional advantage that they will have. Speakeasy is very active on the Clash at the moment, looking for early information and a read as to where this push may be headed from. Double primary hard breach here from EP. Fisher getting to work early with the exothermics, and then 2 harm will be quite valuable for the con hit later on in the round, especially to counter into the mirror play as well. On display here from Weibo.
Well, Enterprise has got to be patient here, because sometimes when, and I've seen this a couple of times, when Enterprise feel that pressure, they try and go a little bit too fast. They almost want to try and get it all back too quick, too soon. Stay focused, back your system. Top floor Labs is going to be a slow pacing site, and they do back that system. They deal with the mirror. Relays on the lurk first floor, finds the opening kill. That is a huge statement to start this second half for Enterprise on the attack to win this top floor. They kick it off with the opening kill. Now, what's the follow-on effect going to look like?
And Relays down below, giving the license to pressure on Deimos.
And a third.
Yep.
Well, Enterprise have brought some firepower of their own. This may end up being flawless, indeed it is. Well, where has this come from? The Aussies will not go down quietly. Well, since when did this top floor of Command Server on Labs become so easy to attack?
Yeah, funny first pick certainly helped. Blackbeard as well, the presence of the con and the grenade onto that particular wall, forcing playmaking throughout the round, but it was basically over with the amount of ground taken by the attack, and Weibo well and truly on the back foot. Good example of a compounding round there for the attack. And Weibo left a little stunned on their first attempt for the top floor. So we rotate below round 8. Castle in play, suggesting some offsite presence here from Weibo.
This has been incredibly attacker-sided, guys. 7 rounds played on Nighthaven Labs, 2 defensive round wins. That's very, very uncommon. There are always the rare instances where, you know, a certain match, just the way that it develops and plays out, kind of goes against the statistical nature of a map, but I don't usually see it on Nighthaven Labs.
55% defense OS and 56 in Asia, so...
it's probably closer to 60 globally, right?
If I had to guess, probably.
And those numbers, by the way, is just the overall statistics of the map, which sometimes takes into effect something like a 75% attacker cafe. If you actually open it up and you look at something like top floor, it's closer to 68%. I told you to open it up.
69%
there you
for
go.
Asia, and OS it is 70. So pretty bang on in both regions.
So far, only been won successfully defensively once back in the 3rd round by Enterprise.
Soft wall here. Enterprise could look to go direct Animus here.
They can certainly play the direct route if they want. They've got the Glaz being played by player. 4 smokes available. And no Warden on the board for Weibo. So no real hard contest to this kind of strategy for Enterprise. So Enterprise certainly can play this a little bit more directly towards the side, but you still got to be mindful of those roamers above. Turn towards storage and hover towards cargo. Reaps will play top floor at the moment. Leaves up a Speakeasy as the main 2 in the site. Well, speaking of Speakeasy, he's the one to find the opening kill onto player, and it's the Glaz. That is a huge kill for Weibo in this 8th round. And while it doesn't completely stall out this attack, it does stifle one of their win conditions. And there goes Relays, who's had little impact here on Nighthaven Labs. Well, 2 Harm will fight back. Fisher Guy fights in towards the site with the diffuser in hand.
Turd contesting above, making it.
Oh, Pappin's now away though.
2 Harm to rotate above, and so too Fish. So Enterprise give up here. 60 seconds to go for the backup plan. A player down. It looks rough from here.
I think they want to try and maybe go for a pinch on Turd towards storage, but he's going to get out of there.
They're out.
So they're too late to get to that. And now under a minute remaining, and down a player. Well, the change of mind. Oh, hello, Turd. He can't hear a thing, apparently. Shot in the back. Should have been able to hear Fisher Guy coming down those stairs from a mile away. Pistol out again from Fisher Guy. He's 6 and 5. He's turned into a fragger with a bit of help from 2 Harm. They're making it work. The pivot has been successful. So much so that they win the site. Another attacking round on Nighthaven Labs. What is going on?
And it looked like such an unlikely position. The primary plan of the direct hit there from EP not quite working out. The pressure above from the likes of Turd and those on site in combination made this really awkward. But then Fisher, as he so often does, ultimately makes the correct call. Give up, let's rotate. Turd gets caught, good pressure pillar, and the rest of the conversion from the attack was really, really nice. Clean trade right at the tail end as well. 4-4 scoreline.
I wonder if that's land things right there for Turd.
Difficult to hear, maybe.
So 4-4. The halfway mark of this map, it felt like it was just kind of all Weibo, and everything suggested it would be Weibo from here on. But Enterprise, to their credit, a couple of really good attacks themselves, and in that particular round, you know, you lose your Glaz pretty early on to the round. You're thinking about this more direct hit, doesn't quite pan out. Their ability to sort of re-navigate mid-round, and that's the power of Fisher Guy. He calls that. And then the rest execute off the back of that call. So all tied up. Enterprise must win this map if they want to extend this series and send us to Cafe. Weibo 3 rounds away from booking their place in the lower bracket final against D+.
So slight change up this round from Weibo on the reattempt. Reaps on Goyo. He jumps off the Warden. That should enable Fisher Guy a little bit more with Candelas to flash out the defense. But Reap's equally now with a bit more stall-out potential with the canister util. Elsewhere, the structure's similar with the clash of Speakeasy over towards Blue Stairs. He'll look to cordon off this portion of the map and tried to make EP think better of a lurk up that position, instead focus their efforts con side once more, but that was successful for the O's team last time out.
Don't forget, flawless last time out on their site too. And as you pointed out, with the Goya instead of the Warden, that can at least alleviate some of the pressure that can come in pretty quickly by Enterprise. They have to spend more time dealing with utility. For Nighthaven Labs, actually, the pacing in terms of early engagements has actually been pretty early on into these rounds. This now ends up being one of the slower pacing rounds, and therefore I think that's a win for Weibo. With the addition of the Goyo. Reaps, by the way, still has a Vulcan canister in pocket.
Ooh.
Well, Nitrocell goes a little bit too far over the shoulder of Bapid. He does still take some damage from it on the explosion within its radius, but does not go down. As we reach closer to that minute mark, every second that ticks away is advantage to Weibo.
I think Fisher will be eager to get value here. 3 Candelas, at least get control of electrical and spearhead the rest of the attack. Relays Loke's warehouse. Turd engages with Bappin under the pump. Caught in a pinch.
The swing, Bappin though better than Turd in that moment and gives them the advantage. Elsewhere, Tuhan through connector. He got one. They lose Fisher Guy. He'll call from here. Alpe though hold strong in IT. Caught though on the cross. Speakeasy will have to start thinking about pulling out this SMG. Hoven though wins his battle. 2v2. Oh, up close. Against Tuhan. Shotgun out. Tuhan, it's the headshot. 20 seconds to deal with this clash. Shield down, but here comes the other shield in the Blackbeard. Oh, player down for Speakeasy. So it comes down to this clash v BB, and that Blackbeard gets it done. 3 consecutive rounds. What is going on? EP continue what's been an attacking masterclass here on Nighthaven Labs since round 4 to now the 10th round. All rounds have been won by attack. 5-4 and Enterprise take the lead.
6 straight. EP able to wait out a lot of that stall out utility, then find that execute window really, really nicely. Turd succumb to the pinch pressure over towards warehouse. They flood from there, and then even despite a couple of unexpected wrap positions from defense, they still kept up the trade potential. Turd still had a Goyo to play off there, elected not to, got caught. Arpe, good reposition, but immediate trade as the flood came through. Got really awkward towards the end. Hoven caught with shotgun in hand, and Speakeasy able to plop that shield down. Did his absolute best, Tuhan on the ground, but player just able to be good enough in the clutch.
Well, Tuhan putting in a big performance on Nighthaven Labs, now 14-5, 1-0 on the entry, a 169 EPS. He is dragging back on bank. Despite the loss, it was Bappin who put in a big shift. Now it's now it's Tuhan. It's been a rough little series though for Relays. He's been very quiet, 9-16. His cost is not too bad though. So more firepower actually available for Enterprise as well. 5-4 with the lead. At the 2-4 turn of the half, it really did feel like if you wanted to follow the familiar script, Weibo were in the box seat. I don't think there's familiar scripts though when it comes to LAN.
This is now the 3rd attempt from EP of this top floor position within the space of 4 rounds, which is so rare on this particular site, given the defender-sided nature of it.
Genuinely am not sure if I've ever seen a team from when we've been casting with
3 and 4.
3 command servers in a row, as in like...
Well, we're not quite there yet.
Well, I'm saying within like command server to win at 3.
Yeah, to lose them.
This would be huge for Enterprise. And that take a lot of momentum into Cafe if they can force that 3rd map, that deciding map.
Bit of a shift in composition from EP. They put relays back on the lurk roll. Not Deimos this time out, but the Nook. That will help in contesting the com breach through the mid-round. We saw success last time out. When Weibo tried to contest that, he found that kill.
Well, they got the Valkyrie again here for Weibo, which just forces Bappin to go play the IQ.
Only the second appearance of Valk throughout the half and the first on this site.
So Weibo changed things up. I mean, this is going to be their third attempt now on this top floor, and obviously the first round was not close. It was flawless. It was really clinical by Enterprise. Second round a little bit different, but they try and find a bit more aggression, or are they going to opt to play site? Reaps towards blue. No one there on the outskirts of it though. You can see the heavy presence on the overhead over towards Con Meeting. But with Speakeasy on the clash towards Connector, I think he's going to be able to ward them off from that position.
Will be potentially susceptible though again to the Nook lurk from down below. Especially if he posts up in a static position like this. It can be pinged out. Relays can then reposition and look to contest. I like this though from Speakeasy, a little bit more forward-facing.
Oh, that was actually a good little bait. Shield down, Selma thrown, does nothing. And only 60 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time has been wasted over towards Con. Hoven gets a little antsy, wants to go the peak. And it's up there with a Nitro onto Bappin, and with player down on the Blackbeard, suddenly Weibo have shifted gears. Tuhan push into IT, he's feeling it. It's been his map so far. And it might be up to him now to get more, and he does! Two from Tui, but traded by Hoven. And it's down to Fisher Guy in the 1v3. And it feels almost impossible from a position such as this, the clash inside of Connector, to further stall him out. And Weibo really should now be on the precipice of tying up this map 5-5.
Better from Weibo. The stall out Con side was far more effective this time around. Drained a lot of time and utility. Relays didn't get a ton of value from down below. Some good Nitro play as well towards the latter portion from the defense.
Finally, they get a defensive round.
Finally. Back to basic though, and again, another side, of course, where they need to flip the storyline. Round 8.
Well, they probably should have won. They probably should have won the basement last time, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it was that late round pivot.
5-5. We go to DevMarta's favorite round in Siege. Round 11 at the 5-5 scoreline. The break point, if you will. Win this round, you get yourself overtime at minimum, match point. Especially if your Weibo would be series point on the other side. Well, 7-5 on the first map, and now 5-5 here. Through the lens of the scoreboard, it feels like it's been a close series, but if you've been watching it, it probably does feel like Weibo has had the better of Enterprise. Certainly when they were 6-1 up on Bank. But Enterprise have just been so plucky.
Yeah, 16-6 for Tui.
Yeah.
And most notably a 90% cost. So he's been consistent across a large majority of these rounds.
172 EPS through 10 rounds. That's pretty darn good.
And far surpassing Reaps, only a 70% cost, 12-8. I say only, but...
yeah, only. Yeah. Well, for Reaps, that probably is only. And a big round coming up. Oh, but Hover, that's a very early kill. That is the earliest kill that we've seen on Nighthaven Labs so far on this map. To find the opening pick onto the Bravo. Relays has had a rough time, 1-9. And with that Bravo down and not bringing the Twitch, the ability to deal with these Maestro cams becomes a little bit more difficult. You've got frag grenades, but it's certainly not going to be as easy as using those clutch drones. No longer available.
Yeah, the util placement will have to be very, very precise. I presume as well that Weibo know who they killed, and so they can now look to pivot around that and really lean heavily into that info late round. They'll be less afraid of that information being compromised as well. So this is a really strong position for Weibo to consolidate for this bottom floor position. Despite that, at the moment, still a split defense, 3-2, just Speakeasy and Arpe in basement currently.
And you kind of look at the composition for Enterprise with the Ram, with the Sledge. They want to get Vert. They want to open up floorboards. Ideally, then they would have wanted to use their frag grenades to clear utilities such as the Vulcan canisters, the Mute Jammers, and some of the Maestros. But now you're going to probably have to put a little bit more emphasis into those Maestro cams. Holven, by the way, does still have a Vulcan canister in the back pocket, lurking blue. Oh, another frag grenade. That's a very good one. Holven, what are you doing? Felt the pressure. Could have just tucked back into blue, looked up the stairs and felt probably safe, but opted to push forward and did so with slight hesitation. That cost him his life. Unfortunately, during that moment, though, for Enterprise, they did lose players, so still advantage for Weibo heading into the final minute.
Limited utility available here as well to the defense. Nitro for Turd. First floor. So in a flank position here if Enterprise haven't got that monitored.
Oh, little battle. The peek from Bappen into Turd, unsuccessful. Visho went for the pitch, really good. Game sense, Turd. Oh, that's too clinical from Weibo. Well, Turd's game sense there, pivotal in shaping that round. Map, match, and series point now for Weibo Gaming. The #1 seed team from Asia throughout the course of 2025. Arguably, at various points throughout this year, you would have pegged them as the best team in all of APL. But that's why we have this particular tournament with the major qualifier LAN. I don't know if you can give that mantle unless they go on a lower bracket run and win the whole event.
So the heat now back on to Enterprise. It's the tertiary site. And oddly enough, it's one and only appearance here in the second half. And we'll see what Weibo have to show for it. Solace in play, so anticipate Arpe to lurk basement for plant denial. Could also transition by starting above for information as well. That's a possibility. For attack, Fisher back on the Blackbeard. Dockerby for map clear. All the basics in play. Interesting, they do bring Nomad, so perhaps sensing flank threat as well as they contest Vert. But EP really looking to focus in here and push this game to OT. They felt deserved after their start here in the second half. Weibo, though, just slowly working them out as the half progresses.
Can't be forgotten, though, the ability for Enterprise to have won those 3 attacking rounds and consecutively as well. Let's not forget that. Now we go control storage tertiary to close this out. This is a very winnable site for Enterprise. I mean, this is probably close to 50-50. If they win this, we go OT. I would imagine, though, considering it is the map selection of Weibo, they should have double defense. IT wall opened up by Enterprise without contest.
Exterior warehouse also open, and so pressure now beginning to mount on this defense of Weibo. Logic bomb.
Oh, Turd had no idea. I think that Fisher had already taken Rafters control. He actually opted to look towards the window. And then Fisher guy kind of came out of his sightline. But there's a second for EP. Well, it looks like overtime could be on the cards here. Frag grenade, a nuisance there for Arpe, pushes him forward. He has to win this fight against the Blackbeard. Oh, but Fisher guy, turnaround kill, Speakeasy double. But 2 more required. He needs the ace to win this map for Weibo, and thus, therefore, the series. Pushing up Rafters, it's 2-1! It's overtime! Well, it's been his map, and 2-1's not ready to leave it just yet. Double defense for Weibo, still a test for Enterprise, but a test of which they will give themselves a chance. 17-7 from Tuhan. If they're going to get this done, it's through him.
Really good playmaking as well, an offer there from Fisher guy, really utilizing the Blackbeard nicely to start dislodging that top floor hold. Rest of the team then ultimately comes in support and converges on those positions, and it breaks apart pretty quickly by the defense. Back to top floor we go. Another attempt here in this matchup. Weibo, as expected, defense OT.
He's not just winning inside of the server right now, too. Hunter's probably winning inside of the banter as well. So command server, where we would usually expect this to maybe go the way of Weibo, with what we saw earlier by Enterprise, means it's anyone's guess, really, what's going to happen here in overtime. Relays will shift over to the Blackbeard. That was a big moment by Fisher Guy over towards Rafters. That probably sealed the round at that point. And while Speakeasy got himself a nice little triple kill, it wasn't enough.
So the Capitao in play for the first time here from Enterprise on this specific site. Most likely to be utilized for the warehouse clear on Rafters and really help facilitate that. Can be used later on the round if that's not necessary in terms of on-site clearance, maybe contesting the likes of Pillar and clash positions as well, established by Speakeasy. But currently posturing outside warehouse as kind of expected. And so Turd has a big responsibility this round in ensuring that he holds position firmly in warehouse. He struggled last time out.
I mean, playing this deep in position allows him to do just that. Peek both of these angles over towards IT and, of course, outside through the doorway. But by playing that position, it's that risk versus reward. Yes, you can go for these peeks. You can be more aggressive. You might find an opening kill. But you, too, could get pinched in this location. Bappen finds himself in control on the Buck to put pressure from down below. Relays has got himself over to Rafters. And that's meant, of course, Turd has had to fall back over towards the site. So pretty decent take there by Enterprise, considering how aggressive Turd was at one point. The Blackbeard, shield up, saves Relays from that swing by Turd. Big kill from Bappen down below to hit that headshot. And Tuhan as well gets involved. They deal with the Azami. It opens up now for Enterprise. They've got the numbers advantage. The smoke to help the filter through. The Nitro well past the mark. Relays pushing up through IT. Avoided that nicely. No more flames available for Fisher Guy, and Bappen on the rotate from down below up through warehouse, but it's Tuhan's map. It's his moment. His time to shine. Here comes Uppe. The fuser down, but still time. It is Bappen and Tuhan. It's like Batman and Robin. Map point for Enterprise.
Massive round there from Bappen. Gets that kill down below on Vert, then continued to pressure through the mid round. We didn't quite capture it, but Skeleton Key, he was flowing up flash grenades as well, making life of those on site really, really challenging. Then sweeps up, gets the job done. Good consolidation again there from EP. That top floor success from them. That's 3 out of 4 attempts. Pretty unprecedented for top floor labs. And potentially a big win condition now on this map if they're able to seal the deal on their own defense. But that's also not a guarantee, just the two from them in regulation.
Yeah, it's not. Don't forget, Weibo themselves, as you've kind of touched on, had success in the opening half, even on this very site. A 20 bomb from Tuhan on LAN. Just such a talented player on a talented roster. And Bappen, of course, has carried over his form from Bank. And you kind of look at the numbers across the two maps. 27 and 17 from Bappen, 26 and 15 from Tuhan. The next player, 13-18. Those two have been enormous for Enterprise. 28 and 17 for Reaps, the main leader for Weibo Gaming. Can Enterprise close this one out and send us to Cafe for ultimately the deciding map of this series? Win, you move forward to take on D+, lose, and you are done at the major qualifier. This would be a big result for Enterprise if they can close this map out. Could it be someone like Relays? Usually a fragger, usually very good with gun in hand, only the one kill thus far.
But when it's your moment, as long as you're ready to shine, it could be map defining.
Bap and Lurk below.
Quad Nitro, by the way.
Yeah, he has one of those Nitros from below as well. If he goes uncontested late round, he could be a big threat. And I don't think Weibo will be too keen to contest him. He's been quite good this afternoon. Pappen actually finding a shock drone. And can use that for additional information on the side of the defense. Maybe I'll be able to tuck it into IT for late round information, but does get dealt with on the cross.
So just over 90 seconds. Map point for EP. Can they close this out? So far, Weibo's been stalled out. They have no map control. Playing the exterior, still opening breaches. Now they're going to think about conside. Rather than funneling in through IT, they need to create multiple entry positions.
Bappen actually coming back towards site to help out. It's 2 harm below on the Warden with Nitro still all four available with a minute to go.
Throwing the double impacts as well for player. They've got a lot of utility available. Well, that one's going to be thrown maybe somewhat too early by Bappen. Small tag onto Turd, but not a lot. And it's going to be the 2 harm Nitro. Why wouldn't it be? And starting to fall into line now for the Aussies. They start to clean sweep defensively on this top floor, and Cafe is looming. That third map looks like it will be required. Weibo must now do the unthinkable, a 2v5. And while Reaps is still alive, anything is possible. But even this may be beyond him. They push through rafters together. Turd and Reaps expecting the conversion. They know where Bappen is. Relays huge Nitro. And only Reaps, who now needs the ace, all 5 would be required. And even this would still end up being a highlight moment for someone as good as Reaps. Can't find the tag onto the Azami, and in the end he does. 2 more needed into red time. They must shut him down, and they get it done. All 3 maps required to settle this matchup. Weibo cannot get it done on Nighthaven Labs. Cafe is needed.
Certainly one of the more unconventional labs that we have seen. So attacker-sided, but EP able to find their moment on defense. Such a close matchup. Well hard fought by both teams. EP looking good. Map 3 required.
流されるままにはにかむ横顔に
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
That sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar, sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며
This guy indeed.
I was busy having a
This
chat.
guy
Sorry,
indeed.
guys.
Too social.
We're
dude.
late back
It
to
was-
camera because James decided something else is more important.
And it was pretty important. I was asking D+, who would you rather play, Enterprise or Weibo?
Do they actually care, though?
I think they do because
Okay.
their coach PGH tuned up pretty quick and said
Oh.
Enterprise. And
Okay.
I know that the crowd out here wants to have an Aussie team through the
That's
lower
fair.
bracket final. Weibo, the focus has been on them for quite some time. It's getting late into the night here. It was a very late night for them last night over the Chiefs. Now they come up against a different OS opponent. Is it going to pan out just like it did on map 3?
Oh, I mean, the way that this has gone, Pengu, it feels like this goes the distance, and this.
Oh, it's
nearly-
going to overtime in the third match.
Correct. And
There's
it just
no
keeps
way
us
on.
here even longer, honestly. They just
Yep.
want us to have the best night possible. But I will say that there is something to be said. I don't know whether it's positive or negative, but there's something to be
Right.
said about Weibo's ability to get close to closing out games.
Yeah, I mean, most teams don't get to see a match point, right, on
Yep.
their side. So
Yep.
the fact that the Weibo get there so often, very impressive. The fact that they lose so many rounds, however, not so impressive, James.
Yeah, I actually did the numbers.
Oh, well.
So I ran the
if you
numbers,
look-
guys.
Alright.
If you
I
look
had
at my
to do
numbers
it.
real quick.
Nerd.
All right, so
Actually.
Weibo have won 4 games throughout the series, 4 maps, which means they have won 4 map points. Upe's walking past right now. Upe, how many match points have you lost?
He's gone straight.
How many?
Oh, he's
no,
walking
he's
off.
gone
Nope.
straight to the hands over the
16.
years.
16 match points Weibo have lost
Oh, boy.
over the weekend so far. That's a 20% hit rate once it hits on match point. They are less likely to win a round when it comes to match point than any other circumstance.
I know that Turd can hear us right now. I saw Speakeasy with a headset out as well. They know. They know.
smiling, yeah.
They know. But that's the thing is they're still smiling. And one thing I will say for Weibo, we were watching them play last night. Well, I was watching them play in the crowd last night, right? I got a chance to get front row seats. There were many empty seats behind us because
It was
4
4 in the
a.m.,
morning.
But I got front row seats. And the thing that scares the crap out of me about Weibo is not that they're good. It's actually that they start laughing. And when they start laughing, they start winning, and then it's problematic. We spoke to them last playoffs, Pengu, and one of the things that they said is, as long as they're having a good time, they feel like things are going to run smoothly.
Yeah.
And right now, they still seem to be in high spirits.
They're in high spirits, and I gotta say, for Enterprise, they're not all showing up. On the
No.
first map, they're missing 2 players, basically. Fisher Guy and Tuhan did not show up at all. Here on the second map, it was actually Realist going like 1 and 10. It hasn't felt like a full 5v5 just yet it's been a super close series.
Yeah. And a lot of these games tend to come down to hero plays clutch moments, especially
Certainly
like
do.
the
Oh, yeah.
more that these teams end up right at the end of their rope.
Yep.
It's a late night, it's a scrappy game, just like our match was earlier today. And remember, whoever wins this is going to have to play
Playing
against
again.
none other than D+ afterwards, which will probably be another 3-mapper.
You'll win just to lose.
It's all about clutches.
You
so
win
unfair.
all about
just
big
to
rounds.
lose. And you know, Jake Xenox and Diddy once said, the great Jake Xenox and Diddy once said, you lose and you learn. And that's the most important part about playing here at PAX. Look, all these teams are already booked through to Munich, but now it's Pride on the line. Speaking of Pride, how about we bring in the proudest of all, Jake Xenox, Venditti, and Michael Guzgari.
You said my name twice there, Rob. I mean, at that point, you probably need to reference it once. But no, what an exciting series that we've gotten once again. Our 6th best of 3 in a row, guys, where it's gone the distance. So we've been very privileged so far throughout the major qualifier land. Weibo Enterprise will go the distance. Cafe required. And what a map Nighthaven Labs turned out to be. Did not follow the script, did not go as expected. But certainly fascinating. Nevertheless, we head to Cafe with Enterprise. Beginning on defense, into the ban phase we go.
Yeah, Labs was an incredibly attacker-sided affair. And I've not made a mistake there. There are a lot of attacking round wins going both ways, but EP able to lock it down in OT. Cafe, equally a map that can sometimes be quite grueling to attack into, especially in conventional ways, but we'll see how both of these teams try to play with a bit of freedom and unlock these defensive holds. The bans are as follows: double special or drones, in fact, so Twitch and Brava unavailable. And a focus on utility on the side of defense. Both Castle and Mirror will be banned out. The Mirror in response to the Twitch ban, of course, and Castle to help mitigate some of that util clearance game.
Who have you got from here? I feel like I've said that every time we head into the third map. That's usually the common trend, but it's difficult, really. This weekend has proven it's impossible to predict.
Flip a coin.
All right. Heads.
Okay.
Who's heads?
I don't know. I didn't pick.
I think Enterprise showed really, really good promise all night at Haven Labs. My question is, though, is it just going to have to be an individual masterclass once again, or can it be that full team effort? I think that's probably been the question posed to Enterprise. We know it's Fisher and Fraggers, but it's not always the 4 Fraggers that equally play at the same level. They almost take turns. Map 1, for example, was Bappin. Map 2 was Tuhan. Map 3 might be Player. But so far, it's Speakeasy and Co for Weibo that are going to go for a quick hit through Bakery. Opening pick the way of Ape. Tuhan, the master of labs, shut down early. He'll be the opening death. Trade back by Player. Well, maybe I put the blessing onto him. He deals with the blitz and therefore deals with some of this early pressure from Weibo. Does stall them out now ever so slightly, but with Reap still in Bakery, good map control still established for Weibo. Player shut down. Weibo still now maintain the advantage.
Yeah, Player unable to reposition. Position was known in itself, and Weibo reacting accordingly to that information from Speakeasy. 2 minutes on the clock, and Relay's caught as the keeper disappears. Bappin and Fisher go to try and lock down sight.
I mean, this is a huge advantage. Weibo, if they wanted to, could slow it down, but why not double down instead? Leaves poor old Fisher in the 1v4. The RGL, the veteran, the great man. Nitro's not bad, but it doesn't do enough, and Hoven will punish. What a statement from Weibo to kickstart Cafe. A swift, clear attacking round straight through Bakery, straight through the defense of Enterprise.
Yeah, really sharp tempo in that opening attack. And you look back at some of the historical data for Weibo, Cafe, their #1 preference map in Veto's. Again, largely best of 1, so take from that what you will. But their attacking win rate of 29 rounds, they've won 21. So 72%. Their attacks are strong here on Cafe. That's against a wide variety of different teams of different caliber. But I wouldn't be too surprised if they're able to have a bit of a run here and force EP to be the ones to adapt on the fly here and adjust their defensive setups. Weibo with a strong wrangle hold of the tempo in that round. Very early pressure Bake side. It's up to Enterprise to contest that map entry on the exterior and prevent Weibo from then determining position and pacing through the mid-round.
We do need to keep an eye, by the way, on Reeves. He's up to 32 kills with a lot of Siege still be played on this map. Could he get to 50? Only needs 18. I say only, but he's certainly capable of those kind of margins. Keep an eye on that one as we progress through on Cafe. 1 in the opening round. It was Ape that found the double along with Hoven. So we head to Reading and Fireplace, second floor, second round. It's been a lot of momentum swings in this series so far. Not a lot of back and forth at various instances on labs. You know, 3 in a row to Weibo, then 3 in a row to EP, then 2, then 3. Back on bank as well, the 6-1 start for Weibo, then followed 4 rounds straight to Enterprise. So we haven't really seen that sort of 1-for-1 trend. It's been these sort of runs of 2-3 rounds in a row all through the opening 2 maps.
So 2-minute mark now of this second round. And Rappel game strong here from Weibo, at least initially. Contest above from EP, but the ability to peel down to pillar if required, and Bappin takes that opportunity. Player as well now down to Reading, and so the third floor vacated by the defense of Enterprise, consolidating side, forfeiting that to Weibo, wanting to reduce the risk profile of this defensive hold. That will then allow Hoven, for instance, especially get to work on the Ram. They also have Sledge for vert play as well. Only needing to be concerned about the 1 Nitro Cell on the side of defense.
Logic Bomb activated by Speakeasy as he entered, starts to clear this top floor, which we know has been vacated. Velchem, good information here by Relay, shot out. He's the only one that actually has a Nitro Cell that can deal with that information from below. As a minute remains in this round. Still no contact. Nitro thrown out a little bit unwillingly by Relays. He didn't have a lot of info to play off, so misses the mark there. Fisho around White Stairs, Ape close by.
I would have thought the Sledge would maybe be more involved in terms of the floorboard pressure to be created, but the Ram with the Boogie Auto breaches doing quite a lot of the work anyway. First gas babe thrown out in some time here by Fish into reading. Speakeasy denied. Oh, big pick though. Back player and relays both get 2, but at the same time Reap's involved. But he got shut down in the trade. Turd still trying to find an angle from the vert. With only 20 seconds in the round though, it's Weibo that need to push forward.
Bit of a neutral reset now in the round, 15 seconds. Another default attempt likely to follow. Hoven planting, Bappin winning that fight.
And Hoven forced off the plant as well. Gets himself back into Pillar, but he's the one with the kit. Needs to get back over to default, caught through laundry. Big picks, 2 hard player combined. So an enter back from Enterprise here on Cafe, 1-1. Could end up being a tense final map.
Yeah, good read from EP in that round to be able to deny that default plant attempt. The groundwork from Weibo, from the Ram, and the map control above forcing the peel was clean. It reset them with about 20 seconds on the clock, but Bap and Pillar was strong in winning that fight, and then Hoven left with no option but to try and once again make that dash across for the default attempt, but those on side able to reconsolidate. Good work there in round number 2. The third to follow, we return back to Kitchen. And in a stark contrast to round 2, where the first kill was with 34 seconds on the clock, it was very early aggression, 240 mark for the opening kill on this particular site, Bake side. The expectation to be that Weibo will unlikely attempt that play, but they do bring the finger back, Ram as well for early aggression potential. We'll just have to see how they shape up.
So head to Kitchen, will this be the map that goes a little bit more back and forth? A reattempt for Enterprise. They'll certainly be more ready for that early aggression by Weibo, so Weibo will have to, well, probably navigate a different path this time. Largely similar lineup. They do bring the Rayora this particular round. The Blitz back in play along with the Finker and the Zofia. Grim instead of Sens. So there will be a slight change up for Weibo. Enterprise keep it pretty similar. They do drop the 2-brow for the Malusi and those Banshees to maybe deal with some of the quick entry positions. And don't forget, another series after this as well. The winner of this matchup will play D+ in the lower bracket final. CAG play tomorrow. CAG been very fortunate. They haven't quite had the grueling experience of some of these other teams, and it's a slip in through Freezer. So another early rush, but this time instead of Bakery, it's through the back door. Outbay into position, but he does need the cover. Now goes for that plant. And there is that cover from Turd as well. Is there a denial opportunity? Not to be. We get the overhead. No contest on the plant. Weibo all in the right positions to contest Enterprise as they tried to make their way back over. Bappin will fall. With that now, significant advantage to Weibo on the attack. The bailiff out from Speakeasy. Unsuccessful against relays. He's found 3 kills. But they need to find 3 more now as a team, as a duo combination. Player caught and cooking. And right now doing the cooking is Weibo. They take Kitchen again. 2 from 3, not bad on the attacking start of Cafe.
Yeah, another fast hit there onto Kitchen. Bit more of a wind up there from Weibo. They prep themselves over towards garage side for the freezer hit, able to dash across. They had the Rayora gate for the double door. Utility laid elsewhere to make the plant denial there. Very, very challenging from EP. Arpe didn't panic, didn't rush the plant attempt, waited for his teammates to be in the correct positions. And ultimately well structured there in the end in response to the blitz, understandably so, which has seen 2 appearances thus far banned out Malusi in response. Here's the tail end of that particular round, and in the post it got a little bit dicey, but Weibo still very much in control. A lot of unfavorable fights having to be contested there by EP. And that site, so far, a little bit of a disaster.
Well, now it's up to Enterprise to find that response and make this that back and forth matchup that really the opening 2 maps did not play out to be. Over to mining we go in the 4th round. And now it's Holben that's suddenly fragging out here on Cafe to begin with 5 kills. He's 25-20 over the 3 maps. kind of actually been interesting. When you look at the overall KD numbers, guys, it's been the two dynamic players for both teams. So Tuhan and Bappen with both 28 kills apiece. On the side of Weibo, Reaps 33, Hoven 25. Next best, Speakeasy 17. So there's a big gap between the two best players on both teams to then the third. And that might be the difference, either a case of which of those duo combinations continues to perform, or if a third or fourth player starts to get involved for their respective team, that might then prove to be enough firepower. And player over towards reading, deep position. Could catch someone like Hofford who makes a swift entry. That could be a potential first contact, but no, he goes on the rappel. Hofford droning through. It's actually Bappen that finds the opening pick onto Ape. Gets the Lion. Holds strongly towards Bar, finds success. Opening kill for Enterprise. It's their first one on this map. And Bappen gets out alive, albeit wounded and heavily. But the Blackbeard as well for Weibo and Speakeasy now finds himself in a similar predicament.
Really low on HP. Difficult now for Bappen to have impact in this round, but can at least juggle utility. Player able to double down here for EP.
Big pick, Hoven down that Snow Sledge, and that's their top performing player. Bappen's going to be careful. He knows he's low health, can't really get into a bit of an exchange. And he doesn't know Speakeasy's also in the same position, but with that shield, he's got the advantage. But it's Enterprise who have got the advantage in this round, heading into the final 90 seconds. Two players to the good. And really should be in the best position to make this a little bit back and forth, tie things back, go to 2-2. Fisho, well, nice kill. Reaps went for the vault. The shotgun, strong, up close. Fisho guy wants more, maybe. For now, he'll just hold position. And this really should be a comfortable round win for Enterprise here in the fourth.
Not a whole lot that Speakeasy and Toad can do from this position.
Oh, flawless.
Wow.
Well, systematic from Enterprise in that round. Flawless from start to finish. No real errors, no real mistakes. And we go 2-2. It is now back and forth on this third map, and hard to separate these two teams. But one thing that has been a deciding factor is this side here on the first floor.
Kitchen again.
Kitchen again by Enterprise. They've yet to win it.
They've been susceptible to the Bake side hit fast early in the round. And then Freezer side fast at the midpoint after some posturing from Weibo. Maybe it's a case of third time lucky here from Enterprise. I don't think they'll be able to really motivate Weibo all that much to go for a top-down map clear. It seemingly just isn't in the playbook for Weibo, or at least they haven't attempted it just yet. I will say now with the blitz down, maybe it does become a little bit more challenging to facilitate that, but there's still other options available.
Well, it's the only site that they've been bringing that blitz anyway, at least through the first 3 rounds. Then they opted for the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard doesn't quite have the same oomph as the blitz when it comes to those quick kind of hits through Bakery or through Freezer. And so when you kind of look at the lineup that they're bringing now with the Glaz, that's going to be a big part of the win con.
Yeah, they repick onto the Ying as well, maybe identifying that there is no Warden on the board here for defense.
So interesting spot here from Bappen, playing the smoke as well. Certainly not the kind of operator that you would want to be losing early, but he does get a good tag onto Hoven. It may not be a kill, but it is a really, really big chunk of damage onto the Ying. An Enterprise that land the first blow.
So again, posturing here from Weibo, and a different dimension to this particular attack, perhaps to be spearheaded reception side. Turd layering that smoke utility, looking to clear out this VIP side of the map, and will vault through. Up close to Han, coat check. Oh, nice kill.
Well, a nice little moment there for EP to find 2 quick kills to nail home this advantage. And if suddenly they win this round, it would be 3 from 4 and a little streak that might be slowly developing here towards the close of the opening half. And it's the fact that they got rid of Turd on the Glaz, Reaps then as well, the top fragger, the main man, and it leaves Hoven alive, low on health. this now becomes very likely for Enterprise. Something special would need to develop from the likes of Speakeasy and Ape. Logic Bomb activates, but hard to play off it. Push down through Brown comes from Ape. The run across Freezer, Speakeasy catching a bit of damage. Good flick back though on the Dockerby to hit that headshot onto Relays. As Army down, and suddenly 3v4. Good flash into Kochek. Tuhan stays alive. The air jab from Ape. They need to vault in and clear him. Close left. They do that. Nicely executed. And brings it back to the 3v3 and gives Weibo a sign of life in this 5th round.
And also still at least one Kandala available on the Ying of Hoven. That could be a key piece of utility in dislodging this defense a little bit, but on the long angle, small bake player, too good for Speakeasy, who was already low on HP. Weibo back on the back foot again.
Having one of his better maps player getting involved. He's up to 5 kills now. Ape team kills Hoven. Does get player. Well, if you're going to take out your teammate, now you're going to go on and win the round. Make amends. At least he got the kill onto player, but he can't isolate them. Fisher guy catching him, rotating into Bakery. 2 in a row for Enterprise. They take the lead for the first time on Cafe. And find themselves now just 4 rounds from knocking out Weibo.
Yeah, much better there on the kitchen side. They didn't play into the win con of the Glaz. Turd was given very few opportunities to find that opening kill. Tuhan, great play over towards Kochek. The clearance here from Weibo is super nice with the flash air jab combination.
Pop. Boop. It happens.
Yeah, and it's still going to be a really, really challenging round. But, you know, a clean, clear Harry Potter could have made things very intriguing there for the late round, especially with Hoven having the util. But
Hoven was low on health.
Yeah.
So even if it had been the clean, clear 2v2, it still would have been very tricky for Weibo from that position. But, well, once Ape gets the team kill, that makes it almost impossible. So 3-2, Enterprise do take the lead heading into the final round of this half. Can they double down that advantage to 2? Would be 3 rounds straight on Cafe.
Final round then of the half. Can AP extend this lead, or will Weibo be able to equalize? The Blackbeard reformed back into the composition, 2nd appearance of this half, and with the Blitz band out, we talked about this prior, it can complement that if necessary. And Speakeasy will then be in a position to scout ahead for information and, if needed, still contest. Attack can be spearheaded from the top red hatches.
Oh, big pick, Reaps, of course.
Well, that's just a blunder from Fisher guy, a rare blunder.
And they're going to go for the quick plant. Into fireplace already. Speakeasy getting the plant down on the Blackbeard. They dealt with Relays quickly on the Valkyrie. He will fall. Player spotted from that Kwan Hive launcher, but unable to get involved. Over towards Pillar. Ape with a big kill onto Tuhan. Now compounds this advantage for Weibo. They make that quick, clean, concise. A very nicely executed round from Weibo. Ties this up 3-3. Heading into the 2nd half. You just cannot split these two right now. Enterprise will go onto the attack. It's another 3-mapper going the distance, round by round, hard to split. This APAC LAN has really, to me, showcased that these teams, there's not much separating them. The best of the best from all the sub-regions, from OS, from Asia, from Korea, from Japan. There's no real clear standout. You could make the case maybe for CAG in the way that they've been playing and rightfully already into the grand final for tomorrow, but everywhere else, guys, there's nothing really that says, okay, well, these groups are better than this one by a large portion. You even take into account the lower bracket quarterfinals last night. PSG Talon Chiefs would feel hard done by that they're not here playing today.
Azami and Castle banned out. That is going to really compromise this 3rd floor defense, and I'm a little surprised Weibo still backed themselves in. You think about Lounge and the playmaking opportunity that those util-ops offer. So we'll see how Weibo look to play around that. It does mean that the mirror is up, and as expected, they'll lean into that, and then wall denial as well, especially against the range hard breach Lounge side. On the side of the attack, however, it will be the Monty and the Ying, 2 strong operators who persist through the current meta. Oddly enough, this is the first appearance of a third four in this matchup. Of course, EP electing to go primarily to Kitchen.
They were pretty adamant on that, weren't they?
Yeah, well, they eventually found success. Third four has certainly fallen out of fashion to some extent. It's so difficult to hold a lot of these
team dependent,
power
I find.
positions.
Some teams do like it.
Yeah, a team like Weibo, where they all frag and run around, play adaptable positions, it's not impossible.
So the final half of regulation in this series, overtime could still be a possibility. But the final half of regulation, quad nitrocells for Weibo on this bar cocktail site. First time, as you said, that we see top floor. Shield in play for Fisher Guy. Tuhan on the Deimos. Here's a deadly combination. And for the winner that comes out of this series, it's straight back into another series straight after this. And it's been a grueling couple of days for both of these two. D+ have had the benefit, I guess, of being able to sit around and chill out, be relaxed for that next series. It's hard to probably say that they wouldn't be the favorites, but you certainly wouldn't count out either of these two with the way that they've been playing. Only the Aruni, by the way, available for the death marks from Tuhan. Up by inside of backstall. Logic Bomb activated by Bappin. Fisher on the repel. Speak easy, close by. Very close by. And that repel in is going to be punished. And the second as well, Speak easy. That's a really solid double kill. Uppe Turd elsewhere also got involved. Poor old Bappin. As soon as he activated that Logic Bomb, he basically sent his team into die. And not his fault. Just some really good defense from Weibo. And they, for the first time on Cafe, it feels strange to say, but we'll find back-to-back rounds. Well, Nerd is proposing a knife one-on-one against Bappin. Bappin, I don't think, is going to fall for those shenanigans. Well, he's got nothing to lose, really. He's not winning this 1v5. Does have a Logic Bomb available. Trying to find through the vert.
Good defense, though, from Weibo to be able to sustain that pressure. Speak easy with a grandstand moment. Dealing with that Blackbeard. And they just compound it from there. The push from EP falling apart with no pieces of that puzzle remaining.
He's just so jittery. he's given up on this point. Quite literally running around in circles. Eventually finds a vert angle. Got a tag on the Reaps. Hoppins over towards White. It's Uppe, though, from above. Flawless from Weibo. The round was done probably a good 30, 40 seconds ago. So back-to-back round wins for Weibo. Now they take the lead once again. And that back and forth map finally comes our way in the deciding map here on Cafe. 3 more rounds required for Weibo to knock out Enterprise.
And critically, they tick off that top floor again with the Izami and Castle Band out. I think that's a huge win for Weibo. And those bands shouldn't be particularly impactful, especially down here over towards Kitchen. They have the key counters in play. Tuber out for the drop, can deal with a potential sense, and can store that hatch as well if necessary. You have the Goyo and the smoke combination for default denial. Turd's freed up to frag out on the Warden if needed, and that will offer good counterplay onto, well, initially the Glaz, now Blitz. So Weibo find themselves in a pretty good position early on here on defense.
So far on this map as well, it's not quite been, you know, the Reaps show or the Tuhan show. So a change in that guard compared to the opening two. Well, Speak easy. Well, he's winding back the clock a little bit. Once known as one of the top fraggers, he probably hasn't been a big fragger in recent times. Gets the opening kill on the player and likes to talk his talk.
Good spawn pick. Enterprise already on the back foot now for round number 8. And with player down, some of that flank watch potential stripped away from the attack. mid-round aggression from Weibo if necessary, although not right now, if necessary later on, will perhaps be a little bit easier to pull off. Does take away a little bit of that vert potential, but relays, of course, still in play on the buck.
This is where Enterprise cannot let that scoreboard blow out. Now starting to build a little bit of momentum is Weibo. Fisher runs through reading on the blitz. But it's the eventual hit towards the site where he will matter the most. Hoven in a good spot towards VIP on the smoke with the gas babes available. He can look to delay any push towards Freezer or even down white stairs. Fisher starting to show pressure. Oh, what an angle found by Speakeasy. A gap opened up there onto the blitz and Fisher goes down quickly. Nitrosol thrown out by Speakeasy, who's probably now just on a bit of a heater. And while it doesn't connect, more pressure onto EP. Another one that will miss. Enterprise really need the next few kills. It goes without saying. Turd tucked in, off angle position, bottom of brown stairs. Hasn't quite been his series. We know Turd is a capable top fragger, but he's been quiet across the entire series. He's got a nitro. He's going to throw it. He's going to get a little bit of damage onto Tuhan. Enterprise can barely take a step into the building.
Really having to grind out this attack. So
what
difficult,
an angle.
though.
Reaps. Well, Turd falls behind him, courtesy of relays. But Reaps will stand his ground inside a bar. A bit of help from Ape. Tuhan goes down. And poor old relays by himself. Well, this 5th round is a certainty. Reaps will make sure of that. Weibo Gaming, 2 rounds away now from knocking out Enterprise. They make it 3 straight. This may even force a timeout from Enterprise to talk things over. Cafe starting to get away from them.
Back-to-back entries from Speakeasy as well. That's his 3rd of the match, going 3-0 entry. And
well,
on
no
this kind
timeout.
and on this kind of roster, yeah, no timeout. And on this kind of roster, is typically not having to take on that role, but did well. And then the key fraggers late round, just ensuring that the round was dragged across the line. No pressure anywhere near the objective at any point, really, there from EP. Weibo locking them out of the building quite nicely. Mining now for round 9 final before the additional wave of band. And if Weibo can find themselves
they've
with
really
3
gotten on top.
match points.
They've really gotten on top. 3 opening kills in a row, all converted. 2 of those rounds as well flawless. That one as well, you know, a 1v4. So they've really started to win in a dominant fashion. These rounds haven't really been close in this 3-round win streak for Weibo. Where did this kind of come from as well for Enterprise? When they got it to a 3-2 lead, that was 3 or 4 rounds. They had themselves built a little bit of momentum. Not only did Weibo then break that, they now build their own, and we've suddenly gone back into that momentum swing style that we've seen over the first 2 maps, which, if you want to read into that, means there is still an opportunity for Enterprise. They have already shown in this series they've got the ability to string rounds together from a disadvantaged position on the scoreboard. It's like days of old. Speakeasy and Ape are leading the fragging department for Weibo. Enterprise really need Tuhan to start to activate. Just 2-6 here, unfortunately, after really one of the all-time great maps on Nighthaven Labs, who went 21-7. Mirror window dealt with already, though, is at least a good start to the round if you're Enterprise.
Yeah, a lot of drone work currently from AP. They'll be pretty eager to contest control up above and force his peel down below from defense, and that's the case, confirmed by the markers on Grim. Fisher avoiding the nitro nicely. Ape contesting elsewhere, but Tuhan swept through,
There
shotgun in hand.
Well, has the beast awoken? Sometimes it just takes one nice entry kill to just stoke the flames. And they need him now more than ever. And Ape's been playing very, very well. Valkyrie down early. An opening kill for Enterprise where they've been lacking here on Cafe. Run out, Reaps. Not what EP needed at that moment. They lose player now. No more Nomad, no more air jabs available. They've always just got the answer right now on Cafe.
So 60 seconds now remains in the round for Enterprise.
What is Enterprise pitching for here?
Fisher has the diffuser. Key battle to follow here in a moment's time.
Don't forget, it's not reading. This is fireplace and mining.
If Hoven wins this, the salvage attempt from EP will be such a challenge.
So if he's not being droned out, they may not expect this angle. And there's the answer to the question. And that's Kit down as well. Quite a distance away from the site with 30 seconds left, and Hoven can just play Kit inside of reading. That's a wonderful angle through the floorboards. Two-Hunt goes down. Relays has had a much better performing Cafe, but needs a bit of a helping hand. Who better than Bappen? But time now running out for these two, for Enterprise as a team. Not just running out of time, but running out of rounds. Bappen needs to find 2 in 5 seconds. He's not going to make this happen. Turd shuts him down. It is now match series points acquired for Weibo.
Weibo starting to put the foot down here. Defensively, so strong on Cafe. So many holes in the attack there from EP, and exploited nicely by Weibo, facilitated by that really good mid-round peel. They didn't get caught, gave away very little for free. Two-Hunt got the opener, good ground over towards that top white stairs position, but didn't really result in too much for EP. Additional bans, Valk and Grim.
I thought here at that moment, top white stairs, Two-Hunt, shotgun kill, opening kill for Enterprise. They hadn't had one for a while, but it's the strength of Weibo and the ability for them to then get back on the front foot, go for the counter aggression, got them back into the round courtesy of that run out by Reaps, and from there it just snowballed, and they got control back again.
Really big blind spot over towards reading for Fisher to fall like that, and no trade potential.
It feels like an easy drone, to be honest, especially on a mining
or a vert
fireplace side to clear out reading.
Yeah, a rare oversight from EP. And then have to do it the hard way, 3 in a row to push OT and keep the series alive.
It's been a long weekend. I think at this point for these 4 teams, all 4 of them, you give the leeway. Enterprise battled so mightily yesterday and won out 2-1 against PSG Talon, and their prize will be the Munich Major. But if they do want to maintain their position here at PAX, they do need to now win 3 rounds straight. Otherwise, well, it will be a short trip. They will be going home.
Back to the top 4 we return. The mirror's still up and available. The Valkyrie taken down. And Enterprise then alleviated off the IQ. More presence over towards Lounge. This is ultra aggressive from Reaps again, considering that it's not facilitated by that Azami, so typically played on that corner of the map. And he'll need to be very careful. His life there quite fragile. But does have that Nitro cell he'll be looking to deploy. Speaking of, that one from Hoven.
He saw the Retaro coming from that angle, so I think he just has it a guess.
Yeah. Doesn't quite pay off, but that one does.
Oh, that one does indeed. And it's onto the Blackbeard Fisher guy. So now you're really on the ropes here, Enterprise. On the canvas, and Weibo now looking to land that knockout blow. Confirm their place in the lower bracket final to now take on D+ in the series after this one. Have Enterprise got one last gasp within them? One last hope. Bappen bolt in towards Lounge. And this is where that mentality might just shift and say, we've got to go for broke. On the attack with 90 seconds left, down a player. Got to find these deeper angle positions. So Bappen will sit Pixel and wait for that pop-up white stairs. The chance was there, Guz. A small glimmer. Not taken, though, by Bappen. A difficult shot, hard to hit those, but, well, at this point, you needed to.
Stall out washrooms now. Cade Claw preventing the wall from being opened. It's a tough position for EP, trying to break down this defense. Weibo not presenting many opportunities. Bappen will need to go big here, Whitehall. Here's a big win condition for EP here.
That was the last Retaro from player. The Flores will now get in front.
There we go.
There's the shot from Bappen. Reap still in washrooms. Shotgun in hand. Bappen, sensing the swing, was ready for it. Expected that from Reeves, read him like a book. Outplay with trades and the DMR so deadly. Bappen, you have to now make this your moment.
Oh.
One towards Stacks.
Oh.
Makes his time at PAX. Maybe a memorable one. Has 30 seconds in the 1v1. Speakeasy opting to swing. As always the case, it's all easy for Speakeasy. Weibo will send Enterprise out of the major qualifier land, out of PAX, and now look towards the Brazilians against D+. They will challenge them in the next series to follow directly after this.
Happens when Weibo hit the mark, and this is what should have been happening all week long. Well, holy crap! Holy crap!
Feels like a week.
The last 36 hours, how about?
Honestly, I said week, not even realizing that it's not even been 2 full days.
It's crazy.
It's not even been 2 full days, but the sentiment is still the same, Deb. This is what happens when Weibo click on map point. This is how, and I know this sounds harsh, this is how all of the last 2-3 best of 3s should have looked for this roster.
That's right. They lost 16 match points over the last 24 hours here at the APAC LAN. And when it mattered the most, when it was all about elimination, they got it done straight away. It was actually 5 rounds in a row to close out Cafe. Enterprise, they could not find anything. Near the end of this one, Weibo finally locked in, and even though it came down to a 1v1, the ultimate lock in there from the Weibo guys, they could not let it slip by them.
No, and it's what we were kind of saying, Nick. Like, when they're feeling it, when they're having a good time,
oh yeah, they're feeling it.
They just hit their strides like no other team. Yes, hello Reeves, that's a very good game from you. But there is something about this team. We talk about flow state every now and then. It's like a little bit of a cringy thing to talk about when you're not talking about it in a sports aspect. But when this team does hit flow, they just run so smoothly.
You gotta commend the mental fortitude. It's been a very long day yesterday, a very long day today for them as well, and they don't look tired or scared in the server like they're out of ideas or anything like that. They're playing at 100% in these crazy circumstances. And again, I don't think many teams could do that. But Weibo, they certainly can.
Yeah, and Weibo's first match in the tournament was yesterday at 10 in the morning. It's now 7 p.m. They have played 1 map, 2 maps, 3 maps, 4 map, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 maps, if I'm not wrong. It has been unbelievable in the last just over 24 hours. These guys have really run a marathon. Only befitting because there is actually a marathon happening in Melbourne tomorrow morning, if I'm not wrong.
It's very fitting.
So it is, such a big, no, let's not. I'm not going.
No, I think we should all go. We should go as an APL team, everyone. All the players, we all get up, we go for a marathon run, then we come in and do the show.
I mean, these guys have already run a metaphorical marathon today so far. And look, Weibo, it's been a long day for them. It's been a long sort of matches, but they're not actually done yet.
No.
What's the prize?
That's crazy.
That they get for finally getting that across the line and beating Enterprise?
Tell me what it is.
They get to face 5 Brazilian players, one of the best teams in APAC.
Ding, 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 ding,
D+. In our lower bracket final, only 1 team will join Cyclops in that grand final tomorrow morning, and it may be Weibo, but they're going to have to really lock in and show us some serious fortitude.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough ask. I will say that right now. D+, we're already, I'm telling you right now, Nia's just walked past and goes, no, finger wag, that's not going to happen.
We're lucky we keep getting the players.
I know, it's phenomenal. We actually never get this level of interaction. It's very difficult, but let's take just a minute to talk about Enterprise, because I think that they kind of, it felt as though they lost the momentum in playoffs, Nick, at least regionally. And then we saw them yesterday. They're slowly gaining that momentum back, but there's a long way between here and where they need to be for Munich.
There is, and it's all about consistency, right? Like Weibo today, they hit the mark pretty early. Like they get to match point, then they stop blundering, but they get early leads. it feels like Enterprise, they have like the first 4 rounds are all fully slow.
Yeah.
Then they start heating up into it, but it's a little bit too late. So they gotta hit the mark a little bit more consistently for me to be like.
I feel like
major
Enterprise are just one of the less aggressive and vibe-based teams compared to, we saw CAG today, especially in that D+ game. Like you think about the Brazilians, you think about the Japanese. These guys are so aggressive. They're so vibes-based. I feel like OS teams tend to be a little bit slower, a little bit more passive. And while they are trying to bring that energy into it, it just doesn't come as naturally from that regional playstyle.
Yeah.
EP are a great team. They've qualified for the major. They could go deep there. They've now been to, of course, one international event, and they have a chance at backing that up and taking it further at the next one. Unfortunately, though, for PAX, their story's done.
Yeah, it's done and it's dusted. And I think just to double down on your point, Nick, the slow starts. 1 round in the first half of the first map on Bank. 2 rounds on Nighthaven Labs of the first half, and then ultimately made it even 3 rounds. We stacked it up as we went, but that just, I think it goes to show a better picture as to what we're trying to say here, where it's like when they start to fire up, they look great. And I think that, as you're saying, once we get to Munich, we will have a little bit more breath between these two. But now Weibo, they go up against a hungry D+.
Well-rested D+.
Well-rested D+.
And they're ready.
And I feel as though they're probably... They got knocked before, I will say. They got knocked, and I think that now is a perfect time as any to bounce back. Quick final thoughts before we head to a break here, Nick.
It's dangerous when you humble a top dog team like Elevate we saw in Asia, or it was Damwon right here, because when you humble them, they get even hungrier and they're going to show up even stronger. So I feel like for Weibo, the grind has just begun.
Wow. That's cinema from you. I don't mind that at all, Pengu. And on that note, hang on. On that note, we're going to... No, there we go, we're back. On that note, we are going to go to a short break, but on the other side, say goodbye, player. Come in a little bit more. Come in a little bit more. Yeah, boo, that's okay.
Rip the homies.
We'll see you soon, player. And for everyone else out there at PAX or online, we will also see you in a minute for our last matchup of the night.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
유명월 모두 다 스쳐갔지만 영원한 your generation 놀란 나의 미래 놀란다면 내일 No Oh it's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW watch me walk away putting myself on display 1, 2, 3 a day I'm on my way I'ma have you on tiptoes watching my diamond afterglow I know you wanna take me home I'm on my way OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW on my way They wanna judge me, I'll testify catch me on Insta, I'm verified They want me quiet, I amplify I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen You know that you bow to the queen You lose all your senses and reason I'll give you something to believe in OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW on my way on my way yeah OMW nothing left to prove So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu I'ma have you on tiptoes watching my diamond afterglow I know you wanna take me home I'm on my way OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW OMW on my way to you good at what I do I'm OMW Hear it coming up like that I just know that things are gonna end bad When my body only moves for the beat Y'all been waiting for me I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 When I hear it coming up like that I just know that things are gonna end bad When my body only moves for the beat Y'all been waiting for me I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just drop like I'll just La 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 I'll just drop like I'll just La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it
I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속작 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better. Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina, Mina, do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do this better.
I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah.
You provide me shade and I really thrive on it. 오늘도 역시 괜히 기분이 이상해. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Book about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me I get it, I would hit me too.
I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah.
자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐. Yeah.
We are into the final best of three of the night. There are but 2 matches to go before we conclude the APAC playoffs, baby. Major qualifier done and dusted, basically. At this point, they're only worried about seeding. More worried about money, more worried about pride. With only 3 teams remaining, we must crown a champion. CAG wait in the technical grand final tomorrow. But we still have to decide who will get there, and to help me do so, It's the boys to do so. What's going on?
I don't know if we can help you much, Rob.
I don't think you can. I think we need to get Oda back in. I think we need Oda back in. But an interesting matchup. Weibo, as I said to Pengu, I'm not sure how much you heard. That's what happens when they actually look like they're going to close out a map, Guz. Because I will say, I think Dev said 16 match points they've lost over the last 36 hours.
Yeah, they really fired up, particularly towards the tail end of that cafe. They looked very, very difficult to take down their key players, but were firing. And again, another good example of a well-rounded team effort. You had moments where, like, Speakeasy, for instance, was slamming on entry. I think you got 3, perhaps even 4 on that final map.
Yeah.
Just, again, a testament to the versatility of that particular roster. And who knows now where they can go from here. Stamina is probably the biggest question mark for them. Can they maintain that performance across another BO3?
It's a big one, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the telling factor for me. Coming into this series, like, more often than not, if this were, say, fresh slate, it's been a week, and it's you'd have a different kind of set of expectations. For Weibo, they have been playing since, what, 1 in the morning? Like, if you really think about it, and then with a sleep in between, and then playing again. So it's going to be a tall ask for them, but they got nothing to lose, and they'll know that as well. They'll come into this series thinking, well, no one's probably expecting us to be at our very best, and so fresh off of that best of 3 against Enterprise, I thought they had really, really good showings in a lot of different areas. Their bank was obviously really, really solid. They went on a big run to start with, and I thought maybe off the back of that 6-1 lead, that it was going to be the Weibo of old that was going to be able to show up, and then it was the Weibo of this morning that showed up, but they were able to close it out. Labs was great. A really, really solid performance. Enterprise were able to bring it back. But for me, that cafe was like, that's the Weibo we know. That close out 7-3, good pace, good aggression. That's what D Plus is going to have to deal with. The benefit for D Plus is they've kind of had the easier run of things when it comes to yesterday and then even today. So they're probably not as exhausted, as tired. For that reason alone, they're the favorites for me.
And that I will say, that's what I do like about the format, is it will it will help the teams that win, right? And D+, that's the reward that they get for winning, being in the upper bracket. They get that little bit of room. They can breathe a little more today, which is incredibly important given the context. Aye, Captain, I see you all the way down the barrel there. I feel as though this roster, guys, has just gone from strength to strength. Would you say it was a bit of a hiccup against CAG earlier, or is CAG really that far ahead of the curve?
To me, it feels like CAG are on a bit of a Cinderella run throughout the back end of this year. It seems like very few teams are able to take them down, so I don't really mark it too negatively on their record for this year. I still very much prescribe to the storyline that they are continuing to improve. It's gradual and steady, and that's actually difficult to come by in Rainbow Six, is consistently finding improvement. So for D+, an opportunity here to confirm that storyline. They'll be fired up. Weibo, on the flip side, though, will be as well. They often tout themselves as being
they'll be warmed
the best
up
in APL. They will be warmed up straight out of the gates. It's more so if it pushes to a map 3. If we see multiple overtimes, for instance, that's where Weibo may struggle to tap into that stamina.
Now, we do have a little bit of time here, and I actually just want to pose this question to you, because obviously, for me, both of these teams, I would have said coming into this playoffs, that both of these teams are probably the best that the APL have to offer right now. CAG on a bit of a Cinderella run.
I feel that, yeah.
You still back that in?
Well, not right this second.
No. Well,
but coming into it, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that for me, Weibo absolutely were the #1 seed. You take in their performance at EWC, top 8.
Yeah.
You take into what we know their best really is. And I actually even said at the conclusion of EWC, like, there's probably more room to grow. The unfortunate reality of that is maybe it's either stagnated or gone a tiny bit backwards. So I still believe that they've got more within them. But to their credit, what they've been able to do here is they've done it a bit more the hard way. It hasn't been clean. They haven't been at their best yet. They're still getting the results. Yet they still qualify for Munich.
Yep.
So they're going to be a danger in a month's time. You give them that extra time off, the prep, the practice, etc. They're going to be a threat once again at the international event. I think for D+, the Brazilians are strong. Like, they're going to go over to Munich like they're an SAL team.
Yeah.
So you can't really fault that. And then for CAG, though, the belief was, with DD coming in, we didn't quite have the questions for them other than, what's this going to look like?
Correct.
We now have the answer to that,
Yeah.
which is clearly a formidable team. So for me, at least, and obviously Enterprise were in the conversation, but for me, these 3 really are the best 3.
Yeah, I think that that's a fair assessment, especially when you just consider their performances throughout playoffs and throughout kind of, if you extend it past just the playoffs and look back to your EWCs, I would have loved to have seen what CAG did in stage 1 had they not had to forfeit their games. I would have loved to have seen what damage they could have caused.
Well, who knows? They might be better now because of this.
Well, this is the thing, is like, now we're just at a point where, like, for the rest of the year, for those at home that might not, be keeping up, or those at PAX that are watching for the first time, we are kind of at the end of our calendar year for the leagues, right? We now only have international events and a couple of APAC events left before we kind of conclude the entire year. So we're kind of leaving on the best note possible, guys. But I do have to ask you here. It is not win conditions, not win conditions, not this time. I actually want to ask you about the maps because it's something I'm curious about between these two teams.
Oh, he's navigating over.
Sorry, opposing regions. I'll fill as long as I possibly can.
I might be cooked here. The PAX
That's okay. We can deep dive into this. I just find it interesting with the cross-regional rivalry, how often these teams play each other. We really don't know in scrims. That's the thing of this, is we're kind of looking at this out of a pretty extended lens at the moment. But no border is something I'm very disappointed about. When APAC goes to border, goddamn is it entertaining. But we kickstart on Lair. We head to Bank after that. Jake, I'll let Michael compose himself with a bit more time.
Well, he might be ready. Okay. Don't discount him.
I will not. He is quick. They call him the F1 of the analyst desk.
I don't know about that. I'll take Lair first. So the selection of Weibo, 6 preference, again, mainly best of ones. Yep. For D+, it's their favorite map of the pool. Pretty strong numbers, 56% attack and 62 defense. 4 plays, only the 1 loss. Weibo actually negative on that first map of the series, 1-2. So take from that what you will. Bank is the follow-up. I don't know if you want to take that one, Jake.
Not well, I mean, for Weibo, it's an 8th preference map that they ban quite heavily. In fact, lost it to Fury 20-odd days ago. For D+, middle of the pack, 4-2 record, so it's a pretty decent map for them. I will say I think Bank is certainly a map that can play to the strengths of Weibo if they can get it on their terms. But yeah, it's a strange veto. But what I will say is so far throughout, not just even the playoffs, but also the major qualifier land, sometimes we look into the numbers and the stats of these map vetoes, and then these teams come out and they just flip it. How many times have we seen, X team takes the opponent's map pick and then it just reverses onto the next one, and I'm sitting there thinking, did we get the map veto order correct? But, that's the funny nature of it. So I think instead of looking at the numbers, again, I think on a map like Bank, despite picked by D+, there are certainly avenues for a team like Weibo. And when it comes to Lair, that holds true as well. If they can start to get the entry battle on their terms, reaps, etc., they can find success, hence the selection.
Well, both of these teams arguably the best that their regions have to offer. We'll have to wait and see who will push through to verse CAG tomorrow in the grand final. But it is time for us to get underway with this one. No more vetoes, no more chitter-chatter, no more numbers, just cold, hard facts. Let's get underway with Pengu and Devmata.
Thank you very much, Rob, and everyone down on the couches backstage. Hope you guys are comfy in the kitchen because we are ready to cook here. That's right, one more best of 3 series. And we will qualify a second team through to our grand final. Who's going to meet CAG? Is it going to be a rematch of the D+ upper bracket final we saw earlier today, or a rematch of when Weibo got slapped silly yesterday by the Japanese of CAG? It's either going to be the Brazilians or the Southeast Asians taking it here. Lair is where we kick things off.
I don't know what to think anymore. I feel like there's been so much siege the last couple of days that I've lost my mind at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to do what? Who's going to come out on top? Upsets, overtimes, match points that can't be won here from Weibo. It's been a hell of a day. So much has occurred already. Weibo, they're in high spirits somehow, despite all of yesterday, despite today as well. And I feel like they got one more good game in them. And they need that good game right here because D+ are not going to be an easy opponent.
Yeah, well, Weibo have finally done what they struggled to do for such a long time, which is close out a map point on the first go. Like we've said many times, they have only won 4 map points out of 16 map points. They have fumbled between the Chiefs games last night into the very early hours of the morning, and of course earlier today against Enterprise. But it's no more Aussies up for the docket for Weibo.
No.
They look, turning their attention northwards, and it's up to D+ Kia to stop Weibo's lower bracket run from continuing. We are here on Weibo's map pick of Lair to kick things off where they start on the attack.
Let's think about Weibo for a second. I'm not sure if I feel like they are a defender or attacker team in particular, but I feel like it's very map dependent. Like, they're not like, oh, they're so good on attack always. Like, no, I think it's sometimes they're very hot on attack, sometimes they're very cold. But I feel like, from memory, on defense, I feel like that might be where they're the strongest, actually. Because they just lash out like crazy.
If you can pad for me for about 3 seconds, I can tell you the numbers.
I'm patting your shoulders
All right,
now.
pad.
Padding,
Attacker,
padding.
win rate, defense, win rate. All right, so Weibo are actually the best defending team in the Asia League.
The vibe check was right.
Mate, you know what you're talking about. 67% of their defenses they win. That is well ahead
insane,
of the second best team in the league, Elevate at 61.
Jesus.
They are much better on their defense than their attack. They are only the second best attacking team in the region, down at 58%, which is still pretty damn good. And for comparison, D plus Kia are both the best attacking and defending team
they're farming, we get
in their region of APAC
It doesn't count,
North.
they're from Brazil.
But dude, their defensive win rate is even higher than Weibo's at 70%. That is insane. That means that most of the time you're expecting either a 4-2 or a 5-1 split.
It just ain't fair, is it? It's one of those. Now the first match here, the first round, we gotta get nothing of the usual here. Double shield bandit, blitz, and the Monty. We're gonna get the clash and the Kaid, so really a very standard game. Does leave open though something like the Ying, the Black Beard, the Capital. And in this case for Weibo, it's gonna be Turd on the Nuke with the primary shotgun.
Love.
Just gonna walk up a staircase somewhere, I'm sure, and just go ponk ponk and go for a kill. Before that can happen, you gotta get some distractions in the server. It's gonna come down to Speakeasy, his teammate of Ape on the ace. By Upstream, by the bomb site wall. The issue is there's a bandit battery pre-plays that kind of stopped them for now. Smoke goes out, and they got secondary EMPs and the Selma. While they do that play, maybe Turd walks up that staircase.
Bullet might get into position to go for it. I think he
past
might.
it.
It's actually a distraction.
Bait switch.
Because the bait from Weibo is that they're actually going to push deep. The C4 misses, bit of damage on a Turdstar. A second pick now. As they double back again, they know
bandit stock here as well.
Exactly where Bullet is. The fire comes out, pushes him deep into the corner. As Mitty the IGL gets into the action, and the second one falls for Weibo. So the Brazilians, they do have a little bit of bite in them still.
Corner is so deep. He stays alive for now. Pre-fire not good enough. Ape and his teammates takes one player down and another one. Waiting for no Bullet in that same spot.
Oh, long angle from Ape, the Indonesian player, finding his third on the round. All up to Mitty now as he is being spotted by Reeves. Ape finds his fourth. Banging game from him. Kill around. And Weibo looking in peak form at the start of this matchup.
I can't lie, I really fancied that push actually, because it's very simple, but it's very different from the norm. They're going to try and bait out the bandit battery, because that's going to mean the bandit is one less gun on the board, smoke the door, sprint past the bomb site, take the fights on the top staircase and the back portion, then circle back, knowing bandit is again stuck in that same corner. Okay, the captain fire doesn't reach the entirety of that room, so he stays alive, right? But that could have been pixel perfect otherwise. Good problem solving from Weibo. And again, as I said, it feels like they still got one more game in them.
Yeah.
And they're showing in that first round. They do.
I gotta say, if there's any team to be really impressed by at this tournament, I actually think it's Weibo.
I think so too.
They played from 10 in the morning yesterday over at Fortress. They played their first BO1. They won it. They had to wait a while to play their BO3. They lost it to CAG. Knocked down very early to the lower bracket in a surprisingly convincing fashion.
One-sided.
They had to wait all night until it was after midnight
to play again.
To play another match. That was, what, 14 hours after they played their first BO1 in the morning. They played that BO3 against Chiefs, and they lost 10 match points against that Aussie roster well deep into the night, but finally came away with the win, and then still had to be here at about 11 this morning. So they have been running on just about no sleep. They've, of course, just played a bit of a marathon game earlier against EP, and here they are, still required to play another game. That is a level of persistence and stamina that we rarely see exemplified.
Yeah, and the fact that they played so many match points and lost them is, on one side, it's an incredible story because, you know, they end up winning and they're just playing so many more rounds than they need to. But on the flip side, imagine they just won those games clean on, like, the match point, and, like, they could have played 14 less rounds effectively because they would just win outright and have even more energy available to them. So it feels like for Weibo, like the desk said, they have more to prove. This is not them playing perfect Siege, yet they're still quite a scary team. They might have a bright future ahead of them. Don't forget, that's the players, the support staff, maybe behind them. Probably gets to be Leslie because he's got to prepare for what's coming the day after.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good swing from Hoven.
I mean, they don't look tired in the server.
They do not.
These first 2 rounds, they've been very lively. Opening kill in favor of Weibo again. That's 2 rounds in a row. D+ earlier today in their match against CAG, they looked really good at the start. And then they started to fall back. They started to fall into their shells. It looked for a minute there like D+ were going to dominate CAG and already be booked into that grand final. And now we're seeing, again, the more passive Brazilian roster that we saw at the end of that game.
Exactly. Bit pacified. I'm not sure if that's an issue from D+'s side themselves, or rather that their opponents out-aggressing them in the server. But right now, D+ are fighting back with utility. Toxic Babe tossed on out, mirror window as well. He's going to fortify this position. But it's the last obstacle before the bomb site. Weibo, they got numbers advantage.
Nice
As
angle.
I said, that back to even numbers, 4v4, with about a minute to go. And Speakeasy on the blind page, the only upper that can kind of walk down the staircase or drop down the hatch, and he has to do it all. Ape finds nearest though, and a second!
Ape.
How? That's the mirror window.
And he got 4 kills in the first round. Now he's found 2. Yet to die. Hoven on the vert. Finishes off midi. 4v1. Levy is locked out of the site by the Rayora.
Feels bad.
It's the New Zealand player in Turdster on the New Zealand Maori operator as well. Love to see that. He is going to time this, isn't he? Levy waits. Waits for the plant sound. Waits for someone to move forward.
He doesn't hear it.
Impact in pocket. He opens it. He can deny the plant. 15 seconds, but Turdster will put him down. A nice idea there from Levy, but he is unable to deliver.
I don't want to know how Ape got that 2K though. There's a mirror window, Toxic Babes, a crossfire, 2 defenders waiting for him, and we just go to his POV, boom, boom, 2K,
Bro,
got the mirror window.
That dude's the GOAT. You didn't know that?
No, this guy is like, right now he's like, guys.
He's the GOAT.
He's like, guys, it's been too long of a day. Let's wrap it up quickly here.
Yeah.
Come on. If
know
you won't do it, I'll do it.
There was a little while there where Ape was kind of chained to the thermite. He was like,
yeah, there was a time.
All right, you're the hard breach, bro, from now on. You're going to sit on the back line. You're never going to see the light of day. We don't trust you to find kills. We don't think... I think you're too old these days. You know, we got Reeves. We got Turdster.
You're old news.
And he is actually playing the thermite right now, but ironically. But no, things have changed. The thing that I think really impresses us about this Weibo gaming roster, right?
Yeah.
Speakeasy, he's the old head.
Yeah.
He'll do the dirty work. He'll call the shots. He'll play on the back
He'll play
line,
whatever.
Play the hard roles.
Yeah.
The ones that are really thankless.
The thankless, yeah.
All 4 of the other players on Weibo, any of them could play support. Any of them could entry frag. Any of them could make a play. Any of them could play smart. And that is the versatility of a roster like this one.
Anybody?
I reckon anybody. Oh, well.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I think anybody.
Okay.
I would trust any of these players to bandit juggle.
I would not. No, I would not.
You don't want Turds to bandit juggle?
No, exactly. I would not. He would literally get so impatient that, guys, where are they? It's been 20 seconds. I'm going to go take a swing.
Maybe
he
not
would not.
Maybe not Turds.
But the other players.
Reeves, Hoven, and Ape, yeah, I trust them.
And I think it's important to have a player like Turd on the roster as much as Speakeasy because it's 2 sides, or, yeah, it's the different side of the coin.
Yeah, it is.
You got the patient guy, the impatient, the aggressor, the guy who's going to be the anchor. You need different styles. You need conflicts to arise. Be like, guys, how should we play this round? Option A, option B, option C, Ape go kill. Thermite,
7 kills.
Nah, or DMR.
Yeah,
Get the kills, man.
Yeah, Royora again making an appearance.
No hard breach. They literally are not playing hard breach.
No hard breach?
On Lair.
We don't need that.
Off meta, baby.
We're going to go kill them. We're going to use our utility. We're going to get aggressive. Ape's going to find a few more kills. Who needs hard breach?
I always say this, right? Against D+, you don't want to play default seats because they'll beat you at it. So what is Weibo going to do? They're going to play the most anti-default setup ever. Smoke grenades. Turdster with shotgun, no hard breach, and push on in.
Oh, big from Speakeasy, but Falls holds on through the smoke with that Warden. Well played. Mir's trying to hold on, but Turdster, he's got the shotgun. A reply from Falls. But D+ have been bloodied. It's just midi on the Tachanka supporting Falls, who has fallen. Ape! What? Another 3K on the rounds.
Relax, bro.
This is a life game from him. I haven't seen him play this well in far too long. 3-0 start. Weibo flying out of the stalls, and D+ are looking locked in their shells.
All right, James, you gotta dig up the stats from the last game from Weibo, because I have a theory right now. Get me the stats from the last game they played. We gotta look it up. Because I think it's the energy reserves that's happening, right? If Ape wasn't popping off before, he's the man with the most energy remaining for the day. He is now spending all that spare energy and popping off.
So you
9-0.
You reckon he played badly? I mean, he was the second worst rated player on the team.
Okay.
20 kills,
That
26
works
deaths.
out.
Turdster
The lowest.
was the lowest.
And right now, Abe, #1, Turd, second highest.
Like, I hate that your theories are looking right.
Yep.
I hate
Sometimes it's like that. It's the vibe check again.
It is. Tactical timeout called by the Korean-Brazilian roster as PJH has a chance to talk to his team and figure out what the hell's going on.
So he was doing match prep right next to us, actually, in the green room.
We had a bit of a chat
couch.
to him, didn't we?
And you actually got a very small, brief look at the paper he's holding. Want to share anything or no?
So, all I can say from talking to PJH is that both him and Mitty told me that they wanted to play Enterprise and not Weibo.
Oh.
And the reason why was they had done more prep against the Australians than they had against Weibo.
Interesting. So
they felt more prepared.
So they underestimated the fact that Weibo wasn't going to win. You know, they didn't think that was going to be the case.
For whatever reason, I mean, obviously it's been a long day.
I predicted Enterprise as well, to be fair. I actually did.
I think I would have expected most people to pick Weibo over EP. I certainly did, and I've got the Aussie bias to take into account.
That's fair. I looked at yesterday, like they can't close out the games. EP had a bigger break both yesterday and today.
But EP played PSG Talon, which I think is an easier opponent than the Chiefs.
Yeah, but you're wrong there too, you know, because PSG, they could have, would have, should have been here if they had played that much better, this much better, that much. Yeah, I know. You're far off.
I mean, I guess the same about Chiefs. But to your credit, PSG did actually beat Chiefs in overtime in a BO1 at the start of the tournament. Of course, that feels like a long time ago. It was just yesterday morning.
Yeah, Robert is saying, it's been a long week, and it's like, hold up. It's been like a day and a half.
What's that meme? Captain,
it's Tuesday.
Yeah, Captain, it's Wednesday. Oh, what a week, huh?
Yeah.
Captain, it's only the Saturday of PAX, mate. We've still got a weekend to go.
Oh, it hit me like a truck. I was like, no, week sounds right. It really did sound right. It was not. But the thing is, we're all in together. The players, the production, casters,
can guarantee
people spectating.
The players are working really hard. It's been challenging for us, but no one has worked harder than
they're
the
actually
production.
playing.
No one's worked harder than the production staff, to be fair. These guys have been here all day. It's been a marathon even for a lot of viewers. I mean, there's been so much Siege to watch the last couple of days. Every second that we're not streaming, it feels like the North American League is streaming. Ape is continuing his form. Finally, he dies, but not before he finds his 10th kill in only 4 rounds.
Speaking of grinding, Turst takes a bit of fire damage. I think both Tom, J, Sherlock, and Ruling, they co-streamed yesterday for over 20 hours each. One-man show in their respective languages. Now that is a grind and a half, being a solo streamer. Big applause to you guys for pulling through. Now Weibo looking for a 4th round. They take it down Levy, but that's all they found in half of the timer. And it's taken Ape's first death, 10-1.
Yeah.
Show's over. He's in the grave.
I mean, it's not.
He is playing Heartbreach, the wrong operator, dude.
Yeah, it's all right. Don't need the Heartbreach. I think they've proven that.
Give the guy a DMR, honestly.
This is a very slow round, though. The first very slow one from Weibo. Down in the basement is where the bomb site is, and still the roamers have not been cleared out.
Interesting. I mean, the strat play could work, but they're ready for it.
Bullet has the read here, and he will take down Turdster. He doesn't make it closer to the building. It's a very, very desperate attempt from Weibo to try and clear, as Hoven does swing with that pistol and find the kill on Nears, so numbers are equalized.
The issue is right now for Weibo is that there's no real way in. I mean, they can maybe smoke grenade off an angle and push the other, but again, lack of information on the whereabouts of D+'s players. Speaky's injured on the ground, not going to crawl away. And a flank above could also happen as Bullet's still on the first floor. False confirms the kill. 3v2, 2v2.
Reeves is so good, but that impact takes him very low on HP. Bullet and Falls. Bullet has that vertical opportunity to look from above and cover off these positions. Falls has been spotted, but he's got the shot, and Bullet from up above will finish off Reeps. The first round finally achieved for D+.
Comes down to the wire, though. It was anybody's round to that very final moment. But they have halted Weibo for now, slowed down the pace a little bit. I think Turret, quite surprised the hatch was open, didn't even check for it, didn't quite clear the angle. Lack of drone work from Weibo, perhaps. Abe dying early doesn't help either, of course. Flashbang does not land the mark either. Thing is, Weibo's already gotten 3 rounds in the half. Like, it's 3-1. Like, they could literally go 3-3 and be super happy with this situation. So they've done what they need to get done already. And they can push for more. I like this different approach for Weibo on the attacking side. Whether it's the glass, the Aurora, no heartbreaks. Like, it generally has been working really effectively. And D+ don't know what's happening next because they're not playing anything you can expect to happen. And this might also be a case of Weibo has played so many freaking rounds. You're off paper at this point. You're doing pocket strats, one-off, counters. This could be me showing the guys, you can do this kind of push. Hey, on top floor, if they play these operators in these spots, you can do this kind of play. And just kind of feel it out.
Yeah, and of course, Meepy still has that tactical timeout he can use later on if he wants, whereas D+ have used theirs. And they did, to their credit, win a round immediately after taking it. Now, we talked a little bit about how PGH maybe hadn't done as much prep for Weibo as he had for the potential other opponent, Enterprise. But if anything, the fact that Weibo are playing a lot of these pocket strats, a lot of this new stuff, makes you think maybe it's actually better, because D+ aren't taking anything for granted.
Yeah.
Maybe PGH just got on the mic and said, guys, I think this is just new stuff anyway.
Yeah,
like, let's just figure out, let's play adaptable.
It's also a very good point, because when you do want to do external, so looking at your opponent's setup, strategy, etc., sometimes as a player and as a coaching staff, you can get so tied up in what you think they're going to be doing that when they do something different, you're like, what do we do now, guys? Because you haven't prepared for it. It's important that you play your game as the biggest priority.
Yeah.
And keep that as just a small reminder, not the full game plan. Levy opening kill to speak easy. Slowing down Weibo once more with that opening pick. Trade it back quickly after, though. Here comes the push.
Oh, he's keen for it, isn't he? Look at that from Midi. That's a play. I think he's about to get swung, though, and indeed, Turdstep will do that and deliver a kill for Weibo, deliver the numbers advantage as Reap supports. Nears and Bullet down below, but they feel the need to make a play. If they wait, then, well, they may fall, but if they push, they will also fall. Bullet is ratting it upstairs, and Turd will take him down.
Whoa.
A quick round for Weibo. It never got to the point of execute because D+ kept forcing the issue, and they could not land what they needed. This has been a dominant half on Lair for Weibo.
And this thing for D+ is starting to become more consistent for them. They're not winning their ones as often as before. I mean, we looked at the numbers, right? 70% win rate on defense. That's not going to be bandit tricking, plant denying. It's going to be, they're winning a lot of fights very early on.
Playmaking on the D.
100%, 100%. And against CAG, we saw that not happening, not making those plays on either side. And now here, when they're on defense once more, the plays are not being made.
No. It's funny, that game earlier today that we had between CAG and D+, right? Map 1, Chalet.
It was a strange one.
D+ just looked like the best team in the world, and CAG looked like coppers.
Yeah,
right?
it was bad.
It was so one-sided, and then something changed, something flipped. D+ looked like they were terrified. They forgot which way to hold their mouse. My right hand and my left hand, and what are my key binds again? And CAG looked like they had so much confidence and so much energy.
They were laughing when they were losing rounds.
Literally.
They did not care anymore.
Literally. And that's one thing that CAG and Weibo have in common. I mean, every time they walk backstage past us, they're just having a giggle about how many match points did we lose that time around?
Yeah.
Ha, 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 ha. I mean, last night, remember when we went to a third map? I believe you were still awake at this point. I remember we were talking to the Weibo guys who were preparing for another match that was about to start at 3 a.m. And we said, who's having the most fun? And Speakeasy puts his hand up and says, me, I'm having the most fun tonight.
Nah, that's crazy behavior. But then again, he played Shields almost every single round. I'd too be having a lot more fun because gunfights don't matter at that point.
I think he's having fun by depriving the opposition of having any fun.
That's it. He's just stealing the opponent's fun, making it his own.
Oh, yeah. Weibo like to play with their food.
Even earlier today, against the previous matchup against Enterprise, I think it was Reeps. He was like, "Oh, guys, 5 more rounds to make the comeback happen. Oh,
Yeah.
4 more rounds, 3 more rounds. Like, he's calling it, you know? He's literally
He's-
calling the fact that they're losing all those match points.
He's taunting his own team. It's like
Yeah, he
literally,
is.
you're saying to the opposition, don't worry, you guys can come back.
Yeah,
Don't worry. Like, we're beating you, but it's okay. You guys can still beat us.
Reverse jinx, I guess?
Yeah.
I don't know. And then it was Reeves in that on that bank round to
He
really
clutched
solidify
it.
Yeah.
It should have been,
been
another
over.
overtime. It should have been another fumbled match point, but no, Reeves himself clutched it for them. There's been a lot of clutches for Weibo.
Oh, yeah.
Not so many for D+ recently.
No, they have not. Also, again, it's a 5v5. Half on is thrown by. D+ are not striking out for a kill. C4 goes completely wide. And Weibo is just doing util clear. Nice and slow. They want to get to that bomb site in the 5v5. They got the sense, the Doka beat, both calls in pocket. Grim Beast, 3 left spare.
Oh,
Swing on the breach,
hello.
but it goes down. That's the first point of contact with 1 minute left to go.
Oh, but here we go.
It's a great trade.
Yeah, that's a long angle. Not often do we get to see kills from the Sky Bridge, but Mini not only fires one, but he trades himself back and takes Uppe down for a second one. Midi has had a big impact in this round. 2v2 Tursta on a sliver of HP. And Midi is going to have to do it all himself, but he gets put down. A quick spring into form for the SEA roster marks a very dominant start. 5-1 on the attacking side, unheard of.
Little bit stress there on D+. It's very brief player cams. Hand and forehead, kind of looking down, shaking, being like, guys, what are we doing? What is happening right now?
I mean, they're on the verge of getting knocked out.
They are, and the thing is, for most teams, it's like, okay, you can't win them all, but for D+, they have been so dominant, only humbled on one single occasion, literally earlier today against CAG. They haven't had the most time to sit down and really reflect upon that. It's the same day.
Yeah. And we gave D+ so much praise during the APAC North stage, right? Because in groups, they were actually pretty mid. They had, well, I think they lost their first 3 or 4 games. They came
very
back,
bad start.
won everything, and then they were flawless in the playoffs, and they made short work of CAG twice. But it's all about winning the games that really matter. Yes, they have the title of APAC North, but how about the title of Best in APAC? How about winning the championship in front of a crowd? The first chance that D+ have had to play in front of a crowd with this new roster, right? They lose to CAG earlier today. Is it going to be a double fumble here against Weibo? We've heard it from the interviews with Falls.
Yeah.
He's felt so much love and praise and support from this Korean organization, flying 5 Brazilian players all the way from South America to Asia to live in Seoul, to play in Korea, you know, on salaries and a team house, accommodation, everything covered, to be able to play, to get the privilege of playing in the Asia Pacific League. And he wants his gift back to the organization to be this trophy.
Yeah.
And if they can't hack it against Weibo on the defensive side of Lair, then they're going to go down. They're not even going to make it to that grand final.
Falls also mentioned that they struggled in the beginning because they're new to the region. Different playstyles, different maps. They had no clue who their opponents were at all. We're back in Brazil. They're all like best mates for many years. They know APAC North teams a fair bit. And sure, they scrim every, sub-region in APAC, but they haven't played against teams like Weibo in these international games where it matters 100%. They're still kind of figuring out the pacing right now and what to expect. And I think right now they're being caught off guard. They're being surprised again and again and again. Levy, 2-7 on the grid, dead. And Ape says, heh heh.
And Ape has got 12 kills to only 2 deaths, which is an unspeakable KD of 6.0.
Disgusting. Yeah, there's the new jammer on the wall, but we got secondary piece in pocket of Mitty. They're fearing the mirror window trick. We know there's none left in pocket, but they gotta have that slide. What if we're gonna get tricked right now, boys? So watch the flanks, rotate over Mitty perhaps, but he's busy taking a gunfight elsewhere, comes out successful. That is a big kill. Had he gone down, then there are no EMPs, the wall will not get opened up. This changes everything.
Guys, Ape is dead. Guys, we've killed their carry.
We might win.
Maybe, just maybe we have a chance. He is down.
What is this? Oy.
Very aggressive is what it is from Turdster. He does take down that drone that was watching him.
There goes the wall. Gets popped. Sami tracked by the Deimos. He's going to be upstairs. I mean, Turds below might go for a flank here and double up the Deimos player because he's working all the way up the staircase right now quite aggressively. Shuts down the flank though.
Nice shot.
I feel like Homan kind of fell back too early there. He could have pushed together with Turd for the 2v1, but no, that will not happen. Nears finds Reaps.
Oh, what are you doing, Speakeasy? Very ambitious A very aggressive play. Hoven needs to clutch, 1v4. Switching onto the attack may have been the remedy that D+ needed. Good info. And a quick kill onto Nears. Now Hoven knows where Bullet's coming from, and he's found a second one. Surely not like this. A clutch opportunity presents itself to Hoven.
He's planting.
As Falls gets that diffuser and starts planting it down. Bullet has to cover. Bullet is low on HP, so is Hoven. Falls needs to reload shortly. He needs to decide, does he go back outside the breach? Or does he continue playing on the desk? I don't think Hoven knows where he is. Falls stands up and sits Hoven back down. D+ finally are back on the scoreboard with a second round.
Got a little bit too close to comfort though in that 4v1 with Demo's tracker, swinging too early, not be prepared for, but they get the job done in the end. Ape has been a one-man army, and perhaps shutting him down might just be the winning play. The fact that Mitty winning that 50-50 gunfight literally will win in the round is absurd though. Again, he had the secondary MPs on Capital, that means hard destruction doesn't work, he doesn't take on Ape, like that one gunfight was win or lose the round.
I'm still just gobsmacked by the fact that this is an attacker-sided Lair.
Sometimes it'd be like that, I suppose.
We've had some really interesting trends in games recently. Like we've had grossly defender-sided games. I think it was it the one we casted before? Everything is blending into one. We've casted a lot of games in the last 36 hours.
When you say before, which of the many maps?
Today.
Okay.
We had a really defender-sided. Who did we cast today?
CAG D+.
Yes. I think there was a really defender-sided match. It was 5-1 half. I don't know. I don't know, bro. We've seen very defender-sided games. We've seen very attacker-sided games. It's been hard to pick. Even maps that you would typically expect the other direction. I think it was an attacker-favored Cafe we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Some defender-favored Borders, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. We have seen the norm being broken multiple times. I mean, you just never know. And that's the thing that you come to love about APAC, is that you go in and you're thinking, you know, this team might be that team. And it's like, oh, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
You watch EML, and NAL is like, you can predict half the play day without much effort, it feels like.
Yeah.
APAC is not like that. For sometimes the best of reasons, and sometimes the worst of reasons.
One thing to remember is Europe, North America, like those regions always play the same teams in their region. But APAC is full of sub-regions. And what's great about today, and yesterday and tomorrow, is we're getting all these sub-regional matchups. Right now, you know, Weibo Gaming and D+, huge names in the APL. Guess what? This is the first time they have ever played each other before. This is the first time we've ever seen these teams meet in the server. And thankfully for D+, Levy has made this round look a little bit more doable, taking down the Azami.
Trying to go on the offense for Weibo, and lash out first, disrupt D+, and keep up that pressure, but they're being shut down. D+ on the roof, holding passive angles, expecting that exact aggression. A pocket jammer goes out for the ops wall. They do have a spare reinforcement that can be used mid-round to shut off either the backside, like right here, and the main breach with the mirror window too if they need to.
Oh, what's going on here? Turdster, aggressive. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there from Levy, but Turdster can happily hold the line. He's traded back by Bullet, but Weibo have found their fair share of kills too. It's 3 versus 3. Midi jumps on in. As the Grim Bees subside, D+ finally have their boots in the building, but there's a lot of solid positions still yet to be cleared, namely Reaps, who is tucked inside of that default plant position.
Just gotta bait the contact right now. Don't hold those long lines aside. Make them work for it. That jammer is doing work right now. Mitty again, only guy with secondary MPs on the other side of the building by bathroom windows. Flores drone does not make it to the mute jammer either. So the wall will stay intact. A small breach actually in very far corner. It's a vault hole though. Reeves can hold the angle comfortably, I think, and stay alive.
Oh, barely an entrance hole, and Ape finds one, traded back. Good shots from Bullet. He needs more though, as Reeps and Speakeasy bring out their SMG-11s and try and hold on. Nears knows exactly where Reeps is hiding, behind that desk, but Speakeasy's got info of his own. And Bullet needs to come and support. He might have this mirror window. He doesn't want to give up the positional advantage, but he needs to move because, as you say, time is ticking away, and Reeps has made this a 2 versus 1. Bullet needs to isolate, but Speakeasy is ready for the fight and ready to put Weibo on map point here on Lair. D+ cannot keep pace with this Southeast Asian super team.
This feels like D+ are just playing a little bit subpar. Now, I don't mean like they're playing bad, but they're playing beneath their own level. We see Mithy now with secondary piece in pocket that needs to be utilized to get a better hop bridge opened up. He's in the wrong portion of the map, doesn't help his team. Then we don't see the fire or the smoke from Camper Tower really finding much value either. It feels like D+ are trying to play a very simple, straightforward siege, and at this level of play, it is not enough. Mechanically, I mean, they're being out-fragged by CAG and now Weibo. But even if they were even, I think strategically both CAG and Weibo have been better. They're literally just being the better team and better individuals than D+ right now, which I didn't think was going to be the case before today started.
Yeah, damn right. This is a surprise to see Weibo 6-2, but didn't we have an interesting stat? Didn't we know something about Weibo Gaming and match points? What was it again? Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, now the hard part begins.
Oh, yeah. They suck at winning match points. They really, really suck at closing out games. They can get there. They've seen 6-2 leads. They've seen 6-1 leads. Very rarely do they then convert them to wins. That's when
they've learned,
they tend to throw a little bit, just a little bit.
When we were on the desk earlier and talking about this very fact, we saw the player cams, and it was both Speakeasy and Turret big smiles when you brought that up. They're like, we know.
We know.
They're probably like, oh, it's that bad? Oh, we didn't know it was that bad. But,
I mean, bringing out the stat of like 4-1 to 16 lost, yeah, that really highlights just how bad it is. I think it's now 5-1 to 16 lost, if I'm not wrong.
I think that's correct.
But every round that goes by here that they don't close this map out, that stat gets worse. So I'm going to keep a tally.
As one should. See if they improve long term. D+ had everything to lose right now. One more round. This map is over. They go next. Now this was Weibo's map pick, sure, but expected more of a fight. It can still happen. They got the blitz, the demos, aggression. The first, the Flores drone. Problem that Castle barricade, but behind it, guess what? Ape is waiting. Turret with support on the Tshanga. Got the fire for shutdown. He's hiding.
He is
They're hiding the blitz for the right moment to strike. Surprise factor. We see a crossfire. 3-man crossfire, in fact. They're ready for this. Again, a pocket pick. Big counter strat.
But Falls is rotating. He falls on back. No pun intended.
That's going to go buff.
It's a bait. Niers is just waiting for someone to move out of this position. As the gas pipe subsides, Hoven starts smoking it up with his own gas.
C4 prep, Toxic Babes, turns down the Tshanga. Like, they've read this play way before this happened.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 read from Weibo Gaming. D+ think they're steps ahead, but no, Weibo are streets ahead. Falls, tries to get aggressive through that smoke. Little bit of damage done. C4 finds nothing. Another gas goes on out. That's the last one remaining for Hoven. No more time delay. In a matter of moments, Falls will be able to march on down these stairs.
Oh, hello.
And he starts it.
Oh,
a flashbang, but Hoven, not blind, finds one. Traded on back. But Weibo, they're happy they can consolidate their position. D+ have lost their shield.
It's a great pick, though. Good trade. I mean, Hoven had no smokes left. 45 seconds. Blitz can't go for a plant. Raw can close up the doors. Sledge in the vert, maybe, but for Weibo Gaming, they're in full control for now. They got the chunk of fire. A default plant spot is not going to be possible at all. They need to go for kills first with D+.
And Bullet is waiting for his chance. Shotgun in hand on the Deimos. He waits for his moment to enter and finds his kill on a Reaps. Midi lands his shot on Uppe.
Plant deep.
And D+ start planting, covered by the smoke.
Beautiful.
They find all the kills. Midi goes nuclear, and it's another match point. Weibo cannot close out.
Very beautiful. They were so quick to make the adaptations after Blitz dies. So, okay, guys, let's send in the Blitz, but everyone be ready before this even happens. So the second Blitz dies, okay, 1-4 trade, fine. They get the staircase control, Raw on the hatch, close the door, smoke the rotate, Bullet on Demo shotgun, go for the lockers backstab, 3-2-1 push together. Either the backstab works or the plank goes down. In this case, everything worked. They won every gunfight, plant is successful, cover is great. The Tshanga Flames did not hit the mark because they were planting in an off location, as they should. That's D+. That's primed. That's what we've seen from them the entire stage. Finally, a small glimpse of that in that game.
And what I like from D+ here in the operator bans is they get rid of that clash. Now, it's the perfect counter to the shields that we did just see them running on that blitz. Now, on the flip side, Weibo get rid of the Grim, which has been a mainstay pick here for D+. Now, it's not essential, but it's very nice. It enables that execute aggression that they like.
Oryx.
Yeah, so maybe they're expecting the shields here. With that clash band coming out, they're like, okay, well, if there's not going to be a clash available to counter shields, then I'll pick the Oryx. And Levy is switching onto that Blackbeard as well. Now, I want to know what happens, Nick. Do you have any idea if an Oryx dashes into a Blackbeard dashing into an Oryx?
That's a really good question. So, I did testing with Oryx and Monty.
Yeah.
You can actually trade where you can melee. You can also melee the Oryx back, but like in the same timing. It's really hard to do though. But Blackbeard's gadget has a different priority system, so I don't know what happens. Do you know what happens?
No, I don't. I would love to know.
It's a really good question.
I assume that when they made Blackbeard, they used kind of the same effect that they
Oryx.
created, the same coding.
Yeah.
So
I think so too.
Like, how on earth would that? I feel like it would just be
trade
RNG 50-50.
It could be RNG.
It would just be random.
Good question, though.
Now we'll see. Of course, the Blackbeard ends up being picked off of for this round, and Hoven was a little bit too late to put that mirror window down as the exothermic exploded.
That's step one done now. There's that tertiary bomb side attack. They got that sense. We can all expect what's going to happen later on.
Yeah, we
the
know how
question
this
is
plays.
D+, do they go for a full or partial top for room clear or just go for direct attack? That's the big question because you got to make that call at some point in this round. Levy's now low in health. He was fought earlier by Speakeasy. There goes the first Camps of Flame on the staircase, but Speakeasy, no one's contesting this. No one's in the hallway. He's actually going to be completely fine.
He does get droned.
Yeah, but to what end, right?
No one's swinging him. They know where he is, but they cannot confirm this kill. And a player on the window won't do much. You can stay safe on this window despite nades, despite Capital Fire. Ooh, almost an angle.
Yeah, I think Speakeasy is expecting his lifespan to be relatively short here. He's under a lot of pressure technically, but no one's pushing inside the building. It's all exterior utility, no one in the hallway. He's gonna dash past the window. He's the fastest operator in the game right there.
That is the perfect way to play with the Oryx. But Niers is close to that bomb site, sees one. Doesn't land his shots, not enough at least, as Turd gets aggressive, takes him down. Big swing for Turd to trade it by Falls, trade it back by Speakeasy. He dashed straight back into that position. Who's that on the window? Levy needed to find that cross, but he did not cut Speakeasy down. And now D+ are staring down the barrel of defeat.
D+ going for a very linear attack, not dealing with Speakeasy first. Good half in the chat.
He's calling the early good half. That is toxic.
It's match point, my friend. Be careful. You've been here so many times before, losing these kinds of rounds.
Oh my God, he's spamming it. This is some very bad manners from Turdstar, but it might just be warranted. Bullet in a 1 versus 4. He can't even find that shot onto Reeves. He is shut down. And the marathon runners are on the home stretch. Another map win for Weibo, on the verge of sending the Brazilians back home.
That's Lair done and dusted, but next up, it's Bang. That's going to be D+'s map pick, and hopefully they will be a bit better prepared because that was not the Lair I expected or the competitive match that I wanted.
It has been such a big weekend for Weibo in this lower bracket run. They were playing till 4 in the morning last night, and yet they still have energy against the Brazilians. It will have to be a third map if the Brazilians are to come back. We'll be back for a second map in the series after this.
Step 唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる人曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
We're all having a good time here at PAX
Absolutely.
Australia.
Always.
It's, you know what? I've actually heard that we've never not had a good time
Very
on a desk.
true.
We do have a lot of fun here.
Never heard that.
Never.
What a map.
What a map.
7-3 and attacker-sided Lair. And again, this is why when we got the map vetoes, and I was like talking about the fact that the statistics
here we go
did not matter. Wow.
He's on the money.
They did not matter. Not only like in terms of the side, like attacker favored, but also the fact that it was D+'s pick. All the numbers suggested that they would be dominant on this map. And I did say...
You did say.
I did say Weibo. And honestly, look, I think that for me, it came down to those win cons. They absolutely dominated on those entries. Dominated.
Yeah.
Good call.
I got one right. Come on, I got one right. Let me have that moment.
It's fine. You can have it.
Broken clock here, you know?
Well, and it is very true. You are right maybe once in a blue moon.
Hey,
so
a broken clock.
Except for tack timeouts. That's my specialty.
Yeah?
I do have a good track record.
That's the one that you like to call. No, that's so fair. But looking at this one now, Weibo, I don't know if it's momentum or what it is, but they are looking very interesting. Couple of interesting text comments toward the end of that one. I don't generally like to feed into it, but don't know about that one, Turd. If you're listening right now.
Turd might have a fee coming his way.
Yeah, don't know about that
I did hear
one.
Jake say he'll cover it, though, purely for the entertainment. So.
Turd, don't worry, mate. It's
Double down
completely
next map.
covered. It's completely covered. Jake has said he will cover all of the fines. That's like a...
Wait, how much are the fines?
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see after this one. But look, I think with the momentum fully in their hands, the one thing I'm really worried about for D+ at the moment, it's getting a little late now, right? They did play first up, which we said was a benefit. Oh, yeah, you get a best of 3 to sit back and watch your opponent. The issue there is it does look like they've come out of the gate slow, right? They really have struggled to get into this. And I think the stat that really sticks out to me is just the EPS across the board. No one, like only one player, sorry, that is above 90 EPS, Michael. And that is a very bad sign that things are not clicking in the server for them.
Yeah, they did have Levy firing a little bit. The only player actually to get an opening kill for D+ in that half, a total of 2 across what was a rather lengthy matchup. So for D+, it's about getting a bit more team involvement across the board. That maybe facilitate a little bit more as the veto progresses and they can warm up into the series. But Weibo clearly red hot at the moment. But again, kind of links back to the discussion we had before, right? Which is a 3-mapper for Weibo starts to get pretty dicey. They were up to very late last night. They played a lot of Siege, and I can't help but shake the feeling that the longer this goes on, the more that they're going to deteriorate.
I think going into Bank, I'm expecting D+ to bounce back. They got a little bit more involved towards the back end of Lair. That's when Levy started to get, a couple opening kills, but more importantly, they did get 1 plant down. Midi got a couple of 3Ks, started to be a little bit more involved in terms of getting rounds. So for me, it's like they've been kind of cold, right? Like they've been sitting, chilling so far today. The warm-up game against the Weibo team, who's just been performing all day long, all morning long.
Speaking of all morning long, how's the yawn over here? Look at the eyes.
Sorry, I was looking at you.
I could not. No, he looks at me and goes...
No, but I think D+ will respond. We've had... what is it? Was it 6 2-1s in a row? This would be number 7. We're almost in record territory.
We may as well just
for a
go
playoff.
we may as well go for another 3-mapper.
At this point, you may as well just continue the trend. So I'm fully expecting, and it's almost like I'd be surprised if this doesn't go 3 now. I'm so used to it.
It would be disappointing if it didn't, actually. I would really like to be here for an extra 2 hours just to make... Michael, you're really struggling right now, aren't you? I can see it in the eyes.
Get the camera off, Michael.
It's lost
get into
in
the
eyes.
game.
Let's do it. Let's not muck about any longer. It's time. Weibo, they've got the Titans on the ropes. D+, they looked so good in their regional qualifiers, but this is different. This is packed. This is APAC. It's time to get underway. Weibo, 1-0 up.
1-0 up, but more importantly, 1 map away from dethroning D+ and booking themselves a slot in the grand final tomorrow to take on the Japanese. Weibo, as Jake alluded to earlier, were the team that from APAC went deepest at the last international Rainbow Six event at the EWC. They got top 8, which was pretty damn impressive. Top 8 globally, only to be knocked out by the eventual champions. You have to put some respect on Weibo's name and their craft to achieve a result like that. But this stage has not been quite so flawless. They did eventually come through top seed from the Asia, but it wasn't without a struggle. And even here,
going down 2-0 to CAG in the upper bracket, having to fight tooth and nail through two very vigilant homegrown Aussie teams to get to this spot. It has been a long road, hopefully not to ruin for Weibo.
I think Weibo on a bit of a timer as well. Energy levels, long day yesterday and today, and more so than D+. Maybe made a tweet before this match started saying that right now they're in the point where they're just chalking caffeine. And the issue is, once you stop, you are absolutely cooked, his words. So right now it says GGVP against Enterprise. We beat them 2-1. Now we're up against DK in like 20 minutes. So tired, more caffeine drinks required. That's the state they're in right now.
What's the safe ratio? I have a can of an energy drink in my hand right now. There's usually a warning on the back of them, right? It says, contains caffeine, only drink one, usage 2 cans per day maximum. How many do you think?
We're past that.
How many think Reaps has consumed in the last 24 hours?
Too many.
Yeah.
Too freaking many. I mean, when I spoke to him yesterday, so we all finished about 4 a.m. local time. He said he couldn't fall asleep till about 6.
No way.
That might have been the aftermath, like adrenaline, caffeine, riding the high.
I think the adrenaline is a big one, and I'd love to hear your take on this because, like, I used to get this just from playing ranked, right? Like, if you were
it's real.
having a late night gaming sesh with the friends, the lads, and you were playing until like 2 in the morning. You've just had a few big wins, maybe a few heart-raking losses. You find like, all right, guys, going to bed, see you later. You're not sleeping for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, no, adrenaline is a big deal. I know for myself and Fabian, we'd often text each other like 3, 4 a.m. Hey, are you awake still? It's like, yeah, I can't fall asleep, think about the game. Especially after a loss, because you're going through like the things you could do better, you could fix, etc. Or an emotional big victory. That's why we do like the cooldown stuff, whether it's watching a movie or playing some casual or just playing T-Hunt back in the day, whatever. Everyone has their different systems of how to approach it.
I mean, there was no time for that last night. Weibo wrapped up at 4 in the morning. I don't know about you, but I had a shower when I got home. I did not get to bed until
you showered?
5. I had to. I felt disgusting.
I hit the pillow. That was lights out.
Yeah.
That was that. Just for Levy. Ape starts out the same way. Dominating the server.
Oh, dude, he is...
Second for Turret.
Farming. Having the time of his life is Ape.
I mean,
Turt's not far from it either.
They're just starting off like on another point of frustration.
I think you are cooked.
He would be correct right now. Now, mind you, if there is a timer on Weibo, what that means is that they got out closest as quickly as possible before that energy starts to fade. Levy says unlucky. I'm not sure that's the correct take right now because the consistency is on Weibo's side. Surely it's not all luck. But here's the Monty, the verticality, he's baiting it out. Turds, that should be as good as dead here.
Turds is keen for the fight. They trade the knife. Tursta, though, it's very difficult for him, and eventually Nears will put him in the dirt where he belongs. 3v4. D+ still trying to retrieve an advantage, trying to search for some semblance of an attack out of this difficult round. The Buck vertically might be able to help.
You see the other side right now, it's also the BDs and the Bandit. He tricked, I think, one of the Selmas, but the wall will get opened up mostly. They also got the Monty still. Can they score down that diffuser? In the corner is Big Easy. The vert is so good, though. Free pick for Midi.
That is a very deep, long angle. It takes a lot to try and land it. Credit to Midi for getting it done.
Wait the fire out now. No real time now. That's that 1c4.
That's risky.
The ceiling fan. The little light bulb.
That little lamp has just saved Nears' life. 15 seconds
Might save the round.
Oh, Harvard, hello and goodbye. Aggressive from Midi, but Nears will take the fight into his own hands.
Flanking.
With the pistol. Big flank! Oh, have you just saved it, Reeps? I think you have. Falls will simply give up. And Weibo are laughing. Speakeasy says, yes, I am having the most fun. It's been a long day, but I could go on forever.
D+ with another uncharacteristic mistake. I'm not sure why Minty pushes in small blocks when they're going for a plant. It's safe. They only have 1c4, no toxic babe, smoke is banned, right? So in this circumstance right here, Monty can walk in, once the Qualifier expires, go for a plant. Mitzi then dies for no reason, and then the flank is open. That one last player falls, can cover both the bomb side and the server stairs at the same moment, so they will lose that round. Had Mitzi stayed alive, one guy can cover the flank, one guy cuts the bomb side in half, you can cover everything perfectly fine. Again, small errors, but so unlike D+.
Yeah. It's one thing to have the potential to play at the top level. It's another thing to be able to actually achieve that level consistently. And
throughout the playoffs, before we reached here, we saw D+ so consistent. By far the most consistent team in the entire of the APL from any region.
Yeah, 100%.
2-0, cruising through every match, beating CAG twice, even more convincingly in the second matchup. And here on LAN, it's a completely different story. Yes, they'll look great against one team, and then they will struggle against another. They'll have confidence on one map and look lost in the next.
These opening duels have been so one-sided as well. APL, of course, being that man that we speak of so often in this one. This time it's Big Easy turn. Holding that third tunnel, waiting for somebody to make the first move.
Oh.
It'll be Big Easy. Dangerous. He'll be hurt out by that attacker. Who can now walk in third tunnel at any moment's notice now and go for that freebie.
Wow.
What? He baits it. What?
Long angle. Somehow Speakeasy manages to get the kill onto Nears thanks to the gas pipe behind him. It burns him alive. It's a big kill. I mean, Tachenko's got that packs a serious punch. I think it's about 57 damage per shot from that LMG. Doesn't take many to shred through someone. Nears discovered that very quickly. A minute down. D+ have a bit of map control, but not a lot of progress.
Their obstacles, right? They can freeze the hatches with 2 brown, fire off default plant, Goyo fire server stairs. One thing to note, there are pre-placed Goyo canisters on the hatches themselves in open area. That's going to stall for more time. I mean, in this case, you got Ace and the Habana, so it shouldn't really matter, but it stops you from opening up the hatches with the can openers / thermites, so not the case here, but it's a good idea.
Can you not put the can opener on the hatch because the Goyo is actually in the way? There's no way to place it.
So I don't recall if it's the thermite charge or the secondary hop breacher, but one of them doesn't work any longer now. It blocks the position.
I mean, Falls even takes a little bit of damage because as soon as the hatch breaks from his Maverick Torch, it will detonate. Yeah, and that is a very big kill for Midi to find. Like you said, there's no smoke. The Tachenko was the main plant denial, and now the Goyo fire has been detonated by this Twitch drone.
I mean, the round is completely open now. Oh, he missed the BP, but again, Tachenko is dead. One single C4 for plant denial. That means Weibo have to go for a different approach here.
Well done.
To get the BP until removed. When the plant is going down, again, they have 1 C4. If that doesn't work, and even if it does, you gotta push your kills or go for a flank because they can just throw bodies and keep planting in that spot. Again, 1 C4, 4 attackers.
Flashbangs go out. Reaps brings out his C4, gets shot out of midair. Well played from D+. This is a perfect round on the attack until Weibo start to find a couple of kills. They get aggressive. The timing is impeccable. Bullet sneaking in from the rear side, has no diffuser, no friends, and no hope of winning the round. What a statement from Weibo, that even when D+ do everything right, Weibo refused to go down without a fight.
And this is why it's going to be so frustrating for D+, because what are we doing wrong right now? Like, the shot C4 mid-air, plant was looking good, but the coverage, the gunfights, the 50-50s never going in their favor right now. And attack timeout won't solve these problems either. That's the worst part. The parachute, I don't think there is one right now. Nears goes down early. That was a 4v5 effectively. And again, they get the perfect pick onto Tachenko before the shield gets used. C4, shot mid-air. Still a round loss.
Yeah, I want to know how they managed to kill that planter. Was it the long angle from Garage? Because every now and then there's a pixel that's exposed.
Oh, yeah.
As you're going for the plant. I think it's when you start to hold down F for a brief moment, your body exposes during that animation. Pixel perfect shots need to happen at the exact right timing. Especially when you have no C4s, no smoke, and no Tachenko left available. So a 2-0 defense start on an attacker's map, which D+ themselves have chosen. Does not bode well for the Brazilian team. As they shape up on this top floor attack, they will focus their attention primarily from these repelling positions on the side of the building. Nice little early entrance and a Claymore placed down inside the building to prevent a late flank through server. Good info as well on the site from D+, with the drone deep in already. Oh, is this a fast play?
If there was a round to win, it'll be this one to start that comeback for D+. IQ downstairs in a great location can find maybe some
Yokai
piece of
spotted.
utility. Yeah, sees the electric batteries as well.
Ready? Oh, is that a BP?
I don't know what that is.
I think it's an Aruni
Must
gate.
be a.
Oh, it's the bulletproof camera. Okay. So he should be able to get that shot.
This is great. He's not being consistent either. He's just taking it nice and chill, not worried about a flank. So drone network must be set up.
Prior that Yokai drone. If you can land that, it's everything. I think it's moved though, if I'm not wrong. Has he got it? I cannot tell. No, he's still alive. Oh, is that the other one? I don't know. I can't tell.
It's hard. You can't tell how they... Oh!
Who cares about utility? Reeves will poke and prod and find his gaps. The keeper barrier gives him a one-way angle. He will continue damaging Midi more and more. Very low HP now on the Nomad. And losing Turd is really no big deal because Reeves is the main playmaker here. And he's finally got the injure and the finish. This guy is insane.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, the value that they're finding right now, just toying with their opponents. Second final smoke from Capital gone out. But what are they doing at this? Seemingly nothing. A Selma charge attempted maybe? Nope, there's no Selmas at all. I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve.
Well, the breach is open and they have a chance to get in. Reeps is finally on the ground. Not finished off, but on the ground. But Ape will swing in his position instead. And so Weibo still maintain control. Hoven on the long angle from the front desk. He dominates for a second as well. Oh, D+. It only goes from bad to worse. The timeout is requested by D+. They are forced to bring their coach into the conversation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And for D+, they need to throw everything they've got and the book at Weibo to stay alive.
I'm not sure what you talk about right now. It feels like a fundamental issue in the sense that they're not getting to use their pieces of utility in the right locations. What we saw in Lair was often, Capital Fire gone unspitten around, EMPs, hard destruction, etc. They don't get to play the full strat book. In that last round, a simple mirror window on Janitors was never cleared. And to make things worse, they had no way to really clear it. No Ash, no Kali, no ranged hard destruction. They had the IQ downstairs for quite a while, who was clearing out all the electricity, but did never shoot the mirror window from beneath. So it feels like for D+, lack of communication, lack of direction.
Focusing up on one issue here or there. I mean, so much are they distracted by Reeps on that aggression and then Ape on that aggression from the Janitor's hallway. That, they could never turn their attention to maybe we could take control of admin down below and clear the mirrors vertically. It felt very near side. It felt like, okay, well, we need to see if we can get IQ in below, take out a bit of utility, and then we need to open the breach and posture for a plant. And at that point, it was just confusion.
An attack into attack.
Yeah. So this is, just a technical pause. So the team is not getting the chat strategy right now. They're just, I presume, fixing Midi's headset because he brought it off. I don't know, maybe there's another issue. Do you see the admins coming on over?
Trying to see, is Turd using a wired mouse? There's no way. It's just a funky cable.
I think that's the cable from the monitor going
but there's one behind him as well, but I think it stops here and there's a receiver.
That'll just be the receiver,
Yeah,
I think,
it looks for a short second there that he's using a wired mouse in 2025, which would be criminal. Thank God he's not.
What do you think of his mouse pad?
It's very kawaii.
Look at the difference in the mouse pad game here. Like the Brazilians have got like the real
simple colors.
Simple, all black, all gold. Box colors, and then Turd says like, no, I want anime. Give me all the animes. If you've got more animes, give them to me.
Oh,
we may have a rehost here. I want to see more mouse pads. I don't know about you. I feel like we haven't talked about the real issue here, which is what is the more powerful mouse pad, and is that affecting the gameplay?
Well, the brighter and the prettier, the more distracting it will be.
No, I think it's distracting for the opponent because you're used to scrimming with that mouse pad. You're used to practicing with it. It's not going to distract you. But as soon as the opposition walks past your desk and they say,
like,
oh my God, he's got an anime mouse pad. Am I doing something wrong? I don't have an anime mouse pad.
The mouse pads with built-in wrist support?
Really?
The little pads?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be the tech.
Are you a fan of that? You've got one of those?
But there are some cool ones out there.
Have you got a cool mouse pad?
I have a cool mouse pad.
Oh, you've got one of the Red Groove ones, don't you, your mate?
I have my own.
Oh, sorry. You've got your own mouse pad?
Yeah.
You want to try and plug that?
Well,
like
with Red Groove, they're so cool, yeah.
Oh, they're so cute. Okay,
so cool,
yeah.
Pinko mouse pad, yeah.
So, what do I have to do to like get one of those?
They're sold out, mate.
Sold?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about like more like a special,
like
a
special
little
privilege,
deal,
yeah.
like, you know.
I see.
Oh, yeah, my best mate,
Well, just go to
Dev.
Denmark. In my basement, I got a box of them.
Dude, I went there like a year ago and you didn't give me one.
Okay, did you ask for one?
I clearly should have.
Wait, did I even have one back then? I don't know.
Probably
I'm not sure what the time
I
is.
think you've been
I
holding
probably
out. I
did.
feel like there's a whole world of starving children who need mouse pads, and you're just sitting on a whole collection in your basement.
I want to point out, I have donated so many things to local esports teams in my hometown.
That's actually pretty sick.
So when I moved from America back to Denmark, I got this like massive, like not a regular moving box, but like double that size of old merch that we didn't sell back then, and we gave all that to the local esports team that we had in my city. All my mice and keyboards that I had spare left over, mouse pads as well, because they had a tournament and they want like prize things to play for.
That's really lovely. It's a shame that Danish players tend to suck at Rainbow Six.
Oh, they're awful. No one even plays the damn game. But the few that do make it far.
And they've got really nice mouse pads thanks to you.
Yeah. And they'll be like, who is this Pingu guy? And
Surely
why do we
you're
have
a local legend.
No, I don't. Honestly,
back in Copenhagen.
Like in my home city, everyone knows because my mom she brags about it. Basically, my son plays games for a living. But if you go like one city over, they have no clue what CG is. and even in League of Legends, like we're good. So Denmark is good at League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and technically Siege. No one knows the League of Legends pros either.
Oh, okay.
So in the Danish news, every day they'll be glazing Astralis, who hasn't won for like 5 years. Astralis CS, they're so good.
Hey, Astralis
Danish
had a Rainbow
Counter-Strike.
Six team for a hot minute. However, it was all American.
Yeah.
And then I think as soon as Astralis acquired an American team, their brand popularity went down significantly.
So fun fact, before Charlotte picked up the North American team, they reached out to me to try
Really?
and spearhead what team to pick up, if I would be like a figure with them, etc.
Dude,
But
you
I
should have
wa-
done that.
I was signed with DC at the time, so that didn't work out. But when I heard they went to America, I was like, you went to talk to me, a Danish person, to pick up a team in Siege, and you end up in America. How does that work?
They lost their way.
They lost their way.
And they lost a major. And then they
Grand
disbanded.
finals, actually,
They made it to a grand final. They lost it. Actually, to your team, DZ, speaking of.
Yeah, former team.
And then they decided, former team. And then they decided, of course, to call it a day.
You know the real winner of that whole thing?
What?
Disrupt, who sold their license to Astralis. Because they just got the bag and they kept everybody. So everyone stayed employed, but under Astralis because they were running the operation. But they got the bag. Lost the license, sure, but like, you know.
Oh yeah. Nah, you got to get that bag in Rainbow Six and esports in general.
Yeah.
No, we do have a fair share of good Danish players. I mean, well, there are 3 Danish players I've ever heard of in Rainbow Six, and all of them have made it to a grand final, and 2 out of 3 of them have won a grand final. That'd be you, Benjamaster.
SI, not just grand final.
Yeah,
SI.
of course. Benjamaster. Is he still an SSG?
He is.
Yeah, he's still an
He's
SSG.
a fraud now, though.
He's what? A
He's a
fraud?
fraud.
What do you mean?
He went to America.
Yeah,
Just
well,
exploit. They're frauds.
I mean, you also went to America.
Different.
No? As a content creator
yeah,
doesn't
not
count?
the same. Not the same. I've never played for an North American team. I've only been doing content for them.
That's a badge of honor to you, but
Yeah.
an insult to half of the Rainbow Six community.
Well, it's not like any European player's gone to NA and won anything. Have they? Have they?
Has anyone in NA won anything
Citizen
though?
went, Nave went, Baby Shark is there, Leo went there, Alphamar. Like, no one went to NA and actually did anything that comes to my mind.
Yeah,
you
well,
go there for the bag,
that's
not
it.
for the trophy.
Spoit is a great example of that. I think he just fumbled a big win in the upper bracket of North American League.
I think they
if I'm
got
not wrong.
rolled.
Yeah, I heard they won the first
by
map and then got
SSG.
7-0'd. Yeah.
It kind of saved us because we needed the stream.
We
to come
needed
up.
that to end.
Yeah.
And as well, this morning there was another match on. Speaking of Europeans who have gone to North America,
Fabian,
of course,
biggest
M80.
for all.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, he just had to get that one up on you, win one more Six Invitational than you, and then take the bag in
The
America.
guy's just gross at this point. Like, he's just bullying. Absolutely bullying me, always.
All right, well, it's been a long day of Siege, but we have a little bit more left to play. Weibo is up 3-0 over D plus Kia, but the first map tells a story that D plus must have a response for. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll finish off this game and see who joins CHE in the grand finals tomorrow here live from PAX Australia. Stick around. We've got more Siege coming your way very shortly.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
I had a feeling, why am I not surprised? Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes. I'm turning gold, why you so cold to me? Some of the words get harder to find. Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right. I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say oh. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse.
Back into it, back into Bank. Thank you very much. It is getting a little bit late here in Melbourne, and PAX itself has closed several hours ago. So everyone who's stuck around for the rest of the show, thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure to be here in Melbourne with all of these APAC teams. The first time since 2019 that we have had an APAC Finals event in Australia. I mean, an APAC Finals at all, really, in front of a crowd. And I am so stoked. And, well, Weibo, they built up a lot of momentum on that first map. Second map, looking pretty solid. But D+, what the heckity hell is going on?
It's a great question. And at this point, I'm afraid to ask. I don't know. If it's exhaustion or lack of understanding the playstyle of the enemy team, or I don't know. I don't know what it is. But it's not looking that fantastic for them. But big praise for Weibo. The perseverance, the consistency, the fact that they're just playing outrageously well despite unlucky circumstances with the schedule. They've done an excellent job.
Yeah. I think it speaks volumes when a team can face a lot of adversity and still look good. Damn!
Right.
Sit down. If I'm Falls right now, I'm getting in the old chat, I'm typing sit.
Nook band, by the way.
Wow.
What are we cooking here?
Weird. That is very weird.
It's very
Nook,
very
Sens. Yeah, both pretty niche, I would say. I mean, the Sens on Bank, it's not like a top pick. I like it. I mean, Weibo really want to lean into the cameras. That's what that tells me. I mean, they might see the Maestro later, but of course, that Nook, we've seen a lot of Valkyrie. It didn't get banned. D+ instead went for the Mirror. But it shows that Weibo are not at all scared of these shields. They've left all three in. and Nears is sticking this Montagne.
D Plus isn't like a huge shield team. They can play it, often it's falls.
Oh,
but
you need to be able to play it in
yeah,
this meta.
They can, but they're not like the team at it, like CAG, for example. They're in, though, the building, bullet. On the caught windows, looking for that kill.
Has he got info?
I mean, Monty's there. Should be guiding him, right? Surely.
We think
He's
so.
on the rotate.
Oh, is Hoven just going to bide his time? He hears that Monty right next to him.
Work.
I think he's trying to get Reaps to bait for him and just hope. I mean, if Nears does not check his corners, this is a freebie. But he does check his corners. Reaps goes down. This is well played, though, from Hoven. A quick flick onto Bullet, but Levy on from the rappel finds one. Wow, up A. Be careful down there. 2v4 is not a good look for Weibo. And after the extended technical pause, it looks like D+ might have just found their rhythm. It's a bada bim, bada boom, 4v1. Turdster left all alone down on the poor bomb site. What is he to do? Nitro Cell prepared, but Nears is full HP. Wow, a lot of damage, but not the kill. Finds it down onto Levy. Monty coming on close. That was very, very almost a kill. Oh, good shot onto Nears, but Midi will trade it back.
Imagine.
Valiant effort from Turdster with that clutch, but not to be. D+ finally on the scoreboard. Not a moment too soon.
I won't lie. I thought for a good while, though, the site was upstairs. So in Bullet Rapid,
Brother, I haven't known what the bomb site is all day.
It's been a lot of siege. And the pace has just been, it's been very fast today as well. Like, we're just starting to talk about the round. It's like, Bullets have pulled in. Monty's up the stairs. It's a crossfire.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought that was the bomb site. But no. The rotation was, they won open area, upstairs, downstairs. Flip that, actually. And then back to open area.
That's right.
Yeah, that was hard. That took my last 2 brain cells put together.
Do we need to start talking about Denmark again to, like, really, bring it out of you?
I love Denmark. But only if we got to pay less taxes.
You really can't stop talking about Danish taxes, can you?
It sucks. It's like rich but poor, You make a lot, but they take a lot.
Look, Nick, I love you dearly. You are doing fine, my friend.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. But we could always do better. That's that toxic mindset.
That is that extremely toxic mindset.
We all have that.
You've got that left over from working with Fabian for too many years.
That's gotta be it. He's always
squeezing
out the last bits.
We've won 2 world championships, but I feel like we could be doing better.
We should have got the 3rd. No, it's true though. I feel like we all got our small negatives. That devil on our shoulder. Mine is always like, but you could do better. You're doing great, but you could do better. Like, you're not using your full potential. You know what? I'll blame my elementary school teacher.
Wow. Yeah. You're going to name and shame?
I won't lie. I forgot her name. She's not that important.
That's a bigger ego, man.
But the criticism stays. So, yeah. It's seen it. I remember it now. It's seen it. Yeah.
Damn.
It came back to me.
Get called out.
Just now.
Wow.
Well, called out.
Long angle from Bullet. Well, it was a tactical timeout for D+. And then a gruelingly long technical timeout. I think it was at least 10, maybe 15
kind
minutes.
Of unfair if you think about it.
What?
For Weibo. Kind of unfair.
I mean...
They should get a free round now. No, if I'm the admin, I'm doing that right now.
You just want this game to be done and dusted, don't you?
I just want fair, competitive integrity right now. And they were on a heater, and now they're not on a heater, and Turdster's dead.
You're usually an honest man, but you lied about that one. Turdster was not, in fact, dead. In fact, he's looking for a little bit more. Out comes the pistol. He landed the first shot of the DMR onto Falls. He might actually get away with a little bit more. This has been a very unusual roam. Come on, 2 players. Oh, he's got the angle, surely. Speakeasy comes to support. Flashbang goes out. He dodges it perfectly. Wow.
He owns them.
Absolutely done for.
I mean, side is completely free, by the way. Everyone's upstairs. So Falls, I mean, free plant? Question mark?
What a weird round.
Fire popped, exclamation mark?
Okay.
Yours is in printer. They are so far apart.
Yeah, wow.
Everyone is so far apart.
I mean, Uppe could catch Nears as he comes to... yeah, they literally have completely vacated the entire map, and the fire will continue to lock Reaps out of it. Falls has now become the defender inside of the bomb site, hiding behind the deployable shield, and Reaps is in no way going to have an impact here. Caught off guard.
Yikes.
Uppe and Reaps will both fall. Wow, that is some energy from the Brazilians.
They need it.
A very strange round, but warranted. They saw the gap, they sent it, they went for it, and they're bridging the distance between these 2 teams.
They saw the roam was too extended, nowhere to fall back but those staircases, and Server had all the Qualifiers you could possibly want to deny that spot. Turret stayed alive, thought all of it though. Great roam game, but side was abandoned. Hoven died early, that was kind of it. Everyone came to help, to support. And it's why anchor players are so valuable. Because if you guys got 4 great roamers but a bad anchor player, guess what? They'll just overrun the bomb site, they'll take it. The anchor player should be able to stay alive for as long as possible and communicate exactly when he needs assistance. Last round, well, he wanted to help his teammates, and is it in the wall?
Suffered for it. Into the ether, mate.
It was just gone.
It disappeared into the same place where your sleep went last night.
Dude, I closed my eyes. It felt like I was blinking. Like, closed eyes, alarm rang, open eyes. I'm like, that was my 3.5 hours?
An alternate dimension.
Yeah. And I woke up, like, I'm so locked in, and I stood up and I was like, oh, I'm dizzy.
How do you not know that we're not currently in the dream? How do you not know you're still,
so that,
you could still be asleep?
That's a scary thought, because I used to have, when I was a pro player, every year, at least once, maybe twice, I would have a nightmare that I'm like living the life that we are now, and my mom goes, Nicholas, it's time for school, wake up! And I wake up drenched in sweat, being like, oh my god, where am I? What year is it? Am I a pro player? Am I in school? What's happening?
Oh my god.
That was like my biggest nightmare for a long time.
I thought you were going to wake up and remember that you played for G2.
Contract jailed. Oh. Oh, that was my nightmare, man. It was crazy. But who knows? Maybe we're still dreaming. Never know.
Maybe we're all in the Matrix. Well, Hoven, he's in the elevator, tossing up which pill to take before he is taken down, droned on out. And D+ have to decide, how do they clear his position? He finally shoots the drone and falls back down again. He can now reactivate his FNAT mine, and you're right, I think that is inside of the wall.
It's in a weird spot. I don't know where it's going.
I don't think it will work.
That's the thing, it might actually not activate at all now because it doesn't have line of sight, which it needs. Right, so
he's getting trolled.
Yeah, so
he's getting trolled. Look at Midi.
If you put the Goyo canister perfectly in the middle, you cannot use the can openers on the hatch.
That is such a troll.
Yeah, and that means even when you pop the hatch, you gotta wait 20 seconds because it's fire. Because this fire is gonna spread around the hatch itself as well.
Yeah, wow, this is perfect. And the Tuberale is gonna slow it down. Wow, all right. Niz from up above the hatch is gonna catch Reaps, who tried to escape from the blue stairs. Overstayed is welcome. He goes down. That said, strategically, Weibo are looking good. They are still holding on to this hatch inside of admin. Wow, the Tuberale is locking this down, freezing it up for a very, very long time.
It is. They got the Shanga, they got 1 C4, but they did lose Reaps on the Warden. So that smoke, a few flashbangs can do a whole lot of damage right now. I only see 3 Skyros. There is only 3 Skyros, so...
a 4th one's needed.
Yeah, but the thing is, Levy is actually in open area on drone, so he's got to get off that cam, move on in, pop the hats. It's going to mean the timer run quite low now for D+. But they do have...
Do they not know?
I mean, they might actually not realize it just yet because, again, they're on drones. Yeah. Oh, they did see
Midi
it.
finally knows.
And he's like, Levy, can you... yeah, 1 second, buddy.
I think Midi's going to do it himself.
Yeah, once the fire goes away. That works. 30
Time
seconds.
to finally open up this hatch. And like you said, 30 seconds to play. Speakeasy needs to be perfect with the fire from the Tachenka. 25 seconds ticking away. D+, what is the play? Clearly a backstab happening down in Vault, but Terza is so aware of it.
He's running.
A lot of damage done onto Nears, but still no kill confirmed. Meanwhile, Terza's team has evaporated behind him. Everyone falls from Weibo. The plan is going down, and Levy will put him in the dirt. It's a gauntlet run from D+, 3 rounds in a row to finish off the half at an even scoreline.
And they're doing better. They're problem solving, step by step, opening pick, and then resetting the round strategically, playing it so well, understanding on that basement attack, let's backstep, let's front push, attack from these different areas, and apply so much pressure, overwhelm Weibo by the side. It's a 3-0 start for Weibo, 3-round comeback for D+. We're tied up on even score on side swap.
I gotta say, Weibo did really well in that half. Aggressive roam game. Clever strats that D+ were not really prepared for, with the Goyo on the middle of the hatch, with the Tuberale to back it up, and yet D+ still won 2 of those rounds they probably shouldn't have. So credit to them. They're pushing this the distance, and maybe I am starting to believe that, dare I say it, Nick?
Third map?
We could be on for a third. If we get there, it is Chalet. That's where D+ looks dominant.
Oh, Chalet.
Over CAG earlier today.
I didn't realize.
I mean, obviously D+ ended up losing to CAG, but they destroyed them on Chalet.
Yeah, they did.
If D+ push us the distance, surely the Brazilians get it done on the third.
I do think so. Also, like, I'll go to my first comment. I do think that Weibo on a timer. And I think that tech timeout that was like 10, 15 minutes long, that's going to take away, I mean, the last 3 rounds we just saw being played out. I do think Weibo are running a little bit out of steam right now, and I don't blame them for it at all. Anybody would be running out of steam at this point. So I think it's very important for Weibo to get the next round or 2 here and not fall too far behind and lose that momentum that they built for them so far. Because they were so good on Lair and they were so good in the beginning of Bank.
Yeah. And they were so good in that match against Enterprise earlier today where they lost 5 match points before they finally won the game. 11 match points they lost yesterday against the Chiefs, playing until wee hours of the morning. And now, I mean, we started today actually pretty early. I think it was about midday stream start.
Yep.
It's now 9 p.m. It's getting on. I think we're meant to be here at, in about 12 hours for tomorrow as well.
Yep.
We actually have a show match happening in the morning.
That we do.
And then we have, of course, the grand final. Ape, he was the star of the show on Lair earlier today, and he's now on this aggressive operator, the Dokkaebi. Phone calls, SMG-12 in hand, the ultimate close-range weapon. And Weibo start to mount their attack onto the basement, clearing the map piece by piece.
1 drop, 2 drop, map control surrender to the attackers of Weibo. We'll start to realize shortly as well. Hard destruction is going to be the Hibana and Hoven on the Grim with the secondary can openers. They can get all the hatches, all the walls and server. Plant denial on the defender side. 2 smoke grenades from the falls on smoke. 1 C4, 2 C4s actually. They can be shot mid-air possibly. I feel like Weibo in the 5v5 here will be slightly favored. But again, it always comes down to execution. The falls on the smoke operator will clear the server stairs. And clearing him out first will be crucial.
Yeah, that's right. You say Weibo are on a timer before their stamina runs out. Well, they're definitely on a timer in this round. They need to make quick work of this hatch inside of admin. They need to catch Falls to make sure he can't retreat back into the bomb site. They need to make sure they have a way to clear him out because he can burn 30 seconds all alone. He's also protected by this Aruni gate. He's got a gas pre-prepared.
Oh, so he got 3 actually. That's the remaining then, technically speaking.
Yeah, he does. I think he's just detonated the first one. Yeah. Aruni gets here on the hatches as well to prevent a drop down. A lot of work still to be done, and Bullet finds Ape. Where did that happen? Falls now aggressive inside of server, and Bullet's found a second against Speakeasy. Tursta has to get aggressive, but he falls, dropping down inside of the vault hatch. D+ lock him up. 4v2. It's desperate for Hoven, making his way in through elevator, and he's shut down. Bullet is on an absolute tear today. Reaps cannot survive. D+ for the first time on Bank will take the lead and put themselves on pole position to lock out Bank and send us to a third.
Not sure on the push there from Weibo. They did not clear server stairs or server itself, yet they put a player inside a garage on the other side of the map who died to Bullet with that DM on Aruni. They didn't do the first step of the, beginning of the execute, yet they're trying to go for a backstab. 2 spread apart, wrong timings. D+, they are hitting their shots and they're playing well in the server. I'm not sure what was said to them in that tactical timeout, because it's tactical into a tech, but they have completely shifted around.
I feel like PGH just told them the secret sauce. He said, guys, what we need to do is just every round kill all of them before they can kill you. And then the Brazilians are like, oh!
That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Why weren't we doing that before? Because it's been a flip of the switch. 4 rounds in a row for D+, after Weibo looked dominant at the start of this map. If Weibo don't turn it on now, when will they? Because I certainly have a bad feeling about Chalet. Bank is where Weibo need to get it done. They cannot let it go the distance.
Weibo, they're not a team that typically starts to shake and get nervous, but I think they themselves recognize that they're kind of bottling these rounds and their potential is not really being fully utilized. Over the bands, I didn't really check it actually. It's going to be the Glass and Mira, Kaid and Munty.
I like the Glass band.
I like the Glass band a lot as well. Speaks of that chaos game from Weibo, but in this round, Finka, Blitz, Sense, Blackbeard. I mean, they want to do a 3-2-1 execute, like jump in stock window, rappel on in, just thrive in that chaos. But those magnets, they're catching an awful lot of utility.
I mean, I think that was the intention, though. I think Reap specifically picked the Sens so that he had a lot of burn available. Look at this.
Okay.
Oh, up A. That works. Oh, go for 3. Why don't ya? It's an explosive attack from Weibo Gaming. 1 by 1, D+ will fall. Levy is doomed to die and abused by Weibo. Finally, they're back on the scoreboard. We're tied up here on Bank. And the Southeast Asian roster has just made a statement with a rush, something that you just don't see. Something not from the history books, but from the innovations. And Up A back into the heroics that we saw from him on the first map, back in form. D+ need to recompose quickly because if Weibo run away with it, this series will be over.
Ape is so disgustingly good right now. I don't know what happened this morning, but this guy is showing up so good against D+.
I tell you what,
time again.
He had his Weet-Bix for breakfast.
That's it.
Yeah, you don't know what that means, do you? That's an Australian thing, mate. We need to get you some Weet-Bix before you go home.
Actually, I might know what that is.
It's a big thing. How many do you do?
How many do you do?
That's their whole shtick, right? How many Weet-Bix are you eating in the morning before you get up and you play your cricket and your AFL and your Rainbow Six Siege, whatever it is that you do?
Oh, it's these guys.
Yeah, they're like cereal biscuit things.
Wait, are those comfortable to eat though?
Yeah, they're so good.
Do they
That's
fall
my
apart?
childhood. Oh yeah, they go soggy in about 20 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So you have about 20 seconds to eat them before they lose all texture and they just become mush.
Okay. You're not selling these very well.
Oh, I used to eat like 4 bowls of 2 each every morning before school.
Vertically or flat in the bowl? Which version are you?
Bit of both. Bit of both. Just as many as you can fit into that big ass bowl.
Now that's a pocket stuff from Weibo last round. It's a 3-2-1 full commitment. You can't do that all the time, and certainly not on all the other bomb sites available to you. So they gotta go back to basics now for this one. Roam clears and verts will have destruction. Go through it piece by piece. And that has been their struggle on the attacking side since that swap. So I'm curious to see if Weibo can find that aggression again later on. Once they start slowing down, if they're gonna be stuck in that same slower tempo.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's such a variety of tempo because Weibo were pretty slow at the start of their attacking half, and then they went for that rush, and D+ were not expecting it. Now they're playing slow again because you have to on this bomb site. There's no real pocket strat here. They're trying to bait out info, trying to bait out nitro cells. Alvin playing on top of the desk, so he's not going to die to one of them. And D+, you see, they're so worried about a rush.
And rightfully so. The big thing about that previous one is that you get into the mental of your opponent being like, okay, I can't roam too aggressive because they can rush the bomb side. But if you don't roam aggressively, guess what? You shred the map control for free. That benefits the attackers of Weibo. So it'll be a tough one to overcome now for D+, but this round is going pretty well for them. Half the round burn, 5v5. Only downside for D+ is again very limited map control. They own the basement and they own the bomb side. That is literally it.
Now, Hatcher's still reinforced up and Janitor's down into admin though. Wow, this is an awkward angle from Midi. He's hoping that someone will try and enter admin. But Weibo have locked down the top floor and are starting to put some pressure. Right up close to the bomb site. Reeps on this window. Wow. A lot of damage on a Levy. Takes a bit himself. Waiting for the chance to put the nail in the coffin. Hoven, a nade here, might flush out this position. And awkward, open, but a big flank from Midi. They end even, 3 players apiece, but Turnster finds a second. Leaving Bullet and Nears, who must clutch up, and Bullet is trapped in that corner.
No crossfire.
Nears have to support. 25 seconds left to play. One of these teams will inch ahead on the scoreboard on the back of this round. But Weibo have no second chances. Time is ticking away, and they need to work together. Jumping in the window, Reeves trying to take the fight to Nears, who is the last one standing. Weibo take them all down. They're back on top, back in the lead.
Such good coordination right there, waiting for everybody to be ready. 3, 2, 1, push in together. They had no information to work with, right? There's no Grim, there's no red pings, no drone work. You're just walking in, trying to figure out where could these defenders possibly be playing from. Problem solving at its simplest, but also at its very best in the core of the game. Weibo inch ahead by 1, but these rounds have gotten a lot closer than they were at the beginning. Blitz ban and the Valkyrie ban. Okay, so intel game for the defenders being targeted, and that pace setter of Blitz being removed from action. That's what one rush does to you, by the way.
You get chalked. You say, we really don't want to have to deal with that again, do we?
Yep. That flank could have been a triple. Like, if that was a triple, that's round.
Hero play after hero play. It's what often sets these rounds apart and determines them, and may determine who makes it to our grand final and who sits out tomorrow.
Awkward part about basement bomb set is that there's not a ton of hero plays defenders can make, generally speaking. You can play server stairs and you go crazy maybe, right? False tried that last time. Other than that, you're forced into like a rough flank, a rough roam, maybe just sprinting past an ankle, trying to take a gunfight.
And they're risky because Weibo did go for a big roam, and remember they got side rush and they lost.
That's true. So it feels like all your hero plays on this bomb set on defense, very desperate ones, like low chance of success. It's come down to if Weibo can roam clear in good time, get to that bomb site and pick it apart piece by piece, it should be a very comfortable round attempt for them. This time there's no Tashanka, it's just a smoke, so limited time denial for D+. No Goyo either.
I'm calling it right now though here for Weibo. There's not going to be a chance for D+ to go for hero plays because they are using this OSA. There is a pocket strat in mind for the SEA roster. They're setting it to Garage. Reeps on the OSA, trying to make his way that way. I think that's his plan. He's going to use the OSA to solo take Garage.
I don't like the solo take. I like to get a friend with you. There's two ways to take this. Either you take Garage early and cut the bombs in half immediately, or you take it late for the backstab. But look, they have the drone information. With that, Turkey Marine walk on in, take it for free. Astel towards the drone for him. Bullet was the Aruni's on the main staircase, so this should be absolutely free for the taking. And the roam also falling back at that same 2-minute back. So this is actually really good for Weibo.
Yeah, if they know about it though, because 1 minute and 5 seconds is not a lot of time to burn here for D+ before they fall back to site, especially as we said with no Tachenka. Falls has now tossed out the first of his gas babes, pre-placed inside of blue stairs.
They didn't take Garage. Reeves went to lobby instead. Now back to the Garage ramp to go back for another attempt, but Bullet is waiting for it.
He needs someone else to sit on this camera for him.
Yeah, he does. Bad timing is not what you want right now. There's 2 players at least playing together.
Oh, Turd.
Not good. Both.
Turd almost dies.
So did Bullet almost though.
Oh, Reeps taken out. That's the problem. Oh, Bullet.
Not like this.
2 for 2. Inside a Garage, he locks it down, and the OSA demolished. Unimpactful in this round. The pocket strat seems to be empty. But Weibo, they need not walk away empty-handed from this round. They can make this comeback happen, but they insist on brute forcing Garage, despite coming up against Bullet, who finds a shot straight between Uppe's eyes. Speakeasy 1v4, it ain't happening. Wrap it up, boys. D+ is tying the scoreline again.
It all comes up to Garage. Bullet that 3-piece. Good pick for Speakeasy, but there's a crossfire.
It's not happening.
They're waiting for it. By that door frame, walk past it, you'll be going down. 25 seconds, Speakeasy. What other choice do you have?
This round is done. Bullet is hungry for more. After a big impact, no, he will go down. 3 kills on the round for Speakeasy. It will need to be an ace, but he doesn't have the time. Not like this. D+, do not let it slip. Speakeasy! Acing up! Call it a day! Pack it up! D+ are on their way home!
No way.
Weibo have match points! heroics that were called upon, that were not expected of him. The old man finds the kills and ace a 1v3 that he had no right to take. D+ are going to be tilted out of their minds.
That was the single easiest round that they've had to win this entire best of 3. I mean, it's unlosable by every metric, by every stat out there. You should never, ever lose it. Bullet, 3 kills, lockdown garage. Statistically, the round is over. And it comes down to a 1v4, effectively a 1v5 because he got all the kills. One tap.
Was it really a 1v4? It was. God damn.
First swing, second swing, he pushed on in. The crossfire, it was there, and then they gave it up. One guy went red, one guy went vault, one guy swung the door instead. It's all headshots, baby.
Far too greedy, far too passionate, and far too impatient. Weibo could barely believe it. Active in the chat, active in the server. Speakeasy literally took up to take a bow, as he has done at tournaments before. I think back to the first time he played on stage in Japan back in 2019 in Tokoname, where he dethroned the Giants, and he did the exact same maneuver after his clutch there. He's continuing the legacy here 6 years later, and D+, 2 match points against them, on the verge of elimination. The imported Brazilians stake their claim in APAC here, or they return home.
They got the sense. They want to clear that BP for information game. There are 2 ways this round can play out. Either Weibo just hits the side with utility and goes for broke, or they slow down the tempo, breach the walls first from top heaven in towards that CEO bomb side, and go for a more regular, slower paced attack. I mean, they just won the most unwinnable round, so they can throw one right now, you know? Evening up the score, the tally. There it goes, exothermic charge. Toxic Vapor responds. It's going to limit Speakeasy's playing potential. He's going to be very low on HP, injured on the jump up, but stays alive. No fall damage right there.
Oh no.
But Libby finds turret as well.
This is awkward now. Weibo need to try and revive Speakeasy. They've done so. But he's low HP and they've lost Turdster. This is a tough bomb site to crack, even with 5 players. And D+, despite losing that last round in such an embarrassing fashion, do not seem discouraged. No, they continue to fight aggressively, and they continue to peak ambitiously. Nears a beautiful shot onto Ape, who has been on fire, and Hoven will go down as well. 17 match points Weibo have lost in the last 36 hours. It seems like that number will continue to increase unless Reeps can show up what Speakeasy did last round and pull off another unbelievable clutch in a 1v4 as D+ look to hunt him on down. Oh, here we go. There's the first kill. Don't count him out.
CJX tech from side to side. 40 seconds, taking a bit of damage now and getting inside the building. That's going to be the most difficult task of all, but he makes it in.
Oh. Oh!
Hold the phone.
Hold the goddamn phone. Hold the phone!
Not again.
Not like this! D+, you've let it slip. You've let Weibo get away with murder. Will you let them get away with daylight robbery? Reeps has baited it out. He's found him. Falls. You need to survive. You need to stand tall for Brazil or go home. Oh. He fights back. And the clutch will not come through for Reeps. No, the Brazilians will hang on 1 more round.
That was 1 bullet away from getting that clutch with the DMR. 1 bullet.
Would we have back-to-back ace clutches?
Back-to-back, effectively 1v5s. That's a first. Weibo called their attack timeout to solidify this. End it right here 7-5. Prep for overtime, worst case scenario, but I mean, they got that momentum. The fact that they are almost winning that round, and they did win the previous, goes to show D+. You need to really step it up right now. Cannot make these kinds of mistakes.
And for the team that has lost 18 and only won 5 match points over this weekend, this round means everything. Do not let it slip to overtime. Get it done right here.
It's all me be talking right now. I think they're cooking up something talking a lot of different specifics. Probably saying, guys, if you go for this bomb site, look for this strat, look for this gap. So this is how it starts off, just watching the wrong angles, getting caught off guard. Reap's got a pick early on, finds the lobby player, and then magic starts to happen.
I mean, this is where it should have just been a lock-in for D+. You can't afford to lose even a single player here.
Jesus. Had the yellow ping on the second guy. Too easy. And then one bullet away.
Weibo know what it's like to play long and arduous series. They know that victory does not come without a lot of adversity. Yesterday, they got knocked down in the lower bracket by our grand finalists, CAG. And then late into the night, they fought the Chiefs tooth and nail against the crowd at Fortress all the way till 4 in the morning to get up here with barely a few hours of sleep and to play 2 back-to-back best-of-3s, taking down Enterprise in a close, grueling 3-mapper, and now taking on the Brazilians. It doesn't get more adversarial than that. It does not get more challenging. The persistence that this team has personified is to be admired. And D+ now have one last chance to make them fight a little bit harder.
They go to open area. They're playing that time denial operators. I'm going to say the Bandit and the Goyo. I say Bandit because they can't break that quad wall. That's going to be time taken away. An opportunity lost for Weibo on the attack. We see the Blackbeard. Yeah, Blackbeard. I was going to say Monty. Blackbeard walking up the lobby stairs, clearing that top floor. Nears in the janitors, but he's got a second player next to him. It's not a stop room. Good wallbang attempt there. AP low in health, so it's Nears.
Nears can fight back through the wall. Low rate of fire weapon, though. He gets out of dodge just in time, but not before falls will die at the hands of Reaps, who's hungry for more. Can you finish off Nears? Yes, he can. He might not have pulled off the 1v5 last round, but he's found 2 kills already this one.
He's in the basement. I mean, this needs the site very exposed. If they have the coordinates on this location. I don't think they have any drones downstairs, so they won't know for now, but there's half the round to play. Blackbeard full health, Nurk full health. So many gaps that can be utilized right now because, again, 2 defenders watching so many different angles by the side. And they got soft destruction, they got verticality, they got hard destruction. The hatches will be opened up. D+ have to make... Yeah, but they got to make a play elsewhere because this site, these positions, soon will no longer be playable when Bok gets active on the vert.
And it'll be so easy to clear out all of those Vulcan fire with 1 grenade from the Blackbeard. 1 sent out to clear the barbed wire beneath him. He sees the Warden's position.
Good just drop, honestly.
He's on a flank all the way
go
elsewhere.
For it.
Oh, the temptation.
Meets basement still.
Up 8, 1 HP has found the kill. Bullet is isolated on the side.
Just like that.
And it's all done for Weibo. All of the hype, all of the anticipation to disappear in a moment. And the Brazilians have been sent packing, the imports exported back home. And Weibo Gaming make the grand final here at the APAC Major Qualifier.
Some of the most amount of siege I've ever witnessed from an individual team of Weibo. They have gone the distance, always third mapper, except for now. OT, lost so many match points, but in the end, they clutch up, they get the victory, and they go all the way to the finals tomorrow.
A lower bracket run for the ages. They get a chance at revenge to face the Japanese who sent them down there tomorrow morning. It is a massive game and a massive day to be a Weibo fan. We'll break it all down for you with Rob and the lads down on the desk.
I've got a very excited Jake Hamilton, Denny. I've never seen this man get more excited. In fact, we were saying maybe Bliss versus Wolves SI a couple of years back. But this one sent, I think, the entire production team as well.
I need to turn myself off here because I can't even hear myself anymore.
Oh, here we go.
1v4 from Speakeasy. Because, you know, as always, it's too easy for Speakeasy. But, I mean, what a match. I think, Weibo, you've got to say, it's up there. Because of context in terms of, played a best of 3 that started at 1 AM this morning.
Yep.
Won that in a grueling that finished at 4 AM. slept, came back today, back-to-back best of threes, won them both, and took down D+. They now move to the grand final.
Yep.
What a storyline that is. And the fact that after Speakeasy's 1v4, Reeves should have actually won a second 1v4, as we actually have timed this beautifully. He's got it here now. Boy, he played this so well.
He played it ridiculous.
Should have got the pistol out, though.
Oh, they cut it off. You don't even get to see it, Jake.
He should have got it out.
He should have got the pistol
Should have got the pistol out.
Context for everyone at home. Jake Zenoxon did play-by-play casting back here. Turns the corner. Oh, get your pistol out! Anyway, it doesn't work out for the best, unfortunately. But maybe you could head up there maybe next time. Take Meepy out. You in?
I honestly reckon. So I was joking before, and I was saying backstage, if you're a coach today, your tactical timeout is not strategy. It's like, lads, lock in 2 more rounds, you can go to bed. There's no greater motivation. But obviously a great series and well-deserved for Weibo and bringing it back to that serious tone of it. Again, you have to add the context into the day and the weekend as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think for a team that looked a little bit rocky, even at times in Asia League and then also here in Melbourne, to make the grand final, and I honestly think they got a good chance tomorrow. Like, they're going to go back to their hotels, get some rest, come back. Tomorrow's just one best of 3. Yeah, it's going to be a great grand
Tomorrow's
final.
the easiest day of all for them. That's the best part. But let's have a look at the bracket and recap how things have panned out over the last 2 days. I said week earlier before because it feels like we've had a week full of Siege. And honestly, you look at the games and we probably could have. This has been a marathon. There's no other way of putting it.
It's the first 2-0 since... Which game was first? Was it the CAG Weibo or was it the Interforce Enterprise? Either way, that was very early yesterday.
Very, very early. I don't even remember those games happening. I'll be completely honest with you. But you know, if we recap, let's leave the right hand side of the screen because we've just watched that today. If you just very quickly recap what's happened here. I think the teams that should have got knocked out early did get knocked out early. I think Chiefs, for all of the bro love we have for them, we got a lot of love for the
Daystar,
homies.
Interforce.
Daystar, Interforce, Chiefs, and PSG Talon. If you were to pick 4 teams that would not make it through to Munich, those would have been your 4 teams. And you might have swapped or changed 1 or 2. Maybe you've got some bias leaning one way. But I think that ultimately,
I agree.
I think ultimately, Enterprise, PSG, not PSG, D+ Kia, Weibo, and CAG.
Well,
they
I think you could have flipped Chiefs Enterprise.
Yeah, you can make the case. In OS, Chiefs were #1 seed. But ultimately, at the end, it was very close between the two.
Yep.
I guess fortunately for OS, we didn't have to see them. I guess in a way, if they faced off, guaranteed one OS team.
Well, they also played in actually 2 very similar matches.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Well,
Weibo's pretty stiff competition.
I would say Weibo's a little different to PSG Talon. I don't know.
No, they are, but I mean in the sense that they were both grueling, long, go
course.
the distance, came down to a couple of moments here or there, but yeah, that's probably the only two. Obviously, Weibo, D+ CAG, I think would have been easily expected by this point. And for D+ Kia, the fact that they ended up losing to CAG again in one of those close games, and then you drop and then you lose to Weibo, who have been exhausted. It's not the greatest look, but they don't mind. It's still top 3. But for Weibo, they go from just getting into Munich by the skin of their teeth, then what would have been low seeding at Munich, to now top 2 seeding from this event.
Those SI points, or at least chance of getting SI points, has really shot up.
Which are going to be integral, especially when we have no idea how this year pans out. The SI points are so different to what we've seen in the past. 700 for second place at regional finals. That's going to throw spanners in the works. You said you were happy to finish this day early, but then you waffled for super long then. So this is going to be
he's
short.
not. He's half asleep.
He is. He's done it again. Look at his
I'm feeling great.
I'm feeling great. Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. Well, I think we're all feeling a bit of fantastic here. That will do it for us here on our PAX Saturday. All 4 teams through to Munich, but only 2 remain. Weibo go head-to-head with CAG tomorrow. It's one you do not want to miss. We'll be kickstarting at 12 or 11. We're going to create a show match. We're going to create a show match on first.
Show match.
That one's going to go big. I think we're actually getting comms. It's 11 a.m. We're going to be kicking off here in Australia. So that's one you absolutely cannot afford to miss. But please, thank you very much for watching. Please stay safe. Oh no, I've ruined it. What have I done? Hang on, let's
You're
run
the
that
host.
back.
Why are you looking at me?
Hang on. How do I close these shows? Stay safe. Have fun.
Good night.
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もなんだったっけ見えなくてなるざとのクラクションだって慣れてきたけれどあの日の約束はかき消せないのパノラマの空覗いてみる夢の続きを描いてくどんな時も忘れないで私の色ここだよ